Chapter 1, Start with a sexy schoolgirl and enjoy a perfect life. Mu Chang, I'm sorry. You're actually a nice person, but you don't have money. There's nothing I can do. Love without bread is doomed to fail. Although Mr. Zhou is fat and big-eared, he is rich. There's nothing I can do about it. In this world, money is king. Ex-girlfriend Lu Yaxin was packing her things in the shared house while telling her truth. Mu Chang leaned against the window with a worried look on his face. He was cuckolded, and above his head was an endless grassland. His girlfriend Lu Yaxin cheated on him with a rich second-generation man and then kicked him away. She was having a secret meeting with a rich second-generation man on the street, and when she was encountered by Mu Chang, the victim, she naturally confronted him. I love Zhou Xiao, Mu Chang, we are over. Without caring about Mu Chang's sadness and sorrow, she took the rich second-generation's hand and left. Afterwards, in order to save his last bit of face, Mu Chang endured the tremendous pain and chose to break up peacefully. But I still feel that this world shouldn't be like this. Shouldn't the world be one of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, trustworthiness, wisdom, gentleness, kindness, courtesy, frugality, and modesty? After Lu Yaxin put away her things, she looked up at Mu Chang and asked, Do you have anything else to say? Mu Chang wanted to pretend to be very cool, but when he looked at the beautiful Lu Yaxin, with her graceful and curvy figure, he realized that she was very pretty. He couldn't hold back any longer and said, I have one last wish. What? Let's do this one last time. Lu Yaxin pursed her lips, struggled with her thoughts, and finally nodded. Please hurry up a bit, Mr. Zhou is waiting for me downstairs. Try to do your best. Mu Chang pushed Lu Yaxin to the window. Through the window, he could just see Zhou Xiao, who was waiting for Lu Yaxin on the roadside downstairs. The man had a big belly, and his bulging belly looked like a pregnant woman. His facial features are fat and his ears are big. Height 158 centimeters. It can be as ugly as it can be. But they have money. The family's assets are worth hundreds of billions. Not only Lu Yaxin, but also many beautiful and sexy women were vying to offer themselves up. This world. The world is becoming more corrupt and people's hearts are no longer the same as they used to be. Lu Yaxin leaned her hands against the French window, looking at Zhou Xiao downstairs, and could only apologize in her heart. After all, she was the one who lost to Mu Chang first. A quarter of an hour later. Lu Yaxin tidied her appearance, went downstairs coldly, went to Zhou Xiao, but smiled brightly, put her things down, got in the car, and left. Mu Chang looked through the floor-to-ceiling window, and after some mental struggle, he picked up his mobile phone and turned off the recording function. Edit the message and send it to Lu Yaxin. My dear ex-girlfriend, I accidentally recorded what just happened. You don't want your Master Zhou to know what happened just now, do you? He could imagine Lu Yaxin's anger and gnashing of teeth when she saw the news. She was very unrestrained just now. But he already has a cuckold, and he would feel guilty if he didn't do something manly. About half an hour later, she replied, Mu Chang, you bastard, what do you want? Mu Chang replied sincerely, Don't worry, after all, we are lovers. Even if the friendship is not there, the business is there. When I need you, just be obedient and I will ensure that you will be safe. Mu Chang, do you have to do this to the extreme? Mu Chang was silent for a moment, then replied, I don't want to say the same thing again. Send me a voice message now and call me husband. The other party was silent for a moment, and finally gave in and sent a voice message. Mu Chang clicked on it and saw Lu Yaxin yelling with hatred, husband. Mu Chang had a blank expression on his face and put away his phone. He wanted to be a good person, but they forced him to do that. Go downstairs. Walk towards the bus stop. At this moment, an emotionless electronic mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, the perfect life system is successfully bound. Host name, Mu Chang. Identity, sophomore student at Yunhai University, owner of Lucky Cat Supermarket. Age, 20 years old. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms. Appearance, 8, maximum value 10. Personal assets, negative $670,000. Skills, none. Main quest progress, 0%. Mu Chang knew that Lu Yaxin was a woman who loved money. In order to keep her, he even mortgaged his house in his hometown without telling his parents. He even had a falling out with his 4 sisters and eventually borrowed 500,000 yuan to open a Lucky Cat supermarket near the school. I wanted to make a lot of money, but unfortunately, ideals are good but reality is very skinny. The supermarket business is not good at all.
Mu Chang paused when he heard the voice in his head. He is familiar with this routine.
There are many plug-in systems in the online literature circle.
The system's voice continues.
A perfect life requires not only a kingdom but also a beauty. After some introductions, Mu Chang had a general understanding.
Mobilize the emotions of the opposite sex with a value of 9.5 or above around you, and the emotional points you gain can be used to redeem system rewards. Beat your rival to bring out his negative emotions, and the emotional points you gain can also be used to redeem system rewards. If you do not follow the rules and live a wanton and indulgent life in this short life, there is a certain chance that you will receive double or even multiple rewards when settling rewards, or you will be given a separate system reward.
Ding, the newbie gift package is sent.
Detecting that the host is not strong enough in some aspect of physiology, comprehensively improving the host's physical quality, infinitely strengthening the host's ability in that aspect, and improving the host's appearance to an extreme level.
Mu Chang was stunned when he heard the voice.
He had always thought that he was very powerful, but unexpectedly, he was not strong enough. Ding, the host is short of money, and $50 million of original funds are given to the host.
Almost at the same time, Mu Chang received a text message on his phone. Mu Chang clicked it to take a look.
Card with last number 9862 received $50 million from Huaxia Bank at 8:10 on May 10, with a balance of $50,093.
It is true. Not a fantasy. Ding, the gift pack is temporarily distributed here.
If you find any need later, please feel free to supplement it.
Host, I will withdraw now. I wish you good fortune and a long life. If you need anything, I will be there for you at any time. Bang!
At this moment, Mu Chang slapped himself hard. The burning pain told him that this was not a dream. After confirming that this system was real, the first thought that popped into Mu Chang's mind was, his spring has finally arrived. Ding, new task released, host will be rewarded $100,000 for any consumption. The sound of the system issuing tasks rang in my mind.
Mu Chang, go take the bus. On the way, we passed by a clothing store.
Behind the window, the straight suits, exquisite shirts, and cool jackets looked majestic at first glance.
Mu Chang looked down at his clothes again.
In order to save money for his ex-girlfriend, he wore the same t-shirt and jeans that he had been wearing for more than 3 years. Even though the colors had faded, he was reluctant to change them.
Absolutely.
He only cares about his girlfriend's beauty and ignores his own miserable appearance.
At this moment, I have been abandoned. How can I still degrade myself like this? Go into the store and buy some clothes. It's a good time to try whether this system is real or fake. A quarter of an hour later.
When Mu Chang came out of the clothing store, his clothes were brand new. Ding, the host has completed the consumption, and the reward money is $100,000.
The next moment, a text message came in.
The card with the last number 9862 received $100,000 from Huaxia Bank at 8:23 on May 10. Seeing this, Mu Chang finally felt at ease.
It's true.
He walked to the bus again, and after a few steps, he suddenly remembered that he was already a multi-millionaire now.
Why take the bus? Take a taxi. Wrong. Buy a car.
Go to the roadside, stop a taxi and get in. In the past, in order to save money to spend on his girlfriend, he would think twice before spending even $1. Taking a taxi means you have to bear a huge psychological burden.
Now, go to the burden of special brews. Master, let's go to Yunhai Auto City. Go to Auto City and get off. After looking through many car brands, I finally chose the luxury brand Bentley.
When I entered the store, a pretty female salesperson immediately came up to me and said, "Hello, sir.
Are you here to buy a car?"
Mu Chang glanced at the female salesperson and was a little surprised. It turned out to be Yao Yenying, the school belle of their school Yunhai University.
She has a first love face, definitely that kind of pure white moonlight.
Her hair was tied up high, revealing her fair and beautiful neck. He was wearing a tight white shirt but only had the 2 middle buttons buttoned. Almost at the same time, the system prompt sounded in Mu Chang's mind. Ding, the opposite sex with a beauty score of 9.5 or above is detected, triggering a new task.
Mobilize and collect the emotions of Yao Yenying, the campus beauty of Yunhai University. Reward, convert the collected emotions into money in equal amounts and reward it to the host. Chapter 2, Indulgence, Reward Money, $50 million. Mu Chang still had some impression of this school beauty.
She is a pure, reserved, beautiful and academically gifted person.
Mu Chang knew her, but she didn't know Mu Chang. Seeing that Mu Chang didn't reply, she asked again, "Sir, are you here to buy a car?" Mu Chang replied, "Yes, I came here to buy a car." "Do you have a car model in mind that you want to buy or not?" "Not yet." "Then you come with me."
Yao Yenying guided Mu Chang to the car exhibition area and introduced him the latest models of Penang-style cars that were recommended for purchase one by one. Among the vehicles on display are 4 new models.
"What's your name, sir?" "My last name is Mu." "Mr. Mu, are there any of these 4 cars that interest you?" Mu Chang chose a Penang Mercedes.
Yao Yenying signaled to Mu Chang that he could sit in the car and feel it for himself, and she personally opened the door for him. After Mu Chang sat in the driver's seat, the door was not closed. She half knelt on one knee next to the driver's seat, looked up at Mu Chang, and began to tell him the advantages of this car.
From Mu Chang's perspective, he could just see the beautiful scenery of Yao Yenying. Ding, Yao Yenying's shyness plus 99.
As time slowly passes. After finishing her speech, she stood up and asked again.
"Mr. Mu, do you want to test drive it?" Mu Chang did not refuse. Yao Yenying took Mu Chang to the store entrance and got into a test drive car of the Penang Mercedes-Benz.
Mu Chang tried driving for a while and felt that the car was okay, but he was more interested in the school beauty Yao Yenying.
Chat asked, "What's your name?" "Yao Yenying." "How long have you been in sales?" "Only a month." Mu Chang glanced at Yao Yenying's figure, raised his eyebrows and said, "But you look quite professional." Yao Yenying understood and replied, My performance is not very good.
I learned it from my predecessors."
Is it hinting at something?
This reminded him of the actions Yao Yenying took to deliberately seduce him when she was introducing the vehicle information to him. Then I thought about the key points of the system's reward money, mobilizing and collecting Yao Yenying's emotions and indulging in life.
Mu Chang no longer hesitated.
He drove with one hand and freed up his other hand, which he put on hers without saying a word, looking very restless. She was stunned for a moment and her breathing became heavy, but she did not resist.
It is true. Mu Chang never expected that this game could be played this way.
Almost at the same time, a system prompt sounded in Mu Chang's mind.
Shyness from Yao Yenying plus 999. He couldn't help asking, "Do you really want to sell the car?" Yao Yenying blushed and replied, "Yeah.
I could buy this car today, but..."
Mu Chang looked at Yao Yenying, testing her attitude.
She understood, nodded, and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "I'm not feeling well these days, but
I can help you." Upon hearing this, Mu Chang gave it a try. This was the school belle, Yao Yenying, the pure school belle with the first love face that everyone wanted.
Anyway, the emotional value mobilized can be converted into an equal amount of monetary reward for him.
Pull over.
He turned his head to look over and saw that Yao Yenying's breathing became heavy, but she did not run away. Her cheeks began to turn red, from her neck to the back of her ears.
Shame from Yao Yenying plus 999. Anxiety from Yao Yenying plus 999. An hour later. Yao Yenying tidied her appearance and clothes, her cheeks still red and hot. Mu Chang apologized and said, "Sorry, it took a little while." Yao Yenying's cheeks immediately turned red. "No. It's okay, let's go back first, we can't stay out for too long." "Good." The two of them finished cleaning up. Mu Chang drove and took Yao Yenying to the Binley 4S store. On the way back, we chatted for a while.
Mu Chang glanced at Yao Yenying, whose cheeks were still flushed, and said, "You look very shy." Yao Yenying replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "First time."
Mu Chang knew this. He continued to ask, "How much commission can you get if you sell one?" "Just a few $100,000.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars can make a school beauty so generous. The world of rich people is indeed very comfortable."
"Are you short of money?" "Actually, it's fine." "Why?" "Sorry, I don't want to answer that." Mu Chang didn't ask any more questions.
He went back to the store, paid for the car in full, and sat in the VIP lounge waiting. The procedures were completed in more than an hour. During this period, the two also added each other in WeChat. When Mu Chang left, Yao Yenying came to see him off. "Take care, Mr. Mu.
You can contact me anytime if you have anything." Mu Chang didn't stay for long and drove back to school.
Almost at the same time, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding, it is detected that Yao Yenying's emotional value collection has reached a certain high amount, and the emotional value conversion to money settlement is enabled.
The emotional collection value is 498,320 points.
Because the host is indulgent enough, a 100-fold reward is triggered, and the reward money is $49.832 million. Nearly 50 million. When Mu Chang heard this, he was surprised and then ecstatic. He could actually get so much reward just for interacting with Yao Yenying once. It seems that I have to work harder in this direction in the future. When he arrived at Yunhai University, he was stopped by the security guard at the gate. Mu Chang showed his student ID card and entered without any obstruction. But he wasn't that ostentatious. If he was still the pauper he used to be, he could be a little arrogant, but now that he is rich, he should actually be low-key. Don't show off your wealth. Otherwise, it will easily lead to unnecessary troubles or even dangers such as kidnapping. Drive to a place with few people, stop the car, and get out.
Yunhai University. Ancient institution of learning.
A dream paradise for students across the country and the top university in Dragon Country. The students who are able to enter are all the best from all over Dragon Country.
Mu Chang has 3 roommates, all of whom are top scorers in the college entrance examination in certain places. After entering Yunhai University, they are still very eager and still get up early and go to bed late every day, studying eagerly. At that time, Mu Chang also got up early and went to bed late, but it was all for the sake of being able to see his ex-girlfriend. When he arrived at the dormitory, Mu Chang felt a little tired and wanted to take a nap, but when he woke up, it was already the next morning. There was still no one in the dormitory. However, after looking at the layout of the dormitory, my roommates should have come back, but left again. Mu Chang doesn't go back to the dormitory often.
They had long been accustomed to Mu Chang's sudden appearances and disappearances and stopped disturbing him.
Mu Chang looked at the time and it was almost time for class. But I'm a little hungry.
I took my textbooks and pens and went to the canteen to eat something before going to the classroom. When he went there, to Mu Chang's surprise, he actually saw Yao Yenying on the campus boulevard. However, this time, she no longer wore sexy black stockings and seductive high heels. Instead, she let her hair down, wore a round neck shirt with high-waisted wide leg pants, and a pair of cute thick-soled round-toed leather shoes on her feet. She was also accompanied by her good friend Lu Ye. Lu Ye has delicate features and fair skin, and can be considered a little beauty. At this time, Mu Chang remembered.
He majored in automation, while Yao Yenying majored in computer science. They are all sophomores. The advanced mathematics courses for the 2 majors are taken together. Mu Chang followed all the way. Yao Yenying looks quiet and pure.
If he hadn't experienced it himself, he would never have imagined that Yao Yenying could be so bold outside.
Arrived at the classroom. Sure enough, she came here to take the advanced mathematics class.
She is also a top student and always sits in the first row, and this time is no exception.
Look steadily forward.
Under the gaze of countless loser men, he sat in the middle of the first row. Mu Chang came to class and sat at the back of the class as usual. This time was no exception and he sat at the back.
But he just walked in.
Mr. Li Siming, the calculus teacher who was already standing on the podium, a tall, middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses, immediately spotted Mu Chang who was late. Pointing at Mu Chang, he gestured and shouted.
That classmate, yes, it's you. I don't know your name, but I know you. Go forward. Mu Chang was stunned.
He didn't expect that he would become the focus of the whole class in an instant. Among those who turned their heads to look at him was Yao Yenying. When she saw Mu Chang, she was stunned at first, and the next moment, her breathing became heavy. She never expected that Mr. Mu would appear in the classroom. He seemed to be a student like her, and even from the class next door. Under the gaze of the whole class, Mu Chang slowly walked forward. When Mu Chang came to the front of the stage, Teacher Li began to speak.
Do you know why I know you? Mu Chang shook his head. Every time you come to my class, it's very regular. Haven't you noticed?
Mu Chang still shook his head. You were always the last one to come, and then you would leave after staying for about 20 minutes. It was very regular. You don't remember it, but I remember it very clearly.
Mu Chang was stunned. He himself didn't notice these things, but now thinking back, it seems to be true.
The purpose of his coming here every time was just to deal with the roll call. After the roll call, he would stay for a while pretending to be serious and then leave. Teacher Li glanced at the seats in front of him and pointed to the empty seat next to Yao Yenying.
This time, you just sit there and listen carefully. Don't run away. Yao Yenying was stunned.
She had planned everything, but she had never expected that Teacher Li would let Mu Chang sit next to her. When she saw Mu Chang, her breathing became uncontrollably heavy again.
Chapter 3 Meeting at night, the school beauty offers her loyalty.
Mu Chang was actually happy to see Teacher Li's request for him to sit next to the school beauty Yao Yenying. By spending time with the school beauty, you might be able to gain a lot of emotional points and get a lot of money rewarded by the system.
Walk over and sit next to Yao Yenying. Yao Yenying could feel her cheeks getting red and hot.
After thinking it over, she wrote a small note and handed it to Mu Chang. Please keep my business confidential.
How could Mu Chang easily agree to this school beauty? Only if he indulges himself, the system will reward him with more money. He wrote back, why should I keep it a secret for you? Yao Yenying was startled. She didn't expect Mu Chang to do this. She continued writing, what do you want? Mu Chang thought for a moment and replied, wait for me in the grove at 10 p.m. I'll tell you then.
Upon hearing this, Yao Yenying's breathing became uncontrollably heavy again, and even her heartbeat quickened slightly.
If we go to the grove, this guy must be up to no good.
But now, Mu Chang has the leverage over her, so this is all she can do for now.
After thinking it over again and again, I replied. Can.
The two looked at each other unconsciously, but Yao Yenying felt her heart beating faster for some reason. She seemed to be looking forward to tonight's appointment.
After class, Mu Chang didn't bother Yao Yenying and left.
Yao Yenying, who was walking behind, looked at Mu Chang deeply. Tonight, she didn't know how this man would treat her, and she seemed powerless to resist.
Mu Chang came down from the teaching building and did not go back to the dormitory.
Instead, he drove to his Lucky Cat supermarket. Go to the supermarket and look up.
Still as lifeless as ever. The place is deserted.
Mu Chang actually knew that there were several reasons why this supermarket's business was not doing well, but due to limited funds, he could only make do with it for the time being. Now that he is almost super rich, maybe it's time to change. The person who looked after the shop for him was a simple and hard-working young man named Qin Fong.
Mu Chang walked into the store.
There were clearly no customers, but Qin Fong was still finding work to do, wiping the merchandise in the supermarket.
Mu Chang called out, Qin Fong.
Qin Fong heard the voice of Boss Mu Chang and immediately responded, Boss, you are here.
Mu Chang asked, how many guests came this morning? Qin Fong was a little lacking in confidence, 8, 9. Did you sell any goods? Qin Fong lowered his head, no.
Mu Chang patted Qin Fong on the shoulder and said,
don't be nervous. When I ask you questions from now on, just tell me the truth.
The poor business of the supermarket has almost nothing to do with you.
There are not many customers anyway. Just take a break today. Take a break for 3 days in a row and come back to business after 3 days. Qin Fong was even more nervous after hearing this, and asked tentatively, Boss, is the supermarket going to close? I finally found a job.
Mu Chang replied, don't worry, it's a paid vacation, take a good rest, and we'll do a great job when you come back. Qin Fong saw that Mu Chang didn't seem to be lying, so he nodded.
Mu Chang returned to the car.
He then thought about how to reorganize his supermarket and make it a better Lucky Cat supermarket.
He certainly doesn't have the energy to do it himself. He was still busy swiping money from the system and didn't have that much energy.
After much thought, I feel it would be more cost-effective to find a capable person to help him set up a Lucky Cat supermarket.
I figured out the problem in my mind.
Mu Chang started the car and went to a clothing store to buy a few sets of clothes and shoes. Had another luxurious meal. Seeing that it was almost 10 p.m., I hurried back to school.
The other side. Girls' apartment building.
Yao Yenying was reading absent-mindedly, her mind full of thoughts about going to the grove with Mu Chang in the evening.
After thinking it over and over again, she finally put the book down.
Put on makeup in front of the mirror, delicate light makeup.
When choosing clothes, after some hesitation, I chose a tube top. Go to the bathroom and change your clothes.
Further down are sexy flesh-colored stockings paired with seductive crystal low-heeled shoes.
After changing, I turned around in front of the mirror. Seductive and alluring.
She didn't know why she did this, but she felt that Mu Chang should like her more like this.
She didn't seem to want to embarrass herself in front of Mu Chang.
Wrap a long coat on the outside to hide the scenery inside.
I came out of the bathroom and checked the time. It's almost 2200 hours. Take 2 books as cover. Go downstairs. Go to the grove.
When they were almost at the grove, she received a message on her cell phone.
Pick it up and have a look. It was sent by Mu Chang. There's a Penang car next to the grove, the one we just bought.
I'm in the car, come over here.
Yao Yenying glanced over and saw the rickshaw next to the grove.
Go over, open the car door, and sit in the passenger seat. Mu Chang glanced at Yao Yenying, who had put on delicate light makeup and was only wearing a long coat.
He said, "Is it cold?" Yao Yenying's breathing became a little heavy. Unbutton the long coat, take it off, revealing the charm inside. Mu Chang was a little surprised.
This school beauty looked innocent on the outside, but was actually very bold on the inside.
He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Did you wear it just for me to see?" Yao Yenying blushed a little. No. No.
The more she denied, the more Mu Chang was certain that this woman was saying one thing and thinking another. If you indulge yourself, you will have a high chance of getting multiple rewards from the system. Mu Chang arrogantly stretched out a hand and placed it on her, looking very restless. Yao Yenying was stunned, but still did not resist, but her breathing became heavy.
She said, "What do you think about my request this morning to keep it a secret for me?" Can.
Mu Chang said it easily, paused, and then said, "But I have a condition."
What conditions?
Mu Chang raised his hand and gestured, "Give me 5 times, and I can do whatever I want." Upon hearing this, Yao Yenying bit her lips lightly and fell into thought. Mu Chang continued, "Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly, give me your phone."
Although Yao Yenying didn't understand, she still handed it over. Unlock. Yao Yenying stretched out her white fingers to unlock the phone.
Mu Chang opened her WeChat account, enabled her WeChat payment code, and transferred $5 million to her without any hesitation.
Anyway, the wool comes from the sheep.
It doesn't matter if you give her a little more, you will definitely be able to earn more from her in the future. When Yao Yenying saw this, her eyes widened in shock.
$5 million is a sum of money that an average person may not be able to earn in his entire lifetime.
And Mu Chang just passed it to her. She looked up at Mu Chang again.
His facial features are 3-dimensional and his face is clearly defined.
He is actually a very handsome man. The balance in my heart suddenly tilted. She replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito, I can promise you, but you have to be gentle with me."
"Sure." Mu Chang replied, "I can favor you right now." Yao Yenying was horrified.
You know, I've been feeling very sick these past few days."
I'll help you." "Sure, but it doesn't count towards the 5 times. 3 hours later.
Yao Yenying tidied her appearance, her cheeks still flushed. Mu Chang apologized again and said, "Sorry, it took too long this time."
Yao Yenying's heart was trembling.
During these 3 hours, she was a little overwhelmed. She said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "It's okay."
Mu Chang put a big hand on Yao Yenying's head and touched it.
She did not resist, but accepted it with lowered head. Mu Chang said, "If you want to make some money, you can start a small business.
Don't sell cars anymore." Yao Yenying nodded. Mu Chang said, "Do you have anything else to say?" Yao Yenying thought about it, and her breathing became a little heavy. You can call me anytime."
Mu Chang raised his eyebrows, "I will look for you often."
Yao Yenying's cheeks turned red. Mu Chang asked, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Yao Yenying shook her head, "No." Mu Chang glanced at the time and said, "Okay, it's getting late, you should go back."
Before she left, Mu Chang pointed at his cheek and signaled. Yao Yenying understood, blushed and leaned over to kiss him before getting out of the car. Almost at the same time, a system prompt sounded in Mu Chang's mind. Ding, it is detected that the host's accumulated emotion value has reached a certain height, and the settlement is started.
The emotion value is 502,345.
Because the host is indulgent enough in the process of accumulating emotions, he will receive a 100-fold reward of $50,234,500. A hint of pride appeared on Mu Chang's lips.
Really?
The more reckless and indulgent you are, the more money the system rewards you. In the future, you should indulge yourself more.
The other side. Yao Yenying walked back to the dormitory, wrapped tightly in her long coat.
On her way back, she met some boys who had just come out of the library. When those boys saw the school beauty Yao Yenying, they were all fascinated by the beautiful scenery.
They didn't know that the school beauty Yao Yenying had just finished exercising and was still admiring them continuously. As expected of a school beauty, pure, reserved and pretty.
Not only is she good looking, she's also a top student.
I guess she just came down from the study room. She is hardworking and beautiful. I wonder who will be able to marry such a beautiful woman in the future. Let's go, why don't we add WeChat? After these words came out, two boys actually plucked up their courage, quickly followed, and greeted nervously, Yao, classmate Yao Yenying, can I add you on WeChat? Yao Yenying glanced at the two boys.
They were wearing thick glasses and carrying backpacks. They were obviously the best among the best.
She already has Mu Chang, so why would she care about these licking dogs? She shook her head. Sorry, I don't add random people on WeChat. Although the two boys were rejected, they were not angry at all, and they didn't even mind at all. They quickly tried to persuade her. It's okay, it's okay. I'm just asking. It's right not to add other people on WeChat casually. Yao Yenying didn't stay for long and returned to the dormitory. The two boys looked at Yao Yenying's charming back inside again. This thing should only exist in heaven, how often is it heard of in the world? She's so gentle even when she refuses. I'm really going to be her fan. If I could marry her, I would be willing to shorten my life by 50 years. I'd like to live just 1 month. Chapter 4, A Prodigal Son Returns 4,500 words long. The next day.
After waking up, Mu Chang lay in bed and thought for a while, then decided to go see his mother Wang Kaishan.
There are 7 people in his family. 4 sisters, parents, and him.
At the beginning, the house that Mu Chang mortgaged to open a supermarket was not the house where his family lived now, but the house in his hometown.
The house in his hometown is in the suburbs, but his family now lives in a commercial house in the city.
His mother, Wang Kaishan, was a good cook. She rented a shop in the city and opened a daily restaurant.
His father Mu Changa is a good driver and usually goes out to drive a truck to help others transport goods.
At that time, Mu Chang used some means to mortgage his hometown house without telling his parents. He was first discovered by his sisters, and then the 2 elders in the family naturally knew about it.
In the end, Wang Kaishan and Mu Changa were very disappointed with Mu Chang.
Wang Kaishan said a few words to Mu Chang, but considering that he was the only son in the family, she only said a few words, saying that since the incident had already happened, Mu Chang should learn from his lesson and not mess around again. As for the man, Mu Changa, he just kept smoking deeply. The 4 sisters in the family were different. Their tempers exploded and they started to attack Mu Chang. In short, everyone in this family probably feels resentful towards him now. Now, although Mu Chang's supermarket is still a mess, he has earned unimaginable money through the system. It is time to make up for his bad family relationship. Now, he decided to start with his mother.
After thinking it over. Clean up.
Mu Chang drove to the bank first, withdrew 50,000 yuan in cash, and wrapped it in a black plastic bag. Although it is now popular in the market to use weak credit for payment, middle-aged women like his mother still prefer to use cash.
Take good money.
Mu Chang drove again and stopped at a street called Gangbao Street.
Get off.
There is a small alley inside this main street, which is filled with various restaurants. Among them, Kaishan Restaurant is the restaurant of Mu Chang's mother, which mainly serves rice and various stir-fry dishes.
Enter the restaurant.
It was not mealtime and there were only 2 or 3 customers in the store. Wang Kaishan, who was sitting at the table playing with her mobile phone, realized that someone had entered the store. She was about to greet them with a smile on her face, but when she saw Mu Chang, her face suddenly turned cold.
Although Mu Chang is the only son in the family, he is quite love-minded.
In order to fall in love with Lu Yaxin, the whole family was in turmoil. Even Wang Kaishan still has no good feelings towards Mu Chang.
Wang Kaishan said unhappily, "What are you doing here?"
Mu Chang chuckled, went over and pulled Wang Kaishan to sit down, and said, "Ms. Wang Kaishan, I am your son after all.
There is no need to act like an enemy.
Also, I have broken up with Lu Yaxin now, so you don't have to worry about me doing anything else."
Wang Kaishan was stunned. Break up? At the beginning, Mu Chang loved that woman to the point of obsession. Would he be willing to break up with her?
Yes, she ran away with a rich second-generation guy who is 158 centimeters tall and weighs 158 centimeters, said Mu Chang. Wang Kaishan didn't quite understand it at first, but after hearing it, she found it believable. She had always felt that Lu Yaxin had done nothing but harm to her son Mu Chang, but now that she heard that they had broken up, she felt a little relieved. Although, it sounds like her son Mu Chang was abandoned.
But no matter what, the ending was what she was happy to see. However, she was a little confused. You loved that woman to death. How can you let go after breaking up? You don't look like you just broke up. Mu Chang chuckled and replied. Because I'm tired of sleeping with that woman, it's a good time to switch to another one.
Wang Kaishan was stunned when she heard this.
When did her son become so clear-headed? Mu Chang changed the subject and said, of course, this is only one of the reasons. The most important thing is that my supermarket is making a lot of money.
Wang Kaishan, however, looked confused. She once went to see Mu Chang's store specifically, and saw that the supermarket was deserted.
This lousy supermarket makes money.
Mu Chang saw what Wang Kaishan was thinking and said. In short, this matter cannot be explained in a short time, but I have made a lot of money, and I came here specifically to give you the money. As he said this, he put the 50,000 yuan in cash he had prepared on the table in front of Wang Kaishan and said,
Mom, this is 50,000 yuan.
It's not much, but it's my way of showing filial piety. You've raised me for so many years, and I've always been rebellious and not very filial.
This time I've returned to my roots.
Wang Kaishan was suddenly confused.
This rebellious son can still make money? After a while, Wang Kaishan blurted out, You didn't commit any crime, did you? Mu Chang was speechless and replied, Do I look like that kind of person?
By this time, the customers had finished their meal. When Mu Chang saw this, he took the initiative to help clean up the dishes and took them to the kitchen to wash.
Wang Kaishan wanted to stop it, but she didn't say it out loud.
Looking at Mu Chang's diligent figure, Wang Kaishan suddenly felt her eyes moist for some reason.
Money comes second.
The most important thing was that in order to continue the Mu family's bloodline, she gave birth to 5 babies in a row. When she gave birth to Mu Chang, she felt that her body was exhausted and she couldn't hold on any longer and was about to die on the hospital bed. Fortunately, the doctor successfully delivered Mu Chang through cesarean section. And she also managed to save her life from the brink of death. The son, who was born with great difficulty, when he grew up, broke up with his family and cut off ties with them for a woman.
He grew up to be a house borrower. This is the most chilling thing. Now Mu Chang actually came over on his own initiative and said that he wanted to turn over a new leaf. It made her feel like she was dreaming. She even pinched her hand and it hurt. I'm not dreaming.
Mu Chang helped Wang Kaishan in her store for quite some time. Wang Kaishan repeatedly said that the store was not doing much business and asked Mu Chang to focus on his own business.
Mu Chang then left.
When Mu Chang was about to leave, Wang Kaishan went out to take a look and saw that Mu Chang was driving away.
And a little surprised. Could it be that Mu Chang really made a lot of money?
After Mu Chang returned to school from his mother's store, he decided to put some effort into setting up his supermarket. The income of this supermarket is now insignificant to Mu Chang. But this was his past hard work after all, and he still didn't want the Lucky Cat supermarket to close. After breakfast, he began to look for ways to contact headhunters and ask them to help him find someone who knew how to manage a supermarket. After finding the one, it turned out to be a headhunter from the Owl Headhunting Company, named Wan Jinshan. Wan Jinshan said he was a little busy and asked if he could trouble Mu Chang to go over. Mu Chang had no classes this morning, so he went there in person since he had time. It was a good opportunity for him to get out and see the world. Drive there, get off the car, stand at the foot of the towering building, look up, and see the majestic glass curtain wall, so high that you can't see the top. Mu Chang couldn't help but sigh, it was really grand. When he earns enough money, he will build a glass curtain-walled building that is even more magnificent than this one. After Mu Chang sent a message to Wan Jinshan, he was very polite and went downstairs to greet him personally and took Mu Chang in. Take the elevator up. When you reach the 18th floor, get out of the elevator and walk outside. Enter the Owl Company. When Mu Chang turned the corner, she was reading messages on her mobile phone and was not paying attention to the road. Suddenly, she bumped into someone and the documents in her hand fell to the ground. Mu Chang looked up and saw a very beautiful woman. Oval face, delicate features. Sexy and hot body. Moon white shirt with mini skirt. Further down are black stockings and 15 centimeters high black stilettos. The whole body curves are graceful and elegant. It's just that his aura is a bit cold. Almost at the same time, a system prompt sounded in Mu Chang's mind. Ding, a person of the opposite sex with a face value of 9.5 or above is detected around the host, triggering a new task. Harvest the emotional value of the urban beauty Chang Raoshan, reward, convert the emotional value into money and reward it to the host. Chang Raoshan, who was hit, was obviously very angry.
said, "What's wrong with you?" Just after she finished scolding, she realized that she was a little impulsive, looked at Wang Jinshan, and asked, "Xiaowan, who is this?" Wang Jinshan replied, "Mu Chang."
"Mr. Mu, my client came here to ask for help in finding someone who can reform and manage the supermarket." Chang Raoshan then realized that she had made a mistake in scolding the person and apologized.
"Mr. Mu, I'm sorry. I was a little impulsive just now."
Mu Chang understood that the cause of this incident was indeed that he didn't pay attention to the road, and he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, so he replied,
"It's okay. It was indeed me who didn't look at the road."
Wang Jinshan helped pick up the information and handed it to Chang Raoshan, and she left.
Mu Chang glanced in the direction Chang Raoshan left.
He had to say that woman had a really hot body and walked with such graceful manners.
Of course, this is secondary.
The important thing now is to find a way to interact more with this woman and harvest her emotions.
Wang Jinshan came close to Mu Chang and said, "Mr. Mu, you are really unlucky.
That woman is the manager of our headhunting department, Chang Raoshan. She is a beautiful woman, but also aloof and difficult to approach.
We usually don't dare to mess with her." Mu Chang nodded, "I can see that." Wang Jinshan came close to Mu Chang and whispered,
"However, she is also famous for her sexy beauty and hot body. I don't know how many men want to pursue her, but women like her are as cold as an iceberg and difficult to approach."
None of those suitors succeeded. Iceberg? Mu Chang didn't care. Wouldn't it be easier to be aroused by his emotions and let him reap the benefits?
After Mu Chang and Wang Jinshan met in the office, he was quite satisfied with Wang Jinshan and decided to let Wang Jinshan help him find someone. When Mu Chang came out of Wang Jinshan's office, he happened to meet Chang Raoshan again.
However, she was very cold and aloof.
She held her head high and walked past Mu Chang in seductive black stockings and high heels. Mu Chang glanced at Chang Raoshan's proud figure. That might be the source of her pride. As Mu Chang looked at this arrogant and cold urban woman, he even wanted to conquer her. But unfortunately, such a woman seems to be difficult to conquer. Wang Jinshan saw this and came over to Mu Chang and told him what was in his heart. "This cold and beautiful lady, I really want to conquer her." After leaving the headhunting company, Mu Chang went back to school to rest for a while and went to class in the afternoon. In the evening, when I have nothing to do, I drive out for a ride and feel the thrill of driving at 70 miles per hour. After the ride, on the way back to school, I saw the foot massage city with neon lights flashing.
Mu Chang suddenly became curious.
He had always heard legends about this kind of place, but had never been in it.
Now, I have money and time. That's not perfect. Go and stop the car. After entering, the waiter enthusiastically asked, "Sir, are you here for a massage?" Mu Chang nodded. "Excuse me, sir, what kind of massage would you like?" "The best. Please follow me." Soon, Mu Chang was taken to an independent box. After some communication, Mu Chang ordered the highest priced service. Soon, a massage technician was called to Mu Chang's box and he made the selection. After changing 2 batches, the third batch came in. What surprised him was that he actually saw Chang Raoshan, the arrogant and cool urban female white-collar worker who was previously high and mighty in the headhunting company. He originally thought he had seen it wrong. Chang Raoshan is so cool and aloof, has a legitimate high-paying job, and manages a group of headhunters. Why would she come to a place like this? But after he looked again and again, he was sure that's right, the person in front of me is the cool and aloof urban beauty Chang Raoshan. This plot is so ridiculous that even TV dramas are not as good as it seems. But now, it is actually happening. Could it be that Chang Raoshan is particularly short of money? Or is this just her hobby? Forget it, if you can't figure it out, there is no need to think about it anymore. He, Mu Chang, just indulges himself and reaps the emotions at the same time. He glanced at Chang Raoshan. She looked very natural and didn't seem to recognize Mu Chang. It seemed that she didn't pay much attention to his appearance at that time. Mu Chang said, "Number 7 stays, the others can go." Number 7 is Chang Raoshan. Chang Raoshan acted very professionally. She walked to Mu Chang, put down the toolbox in her hand, and said, "Sir, you take a rest here for a while. I'll go get some water for you to soak your feet first." Not long after Chang Raoshan left the box, she came back with hot water and put down the basin. Half kneeling on the ground, he personally took off Mu Chang's shoes and socks. This service is spot on.
At this time, Chang Raoshan was wearing a loose and mini dress, and from Mu Chang's perspective, he could still appreciate her charming scenery.
Awesome. Shyness from Chang Raoshan plus 66.
Mu Chang felt that at this moment, he was a typical villain and a nouveau riche.
Who cares? Just have fun first. As for the rest, just leave it to the saints. He is just an ordinary person and doesn't have so many constraints. When washing your feet.
While Chang Raoshan was rubbing Mu Chang's feet, she asked professionally,
"Sir, is the water temperature okay?" Mu Chang replied, "Sure."
He looked at this woman who was so cold during the day, now wearing seductive work clothes and washing his feet, and he felt deeply moved. When it comes to money, even a cool and elegant urban white-collar beauty like Chang Raoshan would willingly lower her head to wash other people's feet.
It's really sad. Finished washing feet. Chang Raoshan brought a bathrobe and put it on Mu Chang herself. When changing clothes, Mu Chang was not polite at all. He put his hand on her and became restless. As long as he is reckless and indulgent, the system will reward him with a lot of money. Shyness from Chang Raoshan plus 99.
Chang Raoshan was stunned for a moment, but did not resist and obeyed. The breathing becomes heavy. As she began to massage his feet, Mu Chang chatted.
"Do customers usually give you tips?" Chang Raoshan replied. "Some people will give, some people 1 tea. What is the most tip you've ever been given?" Chang Raoshan smiled and said, "Not much, maybe 1 or 2,000. Mu Chang could tell that she was not telling the truth. He asked, "How much do you want me to give you?" Chang Raoshan smiled and said, "Of course, the more the better." "How much more?" Chang Raoshan still had a smile on her face, 10,000. Mu Chang said, "I can give you 1 million. Chang Raoshan's eyes widened when she heard this, 1 million? She swallowed, "Are you serious?" Mu Chang replied, "Of course. Anyway, the wool comes from the sheep." Mu Chang paused, "But you should also know that I can't give it to you for free."
As he spoke, he unscrupulously glanced at Chang Raoshan's proud figure, and arrogantly hooked his hand to signal.
"Come over." Chang Raoshan was a little flustered. I have been feeling unusual these days. You know, women have those days every month. Mu Chang wondered, why is this woman also? What a coincidence. He asked, "How do I know if you are lying?"
Chapter 5, The Headhunter-esque Goddess, the Elite Among the Elite's 4,000-word chapter.
After Chang Raoshan proved it, Mu Chang felt a little helpless, really, and asked, "What should we do then?"
Chang Raoshan's face lowered slightly, and her voice became smaller. I can help you."
"All right." Shame from Chang Raoshan plus 999. Anxiety from Chang Raoshan plus 999. 3 hours later.
Chang Raoshan reorganized her appearance and her face turned red.
Mu Chang apologized out of habit, "Sorry, it took too long." Chang Raoshan's heart trembled slightly, which was a sign of good health. Her face was slightly red, and her breathing was a little heavy. "No. It's okay." Mu Chang added, "You look very experienced."
Chang Raoshan rolled her eyes at Mu Chang and said angrily, "You clearly know that I have no experience."
Mu Chang raised the corners of his mouth when he heard this. In fact, he knew the answer, he just wanted to confirm it again.
When Mu Chang left the store, Chang Raoshan personally saw him off to the door. "Mr. Mu, take care."
Mu Chang did not hesitate. He walked over, got on the Penang car, and drove away.
When he passed by the entrance of the foot massage parlor, he unexpectedly found Chang Raoshan still there. She was still waving goodbye to Mu Chang.
Mu Chang lowered the car window, gestured, raised the window, and left.
Almost at the same time, a system prompt sounded in Mu Chang's mind. Ding, the host's emotional value has been detected to have accumulated to a certain amount, and the settlement is started.
The emotional value is 539,828.
Since the host is sufficiently wanton and indulgent, a 100-fold reward is triggered, and the reward money is $53.9828 million.
When Mu Chang heard the prompt, he felt relieved. He felt he could make more money. The next day,
Mu Chang attended 2 professional courses and used the remaining time to think about his shabby supermarket and what kind of supermarket he planned to transform it into in the future. Although the headhunters can help find an expert in supermarket reform and management, this is the supermarket that Mu Chang wants to open after all. He can't just listen to what others say and not have any ideas of his own. If that were the case, he might as well not open a supermarket. After spending a long time researching and thinking online, he finally settled on a 12-word business philosophy: exchange genuine products for sincerity, and return products if you are not satisfied. We must put quality first and never do anything that passes inferior products off as good ones. Of course, he didn't come up with this idea on the spur of the moment, but there were already successful precedents for this on the internet. He doesn't intend to just make money from the system, he also wants to build his own business. In this way, life will be more fulfilling. Of course, the top priority now is to make as much money as possible from the system.
Noon.
He received a call from Wang Jinshan, saying that he had found several talents who could reform the management of the supermarket and planned to show him their information and arrange a location.
Mu Chang thought for a moment and replied, "I won't go anywhere else. I'll go to your owl headhunting company in person."
Of course, he didn't make this decision casually.
There, besides Wang Jinshan, there was also Chang Raoshan. Go play around with Chang Raoshan, maybe you can get a lot of money from the system.
After a good rest at noon, Mu Chang drove his Bentley to the Owl Headhunting Company on time in the afternoon. Coming to this high-rise building again, Mu Chang was so familiar with it that he didn't think it was so sacred and went in naturally.
Take the elevator to the 18th floor. There was a person on duty at the entrance of the Owl Company. Mu Chang walked in and the person on duty asked, "Sir, who are you looking for?" Mu Chang replied, "Wang Jinshan." "What's your name, sir?" "Mu Chang."
The person on duty immediately contacted Wang Jinshan. "Old Wan, a Mr. Mu said he wants to come and see you."
Wang Jinshan replied, "Let him in, I'll go get him right away." After getting the agreement, Mu Chang walked in.
When he passed a meeting room, he heard Chang Raoshan's voice. He stood at the door and looked inside. What he could see was
Chang Raoshan at this moment was completely different from the serval girl she was last night.
At this time, Chang Raoshan had a delicate face and her hair was tied up high. Standing under the spotlight, he shared his work experience calmly and confidently. Her every move attracted the attention of countless men in suits in the audience. Mu Chang even saw some men taking out their cell phones and taking pictures of Chang Raoshan. At this moment, Chang Raoshan is so dazzling no matter how you look at her, and is the elite among the urban elites.
But no matter how elite you are, Mu Chang now has full confidence that he can win this woman.
At this time, Wang Jinshan came over and noticed that Mu Chang was looking into the conference room, so he smiled and said,
"How about our headhunter goddess Chang Raoshan? Very attractive, right?
Confident, elegant, calm, absolutely impeccable."
Mu Chang agreed nonchalantly, "Indeed, very confident and elegant." Wang Jinshan couldn't understand what Mu Chang meant.
In fact, he was speaking in a sarcastic way.
When they arrived at Wang Jinshan's office, Wang Jinshan provided Mu Chang with the information of more than a dozen supermarket reform management talents.
After studying for a long time, Mu Chang picked out 3 and asked Wang Jinshan to contact them first to see their willingness and then make further communication.
After leaving Wang Jinshan's office, Mu Chang happened to meet Chang Raoshan again. Even if it was unfortunate, he planned to wait for her. After she finished sharing her experience, she came out and walked towards her office. She walked with her eyes straight ahead, looking confident and cool, which made people intimidated. But until she met Mu Chang.
At that moment, her pupils suddenly shrank.
My breathing started to become heavy.
She recognized that this man was Mr. Mu from last night. Soon, her memories came together. Only then did she remember that she had met Mu Chang before and that Mu Chang had been here before. At that time, Mu Chang bumped into her at the corner and knocked the documents out of her hand.
In other words, last night, Mu Chang actually knew who she was.
Her cheeks turned hot at the thought of her affairs being exposed.
Shame from Chang Raoshan plus 999.
The two looked at each other. Mu Chang's eyes were full of teasing, while Chang Raoshan was panicked and her heart was beating wildly.
After a split second of judgment, she arranged with Wang Jinshan. "You go ahead and do your thing. I have something to discuss with Mr. Mu." Although Wang Jinshan was a little confused, he still obeyed the arrangements and left.
Chang Raoshan was outside, still speaking in a cold tone to Mu Chang.
"Mr. Mu, please come with me."
As she said that, she took Mu Chang into her office.
Of course Mu Chang knew what she wanted to do.
He was waiting for this moment and followed her in. She opened the door, motioned for Mu Chang to go in first, and then she would go in and lock the door. Mu Chang saw it and raised his eyebrows.
Chang Raoshan's breathing became heavy. She looked up at Mu Chang and asked, "Did you know it was me last night?" Mu Chang nodded.
Chang Raoshan stared at Mu Chang and bit her lip. She really wanted to scold Mu Chang for knowing her identity and yet conquering her without saying a word. But now, she is in a weak position.
In fact, it's not Mu Chang's fault.
This was her own thing, but she has been discovered now. Her heart was pounding as she said, "Please keep my affairs a secret."
This is what Mu Chang was waiting for, and he replied, "Why should I help you? As long as he is unbridled and indulgent, the system will reward him with a lot of money." Moreover, he had no intention of letting this aloof urban beauty go.
The two looked at each other.
After Chang Raoshen's eyes flickered, she finally asked, "What do you want?" Mu Chang replied, "Give me 6 times and I can do whatever I want."
Chang Raoshen was struggling with her thoughts and bit her lip slightly.
Mu Chang seemed to be familiar with this.
These women always have to struggle symbolically. He gestured to Chang Raoshen to unlock the phone and give it to him.
Although Chang Raoshen was puzzled, she could only obey and unlock her phone before handing it to Mu Chang.
Mu Chang immediately transferred $5 million to her through Ruoxin. When Chang Raoshen saw this, her beautiful eyes widened.
How many years of work would it take her to earn $5 million? $5 million seemed like it would be enough to make her financially free. Mu Chang said nonchalantly, "I'll give you one more chance to answer."
As soon as Chang Raoshen saw the money, she began to waver.
He looked up at Mu Chang. This man is young and strong. He is also handsome. And very rich. Most importantly, she doesn't actually dislike it. Finally nodded, "Okay." By the time he heard this, Mu Chang had already prepared his next words, "Since you've agreed, shouldn't you show some expression now?" Chang Raoshen's breathing suddenly became heavy again. This is my office." Mu Chang replied, "So what? I've been feeling very unwell these past few days. You can help me, but that doesn't count towards the 6 times.
After a mental struggle, she didn't know why she felt a slight impulse in her heart.
She finally walked towards Mu Chang and pushed him against the wall. Shyness from Chang Raoshen plus 999. Anxiety from Chang Raoshen plus 999. More than an hour later.
Chang Raoshen reorganized her appearance and her face turned red.
She personally escorted Mu Chang downstairs.
Coming out of her office and meeting the gazes of the office staff, she remained aloof and looked straight ahead, walking proudly through the aisle in her seductive 15 centimeters black stilettos. Like a cold rose with thorns, many men can only look at it but dare not approach it. When they arrived at the bottom of the building, Chang Raoshen accompanied Mu Chang all the way to his rickshaw.
Before getting in the car, Mu Chang said, "Be good and listen to me. Don't go to places like the foot massage center anymore. If you run out of money, you can tell me." Chang Raoshen nodded.
Mu Chang put his big hand on her head and touched it.
Chang Raoshen did not resist, but accepted it with lowered head. Mu Chang got in the car and drove away. Chang Raoshen waved goodbye before returning to her company. It was at this moment that the system prompt that Mu Chang had been waiting for rang again.
Ding, the host's emotional value has reached a peak again.
Settlement is started. The emotional value is 512,030.
Because the host is wanton and indulgent, he will receive a 100-fold reward of $51.203 million.
The next day, Mu Chang woke up in the dormitory and looked at the schedule. It was English class. After thinking about it, he decided that now that he is worth over 100 million yuan, should he continue to go to class? He thought that when he went to class, he might meet a very beautiful girl and make her his tool to make money. Money is swiped out of the system at a rapid speed. He suddenly became motivated again. Wash up. Take the book. Go to the cafeteria to eat. Go to the classroom. Along the way, he did not meet any beautiful woman who could trigger the system task, but instead met Yao Yenying outside the classroom. Only then did he remember that he and this school beauty were in the same classroom. When Yao Yenying saw Mu Chang, her breathing became heavy. She walked into the classroom and sat in the first row. Mu Chang saw this. Of course, I won't miss such a good opportunity. Following, he sat next to her. This school beauty is a great tool for making money. Maybe she can easily get tens of millions from the system. When Yao Yenying saw Mu Chang sitting next to her, she could feel her heart beating faster. She always felt that Mu Chang would not settle down. She felt a little uneasy, so she reached into her pocket, took out a white rabbit candy, and carefully slipped it into Mu Chang's hand from under the table. Mu Chang took it and looked at it, feeling a little amused. He took the candy, but still put his hand over to hers, but because she gave him a candy, he just grabbed her hand and interlocked their fingers. Yao Yenying was startled, but did not resist.
Instead, she moved closer to Mu Chang, blocking the view from behind to avoid being seen.
After a class, Yao Yenying could clearly feel that her body temperature was rising. My cheeks were getting very hot. When the class was over, she made eye contact with Mu Chang and she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Chapter 6, The Perfect School Beauty, kind as the big sister next door 5,000 words long chapter. After class, when Yao Yenying left the classroom and walked towards the elevator, a boy with a crew cut and a backpack suddenly handed her a letter. His nervousness was visibly evident, his hands were shaking, and his voice was trembling. Student Yao Yenying, this is a letter I wrote to you, please accept it.
Seeing that the boy was so nervous that sweat started to form on his forehead, Yao Yenying kindly reminded him.
I'm sorry, but I never accept anything from others easily. You don't have to be so nervous. I'm just an ordinary person. After saying that, she took a detour and walked away.
The rejected guy with a buzz cut was not angry at all, but was grinning foolishly.
Classmate Yao Yenying actually cares about me. She actually cares about me. She is so kind-hearted. Mu Chang, who was following behind carelessly, ate a melon without realizing it. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Yao Yenying is worthy of being the school belle and is very popular on campus. There are probably hundreds, if not 1,000, of boys who regard her as a goddess. In Yunhai University, in terms of appearance, there are actually a few girls who can be compared with Yao Yenying. But she eventually won the title of school belle with a far larger number of votes. A big reason for this was that even if she rejected someone, she would not make them angry, and she could even make that person become her die-hard fan. Of course, this is not something that can be achieved by relying on skills. But she can really make people feel that she truly cares about others. Mu Chang hadn't walked far when the sound of a message coming from his cell phone rang. He clicked on it and saw that it was sent by Yao Yenying. I want to see you. Go to your car. Mu Chang raised his eyebrows. Okay, the car is in the usual place. Not long after, she sent another message, the car door is open. Mu Chang replied, it's already opened. He went to the rickshaw, opened the door and got in. She was already sitting inside. Mu Chang got straight to the point and asked, what do you want from me? Yao Yenying's breathing became a little heavy, and she asked, why did you hold my hand during class? Mu Chang raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He was wondering why the school beauty asked this. After thinking for a moment, he replied, because I like you. After these words were spoken, Yao Yenying's heartbeat quickened a little. Mu Chang said this, but she didn't quite believe it, but there were still ripples in her heart. Mu Chang looked at the school beauty who was in a daze, raised his eyebrows and said, come on, I'll take you out for a walk. This school beauty has now been hit by his sugar-coated bullet. How could he miss such a good opportunity to capture the city? As long as he was unbridled enough and harvested Yao Yenying's emotional value, he could get tens of millions from the system. Yao Yenying's heart trembled slightly when she heard this. Her intuition told her that once she went out with this man, it would never be as simple as just going out for a walk. But she nodded for some reason. Since she has already experienced it, she is actually looking forward to it. Mu Chang started the car, drove with one hand, and placed the other hand on her, looking very restless. Yao Yenying was stunned, but did not resist. Even felt a little comfortable. Driving into the downtown area, there are a lot of people coming and going. Find a parking lot and stop. Get off. Mu Chang turned around and took Yao Yenying to the hotel. Come on, let's go inside and play. At this moment, Yao Yenying's cheeks were red and hot. She didn't dare to look at Mu Chang and nodded gently, well. But I'm not feeling well yet. I can only help you. Can. Shyness from Yao Yenying plus 999. Anxiety from Yao Yenying plus 999. 3 hours later. Yao Yenying wiped the sweat from her forehead and tidied her appearance. After coming out of the hotel, she returned to her innocent school beauty look. Mu Chang drove the car with one hand and took the school beauty Yao Yenying back. On the way, Yao Yenying glanced at Mu Chang. After many contacts, she found that actually, she didn't seem to hate this man. Give money and give strength. Except that he was a little bad, but overall, he was pretty good to her. She thought for a moment and asked, are you available after 5 p.m.? Mu Chang replied, what's the matter? Yao Yenying said, there's a play I'm going to watch at 5 o'clock. If you're free, you can come with me.
Mu Chang thought for a moment and realized that he had no classes after 5 o'clock, so he replied,
"Can." Almost at the same time. Not unexpected. After some trouble with the school beauty.
On his way back to school, the system prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding, it is detected that the host's harvested emotion value has accumulated to a certain peak, and the settlement is started.
The emotion value is 496,549.
Because the host is wanton and indulgent, he will receive a 100-fold reward, and the reward money is $49.6549 million.
Awesome. After arriving at school,
the two went back to their respective places.
When Mu Chang returned to the dormitory, he opened his mobile phone to check the balance. $299,073,087.
In just a few days, his savings had reached nearly $300 million.
Yao Yenying and Chang Raoshan have made great contributions to this.
Thinking of this, he decided to pamper these two women. After resting in the dormitory for a while, he got up with full of fighting spirit, drove his Penang out of the campus, and personally picked out 2 gold jewelry necklaces worth about $3 million. Asked the jewelry store to deliver the goods to Yao Yenying and Chang Raoshan by express delivery.
When I got back to school, it was almost 5 p.m. Yao Yenying also sent a message, asking to meet in front of the school auditorium.
She put on delicate light makeup, her eyebrows were as dark as black, her lips were like cherry blossoms, a lace shirt was matched with a purple mid-length skirt, and moon white stockings were matched with sexy crystal low-heeled shoes.
It's sweet yet sexy. The two entered the auditorium together.
Judging from the content broadcast on the screen, it is a play called White Rose and Camellia. Before the play started, Mu Chang put his hand on Yao Yenying and interlocked their fingers. If you want to keep this money-making tool around you for a long time, it is not enough to just give him money, you also have to learn how to win his heart. In this way, she will be willing to be his tool.
Mu Chang only used a little trick. Yao Yenying's breathing began to become heavy, but she did not resist. After the play began, Mu Chang's attention was quickly attracted.
The plot of the drama was not the key point, but a drama actress with a dignified appearance and a plump figure attracted his attention.
It is rare to find a female college student with a plump figure and stunning looks.
Almost at the same time, a system prompt sounded in Mu Chang's mind. Detecting that there is a person of the opposite sex with a face value of 9.5 or above around the host, triggering a new task. Harvest the emotions of the beautiful senior Fong Lingyun, reward, convert the emotional value into money and reward it to the host. At this time, Yao Yenying also pointed at the plump actress and said,
"That one, her name is Fong Lingyun.
She was the campus beauty last year and also my senior.
We have been close since high school.
She has such a perfect figure and face, and she is as kind as the big sister next door."
Yao Yenying also took out her mobile phone and recorded several clips of Fong Lingyun's performance on the stage. Mu Chang seemed to have thought of something, and asked with doubt,
"The main reason you came here this time was to watch your senior's performance?"
Yao Yenying nodded.
Mu Chang also quickly noticed how popular Fong Lingyun was.
As soon as she appeared on stage, the idol audience in the auditorium immediately perked up and watched her intently.
As soon as she stepped off the stage, almost the entire audience in the auditorium began to become a little distracted and drowsy. Fong Lingyun almost supported the popularity and traffic of the drama with her beauty and plump figure. While everyone was watching the drama with great interest, Mu Chang was also beginning to think about how to get in touch with this senior schoolmate, recruit her under his command, and make her a tool to help him make money from the system.
The drama performance is over.
When they left, it was already dark, so Mu Chang and Yao Yenying went back to their respective places.
A few days later. Weekend.
Mu Chang slept in and after getting up, he planned to do something meaningful.
After he washed up,
he drove to the bank again and took out 100,000 yuan in cash, wrapping it in a black plastic bag. Once again drove to his mother's Kaishan restaurant. At this time, it was already past dinner time.
There were not many people in Wang Saishan's restaurant, and she was sitting at a table playing with her cell phone. "Boss, give me some lean meat porridge and 2 buns." Mu Chang entered Wang Saishan's shop and shouted.
Her shop mainly serves lunch and dinner, but in order to make more money, she also introduced porridge and steamed buns for breakfast. Wang Kaishan looked up and saw that it was Mu Chang, and she became unhappy. "But I still went to get him a bowl of porridge and 2 buns." After their last time together, Wang Saishan's attitude towards him had obviously improved a lot this time. Mu Chang was sitting there eating breakfast, and Wang Kaishan was sitting opposite him watching. Last time, Mu Chang suddenly gave her 50,000 yuan. In fact, she was really worried that Mu Chang had done something stupid, but now that she looked carefully,
Mu Chang was in high spirits and didn't seem to be in any trouble.
I even felt that Mu Chang looked more handsome than before, and his skin became tighter and smoother. It seems that there is nothing unusual.
Mu Chang was playing with his phone while eating slowly. Finish eating.
He took out the 100,000 yuan in cash that he had prepared long ago and pushed it over. Boss, check out. Wang Kaishan opened it and saw a thick stack of cash. She immediately exclaimed,
Kid, why do you always bring so much money here? Mu Chang said arrogantly. I am your son. I have made a lot of money.
I came here to be filial to your parents. Wang Kaishan still looked skeptical. Money is not that easy to earn.
You didn't get this money from loan sharks, did you? I'm alive and well, why would I touch that kind of thing? Wang Kaishan, put this thing away first. I'll take you to see something more explosive.
After Wang Kaishan put the money away, Mu Chang took her outside to look at his rickshaw.
Guess how much the car I bought cost?
Wang Kaishan took a serious look at it and gave a serious answer. It looks pretty good. It should be worth at least 80,000 or 90,000 yuan. Mu Chang gave Wang Kaishan a thumbs up and said, good guess.
As he was talking, he searched the trademark of the Penang car online and introduced it to Wang Kaishan. See?
Their car is called a luxury brand car, and it easily costs millions. And mine, a Mercedes-Benz, you see, the price is 3 million, but you said it was only 70,000 or 80,000. Mu Chang spent a long time bragging about his melons like Wang Pa. He suddenly understood why people on the internet said that rich people like people who know about goods and can tell at a glance how expensive the things they are wearing are. Because, bragging about yourself makes you look very tasteless. However, Wang Kaishan is his mother, so it doesn't matter. Mu Chang introduced it for a long time, but in the end, Wang Kaishan's eyes widened. This car is more than 3 million.
Mu Chang finally straightened his chest and said, Of course not. My car is more valuable than my dad's truck.
It was the weekend, and customers did not come to eat at regular times. Customers came one after another, and Mu Chang followed them into the store to help.
The number of guests gradually increased. This busy work lasted until noon. After dinner time, after a rush of customers, things became quiet again. When she had some free time, Wang Kaishan cooked 2 of her signature dishes, put them on the table, and ate them with Mu Chang. When eating,
Mu Chang said, Mom, I see you are quite busy when there are so many people here. Why don't you consider getting another helper?
Wang Kaishan said it didn't matter. There are more people here only on weekends.
I can still handle it if I work harder.
There aren't so many people on weekdays. I, your son, have made a little money now.
You 2 old people can take care of them by yourselves.
There will be no problem with their retirement. Just don't overwork yourself.
Wang Kaishan replied, I've been used to it for so many years.
I must feel uncomfortable if I don't do something. Mu Chang didn't say anything else.
Everyone has his own way of living. What he thinks is a good life may not be acceptable to his parents' generation. Anyway, he has already brought the message, and it is up to them to choose. He changed the subject and asked,
Mom, is my dad coming home soon?
No, he's been busy lately, hauling goods, but he should be almost done, and will come back after that.
Is that man still very resentful towards me? It's actually okay. What kind of parents would really be so hard on their own son? It's been a while since I've had a drink with that man.
When he comes back, send me a message and I'll come back to drink with him. Mu Chang's father doesn't smoke, but he drinks a little wine occasionally. Wang Kaishan naturally understood what Mu Chang meant.
He wanted to ease the relationship between him and Mu Changda. I happily agreed, I know.
I'll send you a message when he comes back. After dinner, there were no more guests, so Wang Kaishan asked Mu Chang to go about his business. When she said goodbye, she suddenly asked,
Have you been in touch with your sisters recently? Mu Chang was stunned.
Almost all of these sisters had blocked him, except for the 4th sister Mu Ning, who seemed not to have blocked him.
How could they be in contact?
But in order to reassure Wang Kaishan, he replied, occasionally, but rarely.
Wang Kaishan nags a little and says, there is no overnight hatred between siblings. You young people should know how to communicate with each other.
When you have nothing to do, communicate more with your sisters.
With more communication, some things will pass. Mu Chang replied, okay.
get in the car, wave goodbye, and drive away. On the way back to school, Mu Chang also thought about his 4 sisters. They are not as easy to talk to as Wang Kaishan. If you want to win them over, you need to plan carefully. After returning to school, Mu Chang went to the gym to work out. In the past, when he had no money and worked like a slave, he never thought about this problem. He always felt that the worst that could happen was death, and he could be a brave man again in 30 years. After becoming rich, the most important thing is your health. It would be best if you could live 100 years. Only if he stays in good health can he enjoy the benefits of the money. After working out, I went back to the dormitory to take a shower. When I came out of the bathroom, I saw my 2 roommates, which was a rare sight. They were chatting there. Just now when I was out handing out flyers, someone handed me one too. What flyers? For those who are selling their homes, the prices in Seaview Garden have dropped. How low has it dropped? 150,000 per square meter. That sounds good. If it's 150,000 per square meter, then 100 square meters is, what, 150,000 per square meter? What kind of place is this? It's in the center of Yunhai, and it's also a wealthy area close to the sea. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Only then did Mu Chang remember the 3 essentials of life: a car, a house, and a girl. Now, he has both a car and a girl. The house is not there yet. Very nice. Start buying. As soon as Mu Chang had this thought, get dressed and go downstairs. Drive on Penang and head to the prime residential area Seaview Garden in Yunhai City. When you get there, park your car. Enter the sales office of Seaview Garden. The door was automatic and opened as he approached. As soon as I entered, I was immediately greeted by a beautiful salesperson. Mu Chang was stunned when he saw the person coming. Very dramatic. This person turned out to be the plump drama actress Fong Lingyun, whom he had just seen a few days ago, and the senior of the school beauty Yao Yenying. She works part-time on weekends? Of course, Mu Chang knew her, but she didn't know Mu Chang. But this is just perfect. I didn't have the chance to contact her before, but now I can find an opportunity and find a way to conquer her. Fong Lingyun took Mu Chang to see the house very professionally and skillfully, and introduced him to the house in Seaview Garden. She was wearing a white shirt with only 2 buttons buttoned, and underneath was a tight skirt, with seductive 15 cm stiletto heels on her feet. Fong Lingyun bent down and explained the house to Mu Chang on the model map. From Mu Chang's perspective, he could see the charming scenery. From Fong Lingyun's shyness plus 66. The housing prices in this Seaview Garden are basically around $150,000. A house will cost at least $10 million. Those who can buy a house here are either rich or noble. Among the female sales clerks here, Fong Lingyun is not the only one who dresses sexily. The other female sales clerks are all the same. They treat guests with a smile as beautiful as a flower. After the introduction, Fong Lingyun asked Mu Chang, "Mr. Mu, do you need to go and see the house in person?" Mu Chang nodded in agreement. When Fong Lingyun led Mu Chang to sell the building, she asked, "Mr. Mu, do you have a car?" Mu Chang nodded. She said, "My car is not here, how about driving your car over there first?" Mu Chang had no objection, and drove the Penang with one hand, taking Fong Lingyun to Seaview Garden to look at houses. Go upstairs to see the house. The house has been renovated and is decorated quite luxuriously. Fong Lingyun took Mu Chang to the French window and gestured, "From here, you can directly see the beautiful sea view." Mu Chang walked over and looked at the sea view. This house is great in every way. But his main concern was on Fong Lingyun, and he asked Fong Lingyun, "How long have you been working in sales here?" Fong Lingyun replied, "More than a month." Mu Chang was a little surprised. How come this time was almost the same as the time Yao Yenying worked as a car salesman? The idea of wanton indulgence came to Mu Chang's mind, and he began to look at Fong Lingyun's sexy outfit unscrupulously, and said, "You're dressed so sexy." Fong Lingyun noticed Mu Chang's gaze and subconsciously wanted to reach out her hand to block part of his view, but in the end she just pulled the corner of her clothes and did not resist. She replied, "People here are all like this." From Fong Lingyun Shy plus 99. Chapter 7. She is indeed the #1 goddess in my heart. Mu Chang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Do you want me to buy this house?" Fong Lingyun looked up at Mu Chang's blatant gaze, her heart trembled slightly, and she nodded, "I want to." Mu Chang pointed in the direction of the door, "Then go and lock the door." Fong Lingyun's breathing became heavy, but she still lowered her head and obediently went to lock the door. When she came back, she stood in front of Mu Chang, not daring to look him in the eye, and said,
Lot. You're not going to tell me that you're in a special period of your health, are you? Fong Lingyun shook her head, no.
The next moment, Mu Chang pushed Fong Lingyun to the floor-to-ceiling window.
And she didn't resist. Shyness from Fong Lingyun plus 999. Anxiety from Fong Lingyun plus 999. From Fong Lingyun's ecstasy plus 999. 3 hours later.
Fong Lingyun blushed and tidied her appearance.
Mu Chang apologized, sorry, it took a little too long.
Fong Lingyun didn't dare to look at him, and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, no.
It's okay. Return to the sales office from the real estate agency. Mu Chang didn't hesitate and immediately spent more than $20 million to buy the house on the same day.
He sat in the VIP lounge and watched Fong Lingyun coming and going to handle the procedures for him. When Fong Lingyun came over to ask him to sign again, she half knelt in front of him. Mu Chang saw the charming scenery again.
There are some scenery that you will never get tired of looking at. You can also take the opportunity to swipe money from the system, which is great.
As time passed, the formalities were completed.
When Mu Chang came out of Seaview Garden, it was already evening. Fong Lingyun personally escorted him outside to the rickshaw and said goodbye, take care, Mr. Mu. Contact me anytime if you need anything.
Mu Chang started the rickshaw and when he drove away, he lowered the window, waved his hand, raised the window, and left. On the way back to school, just as Mu Chang expected, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding, it is detected that the host's accumulated emotion value has reached a certain peak, and the settlement is started.
The emotion value is 608,765.
Because the host is wanton and indulgent, he will receive a 100-fold reward of $60.8765 million.
Mu Chang felt sad again.
When Mu Chang got off the bus after returning to school, he received a message on his cell phone.
Click to see. This is the message from their automation class group. Everyone, don't forget, we will be having a social event with the acting department seniors at C1 building at 9 o'clock tonight.
Mu Chang had always ignored this kind of news.
But the junior acting department senior made him think of Fong Lingyun. The group chat also included tonight's performances, one of which was a drama.
When I clicked on it, I saw Fong Lingyun's name listed among the performers.
It seems that he has to go and take a look tonight. If he meets Fong Lingyun, he wants to see what expression this girl will have. Maybe I can take this opportunity to conquer her. Went to the cafeteria and had a meal. I went back to the dormitory to rest for a while and slept until dark. Woke up by the alarm. I got up and looked at the time. It was almost time for the social activity. I sat up from the bed and looked around. I found that the group of paper-throwing masters in the dormitory had gone somewhere again. They might have gone to the social event venue. Mu Chang was not in a hurry and walked slowly. When they arrived at the event venue, Meng Xuanya, the female monitor of their automation class, a capable girl with shoulder-length hair, saw Mu Chang and waved. Mu Chang, come here and sit down.
Mu Chang took a quick look and found that the people in their class were sitting intermixed with the seniors from the third year.
What a coincidence! The seat designated by Meng Xuanya was just right for him to sit next to Fong Lingyun.
Tonight, Fong Lingyun had delicate makeup on and was wearing a halter dress with a small shawl that covered her shoulders. She sat there quietly, flipping through the script of a drama in her hands. She has a completely different style from the bold and unrestrained one outside of school. Mu Chang looked around and saw many boys peeking at Fong Lingyun and whispering.
Senior Lingyun has a great figure.
She is worthy of being the #1 goddess in my heart.
How come she is still single? Senior Lingyun is very innocent and blushes easily.
She has the personality of a girl next door.
I really like her.
I've wanted to confess to Senior Lingyun several times, but I've always been too timid and lacked the confidence.
Senior Lingyun is just too beautiful. Mu Chang couldn't help but sneer in his heart.
When you didn't dare to express your feelings, I had already experienced the scenery on the top of the mountain.
He went to sit next to Fong Lingyun.
Fong Lingyun realized that someone had sat down next to her and kindly moved away. He turned his head and glanced at the person who came. It would have been fine if she hadn't looked. As soon as she saw that it was Mu Chang, her breathing became uncontrollably heavy, and even her heartbeat quickened.
Shame from Fong Lingyun plus 999.
Her beautiful eyes widened.
Mr. Mu, Mr. Mu? Mu Chang smiled faintly. Hello, Senior Lingyun, my name is Mu Chang, and I am a sophomore majoring in automation.
When Feng Lingyun heard this, her cheeks suddenly felt hot as if they were on fire.
You already knew me? Mu Chang replied, Not really, I found out after watching your drama performance yesterday. Feng Lingyun felt her body temperature rising.
She avoided Mu Chang's gaze and said, Since you know me, why are you still?
Mu Chang smiled faintly. Yes, you are my senior, I have to take care of your business. Feng Lingyun forced herself to calm down.
She thought for a moment, took out a pen, and wrote a line on her script.
Please keep my affairs confidential. Mu Chang motioned for her to take a pen and wrote back, What good will this do me?
When Feng Lingyun thought about how her image would collapse if Mu Chang told others about it, her heart began to beat uncontrollably.
She continued writing. What do you want? Mu Chang got straight to the point and wrote, I'll tell you after the event is over.
There was a flash of resentment in Feng Lingyun's eyes.
During the day, I clearly thought this person was good and very capable.
Now, I didn't expect that this guy could be so cruel. Feng Lingyun was struggling with her thoughts for a long time. She glanced at Mu Chang and saw his handsome face with clear lines.
I thought that I had already experienced that kind of thing with Mu Chang. He is also good looking. That's it for now, we'll talk about it later. Biting her lip, she replied. Good.
She knew that after the event, Mu Chang definitely had no good intentions towards her.
But she thought deeply about it. I don't know why, but I feel a little excited and even a little excited. The social activities started soon.
The performances are interspersed with interactive games. Among them, there is an interactive game where if you fail, you need to accept the punishment of truth or dare. A senior named Yen Lihao, Feng Lingyun's classmate, failed in the interactive game.
The host asked him, Do you choose truth or dare?
But he seemed to have thought it through long ago, and blurted out the truth. When the host was about to ask him a question, Yen Lihao said, Beauty, don't ask me, I'll do it myself.
He walked up to Feng Lingyun in full view of everyone.
However, Mu Chang could notice that Feng Lingyun seemed a little uneasy, and she didn't seem to want this person to come over.
Yen Lihao walked up to Feng Lingyun and knelt on one knee, like an elegant knight.
This action immediately caused the people present to scream and boo.
Oh my god.
Together.
This senior is so awesome.
Yen Lihao confessed his love in public. Lingyun, you know, I have liked you since high school. At that time, I was still a little loser with no ambition. It was not until I met you that I realized that I should study hard.
Not for anything else, just to be worthy of you.
If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to make a comeback from being the last in the class and get admitted to Yunhai University.
It is you who changed my life. Over the years, I have been silently paying attention to you. I know that you have never dated any boy and have always focused on your studies. You are a very innocent girl. I confessed to you before, and you said you didn't want to be in a relationship yet, but I can wait. This time, I confess to you again, and I hope you can agree to me.
On the side, Mu Chang had an amused look on his face.
If this boy knew how Feng Lingyun looked in front of him, he wondered if he would still be able to say such words.
Feng Lingyun was a little overwhelmed, and didn't seem to know how to respond.
She looked silly and cute, and replied. I just treat you as a classmate.
Chapter 8, Burn the Midnight Oil, Reward One Small Goal. Feng Lingyun may seem innocent and harmless, but she is fierce and brainless, but she has sharp words and can kill with one strike. As soon as the words I just treat you as a classmate came out, even Yen Lihao, who was a passionate bootlicker, changed his expression slightly. He pursued Feng Lingyun for 5 years. But this woman had a heart of stone and remained indifferent. He really wanted to burst out all the negative emotions in his heart, pointed at Feng Lingyun and said, 5 years, do you know how I licked you in these 5 years? But Yen Lihao, who was used to being a dog, had long ago castrated his emotions. He finally suppressed all his negative emotions, raised his head with a twisted smile, and continued.
Lingyun, you know I won't give up. I believe I will impress you one day.
The host also knew how to control the situation.
He took over the conversation and said,
Thank you, Yen Lihao, for giving us a performance of truth and truth. Next, we would like to invite our automation major students to give us a poetry recitation of the girl we chased together in those years. As the show went on, the embarrassment faded. At this time, Feng Lingyun wrote a line on her script paper and handed it to Mu Chang.
I don't want to stay here any longer. Why don't we get out early? Mu Chang naturally would not refuse and replied, Okay. he and Feng Lingyun went out one after another. Feng Lingyun took Mu Chang's car keys and went out first. 10 minutes later, he went out.
On the other side, the senior named Yen Lihao was still feeling the pain from being rejected and was drinking passively, not noticing the departure of Feng Lingyun and Mu Chang one after another.
Mu Chang went to the Penang rickshaw and got in. Feng Lingyun was already sitting obediently in the passenger seat.
Mu Chang started the vehicle, drove the scooter with one hand, and placed the other hand on Feng Lingyun, looking very restless. She was startled, but did not resist. Now she can only allow herself to be slaughtered by Mu Chang. She asked, "Tell me, what do I have to do for you to keep this secret for me?" Mu Chang was also very direct and got straight to the point. "Give me 7 times and I can do whatever I want."
Feng Lingyun was stunned.
She had thought of many possibilities, but she never thought that Mu Chang would let her do this.
In fact, she didn't really dislike the man Mu Chang.
She also gave him her first time.
And he was handsome, too. Rich and powerful.
However, she was not willing to agree easily, as she was worried that Mu Chang would look down on her. But Mu Chang had long seen through the tricks of these women.
Anyway, you have to struggle symbolically.
He also used the old method, signaling Feng Lingyun to unlock the phone and hand it to him.
Feng Lingyun did not resist.
She obediently unlocked her phone and handed it over.
Mu Chang transferred $5 million to her. Feng Lingyun saw this and her beautiful eyes widened. "What are you doing?" Mu Chang replied, "How about it? I haven't made up my mind yet. Do you want to agree to it?" Feng Lingyun nodded gently. "Yes, I do. Come on, I'll take you out for some midnight snack."
Mu Chang drove all the way to a high-end hotel in the city, stopped and got out.
"Take her to the hotel." Feng Lingyun's face flushed slightly, her breathing became heavy, and she said, "Aren't we going to have a midnight snack?" Mu Chang raised his eyebrows and said, "We can eat in the hotel, right?" Feng Lingyun's temperature was rising, and she nodded, "Yeah." Before entering the hotel, Mu Chang took out a mask from his body, handed it to Feng Lingyun, and said, "Do you want one?" Feng Lingyun was surprised. She didn't expect Mu Chang to be so considerate. She took it and put it on. When he arrived at the hotel, Mu Chang booked a high-end suite.
When they went to take the elevator, Mu Chang took Feng Lingyun's slender hand. She was startled but did not resist. She could feel her body temperature rising rapidly.
"Take the elevator and go up." After coming out of the elevator, they used the room card to open the door. Mu Chang went in first, followed by Feng Lingyun. After entering, she locked the door with her backhand and put on the anti-theft chain.
Mu Chang saw it and raised his eyebrows. Feng Lingyun was so shocked by Mu Chang's look that she didn't dare to look him in the face. She avoided Mu Chang's gaze and said shyly,
"Why are you looking at me like that?"
She originally wanted to walk past Mu Chang and go straight inside, but Mu Chang pushed her against the wall and teased her.
"Why did you lock the door as soon as you came in?" Feng Lingyun's breathing became heavy. You ask even though you already know the answer." The other side.
After Yen Lihao drank to vent his unhappiness, he felt that he still needed to find Feng Lingyun to have a good talk. However, when he came to his senses, he found that Feng Lingyun was gone. He tried to call Feng Lingyun, but no one answered. What he felt was that Feng Lingyun didn't want to accept it. I opened the WeChat account again and sent her a message. "Lingyun, I just confessed my love to you in front of everyone, but I feel like I didn't say it well.
You may not know how much I love you.
You may not remember, but I remember it very clearly.
The first time I saw you was by the lotus pond in our high school. You were holding a book in your hand and reciting it in the morning.
The first ray of sunlight of the day shone on you.
At that time, you were as pure as an angel. From that moment on, I made up my mind silently that I would marry you in this life. We first met in the library of high school.
I had been paying attention to you silently. When I saw the materials in your hand fall to the ground, I hurried to help pick them up.
You said thank you to me.
Your angelic voice is still fresh in my memory. Lingyun, you may not know this yet, but when I found out that you and I were admitted to the same university and major, I was so happy that I couldn't sleep the whole night.
From that moment on, I knew that you and I were destined to be together.
As beautiful, pure and innocent as you are, as long as you are willing to be with me, I will treat you wholeheartedly.
As long as I have a bite to eat, I will never let you go hungry.
I can also give you all my money for safekeeping, and even write your name on the house register of my house.
Yan Lihao thought that Feng Lingyun must be reading his message at this moment, but just didn't reply. He waited all night again. The next day at noon,
Feng Lingyun had just woken up from her luxurious big bed, and her cell phone had been lost somewhere long ago. She only remembered that she went crazy all night. Even after sleeping till this point, her body still felt weak. She turned her head to look at the pillow and saw that Mu Chang had already gotten up. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he was quietly reading a book called 100 Years of Solitary Walking. Feng Lingyun couldn't help but be surprised that a bad guy like Mu Chang was actually reading a book so early in the morning. Mu Chang realized that Feng Lingyun had woken up, and he was very considerate and asked,
"Are you hungry?" Feng Lingyun nodded truthfully. Mu Chang immediately called the front desk and asked them to send over 2 deluxe breakfasts. When she got up to eat breakfast, Mu Chang said, "Since you have decided to follow me, tell me if you need money. But one thing, don't let me see you selling houses to others like that again." Feng Lingyun felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart and nodded, yes. Feng Lingyun said she had a drama rehearsal in the afternoon, and Mu Chang did not bother her. After she finished her breakfast, he drove the rickshaw with one hand and took her back to school. Almost at the same time, as expected, the system prompt sounded again in Mu Chang's mind. Ding, it is detected that the host's accumulated emotion value has reached a certain peak, and the settlement is started. The emotion value is 945,876. Because the host is wanton and indulgent, he will receive a 100-fold reward of $945,876 million. After Mu Chang heard that the system rewarded him with nearly one small goal, I was stunned at first. And then it's super cool. If he wasn't in the car at the moment, he would have been unable to resist dancing. After calming down, he thought about the reason. This might be because he and Feng Lingyun had a crazy night last night. On Monday, as soon as Mu Chang got up, he received a message about the supermarket recruitment for management talents. However, the message was not sent to him by Wang Jinshan, but by Chang Raoshan. Her original words were, "I have heard about your situation from Wang Jinshan. You want to recruit supermarket reform management talents to help you manage and transform the supermarket. I have more resources than him, so I will be responsible for helping you recruit from now on. Also, I have received your gold jewelry necklace. Thank you. I don't hate you. If you want to find me, just send me a message." This woman is more direct and straightforward than I imagined. It just feels different from Yao Yenying and Feng Lingyun, who are still on campus. Chapter 9, Going Home and Drinking 2 Pots with Mu Chang's 5,000 words long chapter. Anyway, Mu Chang's goal is to find a talent. As for whether the headhunter is Wang Jinshan or Chang Raoshan, it's almost the same. He sent a message to Chang Raoshan, asking her to arrange for the man to meet him at a coffee shop tomorrow. Chang Raoshan replied immediately, "Received." This time, the person Chang Raoshan found for him was a female doctor who had returned from overseas and was named Jiang Baiqing. She is also an alumnus of Yunhai University. She used to be the campus belle of Yunhai University. She is the white moonlight in the hearts of many boys. Countless men have fallen at her feet, but all of them are eager to have her. Through a lot of innovations, she has now significantly improved the performance of the 2 supermarkets. Today, Mu Chang received news from his mother Wang Kaishan. The head of his family, Mu Changge, is back. He planned to go home and have a couple of drinks with this guy. Go to class first. He only has 2 classes. Finished. He also went to the bank to repay the mortgage loan from his hometown house. Get rid of this knot in your heart. I went to buy a few bottles of Mauzi and took them home. In fact, he could have bought more, but buying too much is not good either, and drinking too much of the wine would also cause trouble. Back to my parents' house. A not small commercial house of more than 100 square meters. The head of the family, Mu Changge, was sitting in the living room watching TV, wearing a black vest and large shorts. He said he was watching TV, but in fact he just turned on the TV for the sound, and then Mu Changge was browsing on his phone. However, this was the enjoyment he deserved after working hard outside for a period of time, and no one would say anything against him. Mu Changge heard the noise of someone coming back, looked up, and was a little surprised to find that it was Mu Chang. As for Mu Chang, he did hear from Wang Kaishan on the phone that this guy had broken up with Liu Yaxin and had become more filial recently. Mu Chang took the initiative to greet. "Hey, La Mu, it's noontime." Seeing that Mu Chang was holding a thatch, Mu Changge's eyes lit up. Of course, he pretended not to care and said,
I heard from your mother that you have made a lot of money. Mu Chang chuckled, not bad, just a few million.
Mu Changa's eyes widened.
Good boy, speaking so calmly, he asked.
How do you make this money?
Of course I made the money from running a supermarket.
Mu Changa didn't believe it. Can it be so easy to make money by opening a supermarket? Mu Chang raised his eyebrows. This old man was indeed not easy to fool. He sat down next to Mu Changa, put down the straw in his hand, and replied. You want to know the truth? Certainly.
Mu Chang whispered in Mu Changa's ear mysteriously. Your son has found a beautiful, rich woman.
Mu Changa's eyes widened.
Good boy, he really inherited his old Mu's genes.
He couldn't wait to say.
What kind of white, rich and beautiful girl is it?
Let me see it.
Mu Chang did not hesitate. Instead of taking out the photos, he made a video call without saying a word. The call was for Yao Yenying, and she answered it without saying a word. When Mu Changa saw Yao Yenying's pure first love face, he found that she was indeed beautiful.
Mu Chang said, Yenying, I am at my home now, are you my woman?
Yes.
How much money do you have in your card now?
More than 5 million.
I'm at home now.
I told my dad that I'm dating a beautiful, rich girl, but he didn't believe me and insisted on confirming it.
I'm going to video call you right now.
I'm giving my phone to my dad, so you can have a good chat with him. It was fine for Yao Yenying to chat with Mu Chang, but when she heard that she was going to talk to Mu Chang's father, she suddenly became a little nervous.
He quickly greeted, Hello, uncle. When Mu Changa saw Yao Yenying's innocent first love face and her sincere nervousness, he immediately felt a desire to protect her. What's your name?
Yao Yenying.
Yenying, are you really Mu Chang's girlfriend? Or are you teaming up to deceive me?
Of course it's true.
I really like him very much.
After saying this, Yao Yenying's pretty face immediately blushed. As soon as this little expression appeared, Mu Changa no longer had any doubts in his heart, and he had 100% trust in Yao Yenying.
Replied. Yenying, don't be nervous. I'm just asking casually.
Then, Mu Changa started bragging about himself, saying how he felt about Mu Chang, and that it was because he inherited his genes that Mu Chang looked so handsome. He boasted for nearly 10 minutes.
Only then did he hang up the phone. Mu Chang said proudly, How about my new girlfriend? She is the school belle. Mu Changa nodded and gave a serious evaluation.
She looks okay, similar to your mother when she was young, but I'm face blind, so I don't care too much about a girl's appearance. The most important thing is that I think this girl has a good personality, not too strong, and is quite obedient.
When you are together, do you listen to her or does she listen to you? Of course she listened to me. Mu Changa then gave Mu Chang a thumbs up and said, You finally got it. It's okay to play with the opposite sex, but you can't let them play with you. That's how I got along with your mother back then.
But before he could finish his words, Wang Xishan's voice rang out. Oh, it's great to brag to your son here, who was the one who pursued me for 3 years before I finally agreed to him.
Mu Changa was stunned.
He was so engrossed in the conversation that he didn't notice the woman came back.
He coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. That was before.
After we got together, our family status has changed.
Wang Kaishan just said this jokingly, without asking any further questions.
She put the food she brought back from the restaurant on the table and said,
I've brought the food back for you too. Go wash your hands and then you can come and eat. Mu Chang was very diligent and went over to help Wang Kaishan prepare the food.
When Mu Changa saw Mu Chang leave, he picked up the straw and began to study it with great interest to see if it was real or fake.
He doesn't see this kind of thing very often. During the meal, Mu Chang and Mu Changa ordered several bottles of Mauzi.
Normally, Wang Kaishan would not allow Mu Changa to drink too much, but today, seeing the father and son drinking on their own and appearing to be enjoying themselves, she did not stop them too much. When Mu Changa was drinking, he shouted loudly, I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. After 7 or 8 glasses of wine, he began to feel unsteady in his seat, but Mu Chang, on the other hand, was still as calm as ever.
However, Mu Changa did have a good habit.
When he drank too much, he would not drink and yell, but would wave his hands and say, No, I need to sleep.
He went back to his room and fell into a deep sleep. Wang Kaishan looked at Mu Chang.
After helping his dad into the house, he came back as if nothing had happened. She suddenly felt that this guy seemed to have grown up.
I couldn't help feeling emotional and self-touched.
Mu Chang had drunk alcohol and was unable to drive, so he rested at home and returned to school the next day.
I returned to school and checked the time.
There was still some time before I met the female doctor from the sea turtle.
After thinking about it, I sent a message to the school beauty Yao Yenying. If I have time, I'll take you out for dinner.
Yao Yenying replied immediately, yes. I'll wait for you downstairs in your girls' dormitory.
Good. After sending the message, Mu Chang couldn't help but sigh.
When he was still a bootlicker, let alone sending a message to the school beauty, even if he sent a message to his ex-girlfriend, it would take her a long time to reply. Now, no matter what message I send to that girl, she replies almost instantly.
This treatment is completely different. After driving to the girls' dormitory building, Yao Yenying came down soon. After she got in the car,
Mu Chang saw at a glance that she was wearing the jewelry necklace he bought for her around her fair neck. The corners of his mouth curved slightly.
Drive off.
Drive outside, find a parking space, park your car, and get out. Mu Chang put his hands in his pockets, and the school beauty Yao Yenying took the initiative to put her arm around his and got very close to him.
Looks pretty sticky to him.
Mu Chang walked proudly on the pedestrian street, and passers-by frequently turned their heads to look at him.
I have a lovely wife at home, and I show her off occasionally. It feels pretty good.
Although it feels a bit vulgar like a nouveau riche, it feels so good.
Found a restaurant and went in. Go to the box to eat. Finish eating.
Mu Chang looked at the beauty from Yunhai University who had a face that looked like first love, and thought about whether he should take her to the hotel to exercise and get some body workout.
But think about it. He can't be like this all the time. He can't let this school beauty think that he is a bastard who thinks with his body. Occasionally, you still have to do some purely youthful things. Capture her heart. So, after eating, he drove Yao Yenying back to Yunhai University. To the university. Before getting off the car, Mu Chang pointed at his cheek. Yao Yenying understood what he meant and was very obedient.
She kissed him twice, waved goodbye and said, "I'll go back first," before leaving.
Afternoon.
When Mu Chang went to the coffee shop, the sea turtle girl Jiang Baiqing had already arrived, which also showed that she was quite sincere.
Jiang Baiqing is indeed the former school belle.
She is as beautiful as a flower, with stunning facial features. As a sea turtle girl, her dressing style is cool and bold. She only wore a tight little camisole on her fair and slender body. The lower body is composed of ultra-short jeans, paired with sexy flesh-colored stockings, and seductive 15 cm red-bottomed black stilettos.
At a glance, she gives people a cool and sexy feeling.
I feel that she will be super cool and stunning if she wears jeans and rides a motorcycle. Almost at the same time, the system prompt sounded in Mu Chang's mind. Detecting the presence of a person of the opposite sex with a face value of 9.5 or above around the host, triggering a new task. Harvest Jiang Baiqing's emotions, reward, convert the harvested emotions into money and reward them to the host. As expected, this super beauty could be developed into a tool for him to make money.
Mu Chang walked over and sat opposite Jiang Baiqing. She was a little surprised and asked, "Are you Mr. Mu?"
Mu Chang stretched out his hand and gestured, "Mu Chang." She shook hands and replied, "Jiang Baiqing."
After shaking hands, she still asked curiously, "You look so young?"
Mu Chang told the truth, "I'm a sophomore this year."
Jiang Baiqing estimated and asked, 20?
Yes, and you?
Perhaps because Jiang Baiqing had studied abroad, she was not shy about the question of age. 27.
She called the waiter over, poured Mu Chang a cup of coffee, and then got straight to the point, introducing how rich her experience was in supermarket renovation and management. And asked Mu Chang about the main purpose of his search for someone this time. Both of them are quite straightforward.
Soon, Mu Chang drove Jiang Baiqing to visit his supermarket.
At this time, Xin Feng had already returned to work. Mu Chang and Jiang Baiqing got there, got off the car, walked to the Lucky Cat supermarket, and stood outside the door to look. It is obvious that this supermarket is deserted. Mu Chang then took Jiang Baiqing into the store to take a look at the interior layout and check out the retail items on sale.
Finished reading.
Mu Chang's suggestion was that Jiang Baiqing should first provide her solution to the problem and then discuss the next step of cooperation.
Jiang Baiqing was also very confident and said yes.
Mu Chang drove the bicycle with one hand and took Jiang Baiqing back to the coffee shop. On the way, a man called her and confessed his love to her, saying that she had been his goddess since their student days and that he had been pursuing her and admiring her for 7 years.
But she was also very blunt. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. There, stop. Zhang Baiqing got off the car. During this period, Mu Chang had not found a suitable opportunity to conquer this woman. Anyway, there will be chances to get in touch in the future, so let's just leave it at this for now. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. New task released, host consumes it once at will and is rewarded with a random skill. Mu Chang thought about it and decided to go to the mobile phone in Computer City to buy a mobile phone specifically for playing games. This was a luxury he had never dared to imagine before. It costs money to buy a mobile phone to play games, and playing games is a waste of time. At that time, he was busy trying to find ways to make money for his ex-girlfriend, and he would feel guilty about doing such a thing. As for now, what a shame. Just one word. Cool. After deciding on the destination, Mu Chang started the car. Just about to set off. The back door was opened. Mu Chang looked back and saw that it was Zhang Baiqing who came back. She put it succinctly. Don't leave yet. Borrow some space for me. I need 2 minutes to change my clothes. Without waiting for Mu Chang to reply, she began to take off her clothes. Faded. When she looked up and saw Mu Chang looking at her, her breathing became a little heavy. Shyness from Zhang Baiqing plus 999. But she didn't stop. After all, this is Mu Chang's car. She quickly changed into another more conservative long dress. After changing, she got off the car. Mu Chang touched his nose and luckily there was no nosebleed. This woman has a really great body, sexy and hot. As expected of a sea turtle, his mind is quite open, he thought. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered something. When he had time in the future, he must go abroad to see those open-minded blondes and blue-eyed girls. After the little episode, Mu Chang continued driving to the mobile phone in Computer City. Just as he started, he turned his head to look at the place where Zhang Baiqing was heading, and saw that at a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Zhang Baiqing was holding the arm of a still charming young woman, acting coquettishly, talking and laughing. Mu Chang just glanced at it, didn't pay much attention, and continued walking forward. He arrived at the mobile phone and Computer City. I bought a high-performance mobile phone from the Jew factory. After coming out of the Computer City, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Host completes consumption and is rewarded with any master-level game skill. The gaming skills were just right and he was just about to play the game. The next moment, a huge amount of gaming experience was inserted into Mu Chang's mind without any explanation, giving him a splitting headache. Just a moment. Soon, he recovered. Mu Chang thought about it and did not return to the campus dormitory, but went to his newly purchased Sea View garden house. The dormitory is too crowded. The most enjoyable thing is to play games in a huge house with all the volume turned up. What he wants to play is Peace Elite. When he first bought the phone, he asked the seller to download it for him. He arrived at the house, sat on the sofa, and began his journey of enjoying the game. To his surprise, after obtaining the master-level gaming skills granted by the system, he discovered that he, who used to be a novice at playing games, could now play games like a god. He hadn't played Peace Elite for a long time, but he just came back and won the championship immediately. Just when he was about to try again, a message box suddenly popped up in the game interface. A female player named Xiao Zhishan requested to add him as a friend. Mu Chang didn't know this person. But it doesn't matter, so I added it. Enter the game. Soon, the game prompt sounded. The plane will take off soon, Special Forces please get ready. In-game. Enter the aircraft takeoff state. Xiao Zhishan chose to skydive with Mu Chang. When landing, Mu Chang chose to skydive at Island G-Port. Xiao Zhishan sent a message to Mu Chang through the team message box. Master Yiqiu, you chose such a dangerous place, you have good skills? Mu Chang's game name is Yiqiu. Mu Chang replied, not bad. Xiao Zhishan replied, my skills are very poor, please guide me well. As soon as he landed, although Mu Chang hadn't played the game for a long time, when he touched the game keys, he felt very familiar with it, as if he had been playing for decades. Before his head could even think, his slender fingers had already moved, controlling the game character, running into the house to pick up the gun. As soon as he got the gun, Mu Chang felt like he was going to be invincible. Whether it is his reaction ability or his hit rate, he is terribly strong. Xiao Zhishan followed behind him all the time, picking up guns and equipment. The next moment, she began to panic again and hid behind Mu Chang. Send a message, enemy coming in, 3 of them. Mu Chang was not afraid at all. He hid beside the box and waited. There were indeed 3 of them, coming in together. Mu Chang didn't even need the scope, he just raised his gun and shot an enemy in the head. The enemy quickly surrounded us from 2 directions. He changed guns and shot the enemy in the head again. The last remaining enemy became hesitant, not knowing whether to continue or flee. In the end, he still chose to fight hard. Otherwise, if he just runs away, his teammates will call him a coward. Mu Chang didn't even need to hide anymore. He changed to a submachine gun and rushed forward. With perfect micro-operation, he easily killed the last enemy. The next moment, Qiu Zhishang sent a message. Master Yi Chou, please support me. Chapter 10, Playing Games with Girls, There is no free lunch in the world. Although Mu Chang knew that Qiu Zhishan was just complimenting him mindlessly, he had to admit that he was indeed more motivated after being praised by the girl. Of course, no one knows who is behind that girl's account. It might be a she-male. As time slowly passes, Mu Chang once again led the team to win the championship. He finally confirmed that with the help of the system, even his ability to play games had become super strong. This game is so fun. This game just ended. The next moment, he saw a message from Zhang Baiqing in the weak message, Master Yichou, please take me with you. Mu Chang was confused. Reply, Autumn Sorrow, is it you? Zhang Baiqing was also confused, don't you know it's me? Mu Chang replied, I don't know. At this time, Zhang Baiqing seemed to remember something and said, oh, I forgot, my game account is different from my weak credit account. Mu Chang sent a message, turn on voice chat in the game. Zhang Baiqing replied, wait a minute, I'm still at my parents' house, wait a minute, 10 minutes, I should leave too, after I leave I will be free, my parents are too strict with me. Didn't wait 10 minutes. Only about 5 minutes later, Zhang Baiqing sent a message. Are you in the university dormitory now? Mu Chang did not hide anything and replied. No, in my own house. How many people? 1. Send me the address, I'll come to you now to discuss something. Although Mu Chang didn't quite understand, he naturally wouldn't refuse Zhang Baiqing from coming here. Maybe I can gain a lot of emotional points by getting along with Zhang Baiqing. Send the address. Zhang Baiqing quickly replied. My parents' house is not far from yours, it only takes 10 minutes to get there. Mu Chang thought about it. 10 minutes? He didn't want to play anymore. There is a place to sleep in this house, but no food. He started buying things on the Ganfanbu app, including food and drinks. He bought a lot and waited for the delivery man to deliver them to him. 10 minutes later, Zhang Baiqing actually arrived and sent him a message. I'm here, come down and pick me up. Mu Chang went downstairs and saw Zhang Baiqing getting out of a 5-sided Buddha-like car. He was a little surprised and asked. If I saw it correctly this afternoon, that young woman should be your mother. She drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and you drive a 5-pointed Buddha-light. Zhang Baiqing replied, you are not mistaken, but she is her and I am me. I don't want to use their things. Although Mu Chang didn't understand, he didn't worry about it and took her upstairs. At this time, Zhang Baiqing was still wearing the long sleeves and trousers she had changed out of on the rickshaw, and was carrying a bag in her hand. Taking the elevator upstairs, Mu Chang asked, you said you came to see me for something? Zhang Baiqing also got straight to the point. I spent a lot of effort to become the spokesperson for the Game Piece Elite and earned a lot of endorsement fees, but fans said I can't play it. This is embarrassing. I have to shut them up. She looked at Mu Chang and said. So, please help teach me. Mu Chang thought for a moment and asked, do you really want to learn? Certainly. There is no such thing as a free lunch. What do you want? The more reckless and self-indulgent Mu Chang is, the more money the system will double the reward. And Zhang Baiqing changed clothes in his car in broad daylight, in front of him. It was now the middle of the night and I broke into his house alone. Mu Chang naturally wouldn't be polite. He put his hand on her, very restless. Zhang Baiqing was stunned. But as expected, there was no resistance. Her breathing became heavy. Emotion value from Zhang Baiqing plus 999. The elevator arrived and the doors opened. The two walked out of the elevator, turned a corner, and arrived at Mu Chang's mansion. Open the door and go in. Zhang Baiqing was a little surprised when she entered Mu Chang's mansion. Mu Chang just opened a small supermarket, but the house he lives in is almost as big as her parents' house. She asked, "Is this the house you rented?" "I bought it." "Are you still a rich second generation?" "The first generation of rich people." Jiang Baiqing still didn't understand. How did you make money? Stocks? Supermarkets? Or selling kidneys?
In fact, she is the real rich second generation, but later she wanted to break away from the constraints of her family and make money outside, only to find out that money is hard to make and shit is hard to eat.
Mu Chang replied, "Sell a kidney."
Jiang Baiqing knew it was fake as soon as she heard it, but since Mu Chang didn't want to say it, she didn't bother about it.
"Where's the bathroom?" "Let me change my clothes." Mu Chang led the way.
Before entering the bathroom, Jiang Baiqing suddenly asked, "Is there anything to eat?"
Mu Chang asked back, "You haven't eaten yet?"
"No, I have no appetite at my parents' house."
"Ordered takeout." "Is it enough for 2 people?" "Enough." "That's good."
Jiang Baiqing said she was changing clothes, but not long after she went in, Mu Chang heard the sound of water running, probably thinking she was taking a shower.
Not long. Mu Chang's takeaway has also arrived.
There were quite a lot of them, and it took a while to move them. He had just packed his things when Jiang Baiqing came out of the shower. But he was only wrapped in a bath towel. She was on the phone when another boy called her and said that he had liked her since high school and hoped to invite her out for dinner. Jiang Baiqing still refused. "I'm sorry that you liked me for so long, but I don't have any feelings for you." She hung up the phone, saw the takeaway had arrived, and without hesitation, she went over to pick up the chopsticks, sat next to Mu Chang and started eating. "I'm so hungry, I won't be polite."
Mu Chang could smell the pleasant scent of shampoo from her. "I've had enough to eat and drink."
Jiang Baiqing leaned back on the sofa and began to say, "Let's play games." According to Mu Chang's plan, he was going to play games to his heart's content tonight, so naturally he would not refuse.
Enter the PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. Start fighting. After one game, I won the championship. Jiang Baiqing was surprised to find that Mu Chang's headshot rate was almost 100%. She asked, "Why is your headshot rate so high?" After thinking for a moment, Mu Chang replied, "Practice makes perfect."
Jiang Baiqing said, "Teach me."
Mu Chang thought about it, raised his eyebrows, and said, "Start the game now and I'll teach you."
Jiang Baiqing entered the game without saying a word. Mu Chang gestured again, "You sit in front of me."
Although Jiang Baiqing didn't quite understand, he still sat over there.
The next moment, she saw a pair of big hands reaching out from behind her. Mu Chang hugged her and grabbed her hands. Jiang Baiqing was stunned, but did not resist. From Jiang Baiqing's shyness plus 66.
Mu Chang said,
"It's not easy to learn how to play the game verbally, but I know how to operate it. You can experience the difference between me playing games and you playing games through hands-on instruction.
Feel how I shoot the enemy. It all depends on your own understanding."
Jiang Baiqing could feel her body temperature rising.
She nodded and replied, "Yeah."
As time slowly passes, Jiang Baiqing did learn something, but her cheeks became very red and hot.
He even didn't dare to look Mu Chang in the eye. She said, "It's almost time. I want to go home." Mu Chang was a little surprised and raised his eyebrows. "You're not staying here overnight?"
Jiang Baiqing's breathing became heavy as he explained,
"I'm not feeling well today. Women have those days every month. Once you've taught me a lesson, I'll stay here overnight." "It's this kind of period again." Mu Chang expressed dissatisfaction. "But I have already taught you for so long tonight?"
Jiang Baiqing thought about it, stood up, and the bath towel fell off her body.
Mu Chang raised his eyebrows.
This was truly a charming scene. Jiang Baiqing came up to Mu Chang, kissed him, and then danced for him in front of him. While dancing, she took out a tissue and put it on Mu Chang's head to cover his eyes. Then she leaned close to his ear and whispered,
"When you beat me in the game, I will come over to sleep with you, okay?"
After saying that, Jiang Baiqing stopped dancing and changed her clothes in the living room. Mu Chang walked over and reached out his hand to her, looking very restless. She was startled, but did not resist.
Breathing a little heavy. Emotion value from Jiang Baiqing plus 999.
When Jiang Baiqing was leaving, her temperature was a little high.
She glanced at Mu Chang and gave him a kiss. After Jiang Baiqing left.
Before, Mu Chang originally wanted to sleep in this house for one night.
But now, he couldn't sleep. He sent a message to Yao Yenying. "What are you doing?" Chapter 11. Holding hands, walking in the cool evening breeze. Yao Yenying replied, I just returned to the dormitory from the library. I'm packing up and getting ready for bed. Mu Chang thought about it and sent another message. I want to see you tonight.
You can wait for me at the old parking spot.
There's no rush. Come back in a quarter of an hour. Yao Yenying replied, okay.
Mu Chang tidied up the house, went downstairs, and drove back to school. Almost at the same time, the system prompt sounded in Mu Chang's mind. Ding, it is detected that the host's accumulated emotion value has reached a certain peak, and the settlement is started.
The current emotion value is 303,287.
Because the host is wanton and indulgent, he will receive a 100-fold reward of $30,328,700.
The other side.
After Yao Yenying received the news from Mu Chang, her breathing became heavy uncontrollably. Now, whenever she sees Mu Chang or even hears Mu Chang's name, her body temperature will subconsciously rise, which is a bit like a conditioned reflex. She went to the mirror first and touched up her delicate light makeup.
I searched the closet for a long time but couldn't find any suitable clothes. Just don't want it.
Just take black stockings, 15 centimeters high heels, and a long coat.
Go to the bathroom.
Soon, nothing was approved. Put on sexy black stockings, 15 centimeters attractive high heels, and then put on a long coat from the outside. The long coat almost dragged on the ground and even covered her high heels.
Stand in front of the mirror, turn around and look. Feeling satisfied. I can't tell what's going on inside her. Then went downstairs. Walked towards the direction of Penang Rickshaw. Along the way, she met many people walking along the brightly lit boulevard.
When boys saw her, almost all of them turned around.
Unable to control the comments. Isn't this the school beauty Yao Yenying?
She is the #1 white moonlight in my heart. I guess even celebrities are not as pretty as her.
Where could she be going at this late hour?
9 times out of 10, she's going to the library.
She's a well-known academic genius.
My goddess, but she is also a well-known rejection expert. I really want to confess my love to her, but I am afraid that being brave will make me introverted for the rest of my life. She was born with a first love face and still looks so pure, it's really irresistible. Although she may be someone else's wife in the future, many years later, when I think back, she will definitely still be the 100% white moonlight in my heart. The security on campus is relatively good. Although the boys were eager to make a move, most of them just stayed at the verbal level.
Yao Yenying looked straight ahead and almost reached the place where Bingley usually parked his car.
She turned into a dimly lit alley and glanced vigilantly behind her and around her to make sure no one was following her. As soon as she got there, she saw a pair of bright lights shining towards her. She shielded the light with her hands and took a closer look.
It was Mu Chang's rickshaw.
Mu Chang was also considerate enough to turn off the car lights and stop the car.
Yao Yenying quickened her pace, walked over, opened the passenger door, and got in.
Mu Chang did not stop his car.
He turned around and drove out of the school with one hand. Yao Yenying was surprised and asked, "Where are we going?" Mu Chang replied bluntly, "Hotel." Yao Yenying's body temperature suddenly rose and she nodded, "Yeah. Drive to the hotel and get off at the open-air parking lot." Mu Chang handed Yao Yenying a mask. She put it on, got out of the car with Mu Chang, and walked into the hotel. The evening breeze blew in through the gaps in her long coat. She shrank back, feeling a little cold. It's summer now, and it's still a little cold at night. Mu Chang took off his coat and put it on her. Yao Yenying knew that the coat Mu Chang ordered might not be very useful because of the reason inside, but she still felt warm inside. This bad guy would still care about others occasionally. She moved closer to Mu Chang, took his hand and put it in her coat pocket. Mu Chang turned his head and glanced at Yao Yenying, but what he saw was her first love face that was so delicate that it was almost perfect. He felt a little dry in the mouth and didn't say anything. At this moment, Yao Yenying felt a little warm. She felt that at this moment, she and Mu Chang were a bit like lovers in an anime, holding hands and walking in the cool evening breeze. Of course, this is just fake. After entering the hotel, Mu Chang booked a suite and took the elevator upstairs. Arrive at the floor, walk through the corridor, swipe the door with the room card, and go in. She let Mu Chang go in first, and then she went in and locked the door. Arrived in the room. Luxurious suite with 1 living room, 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom. When Mu Chang sat down to change his shoes, he shouted, "Come, change my shoes." Yao Yenying's face turned slightly red.
She squatted down, helped Mu Chang take off his shoes and socks, and brought him cotton slippers to put on.
From Mu Chang's position, he could look down and see Yao Yenying's first love face.
She was not very calm, but her breathing was a little heavy, and her cheeks were red, from her neck to the back of her ears.
Shyness from Yao Yenying plus 66.
Mu Chang changed his shoes. When Yao Yenying changed her shoes, Mu Chang had already been displeased with her long coat. When they entered the suite, she was still wearing it, so Mu Chang said,
"Aren't you going to take off that long coat you're wearing? Take it off."
When Yao Yenying said this, Mu Chang could feel that her breathing became noticeably heavier.
Shyness from Yao Yenying plus 99.
At first he was a little confused, until she unzipped her long coat, opened it, and saw the beautiful scenery. Then he woke up from his dream.
He looked up at Yao Yenying.
Her cheeks had turned even redder, as if they were on fire. She didn't dare to look Mu Chang in the eye and just stood there coquettishly.
Mu Chang shouted, "Come here." Only then did Yao Yenying walk over obediently.
As soon as she reached Mu Chang, he pulled her into his arms.
"Is your body still in a special period?" "Right. Then help me." "Good." The next day, Yao Yenying woke up from the warm light. He took out his phone and checked the time. My heart skipped a beat.
It was already 12 o'clock and I had missed 2 classes in the morning.
Last night was so crazy, I have forgotten everything. Forget it, it's over now, don't dwell on it.
She turned her head and saw Mu Chang sitting beside her pillow reading a book, 100 Years of Solitary Walking.
I felt a little bit unbelievable.
This bad guy is actually reading a book, and it seems to be a famous novel. She murmured, "Mu Chang, I missed 2 classes."
Mu Chang responded calmly, "I also missed 2 classes." Yao Yenying felt warm at heart when she heard this.
This guy should have gotten up a long time ago, but he did not leave her alone. "Although I skipped 2 classes, I don't think it's a big deal now that I have someone to keep me company." She stayed in bed for a while longer before she got up, leaned on Mu Chang's arm, and said,
"Mu Chang, I plan to open a clothing store, what do you think?" Mu Chang mentioned, "Are you familiar with this clothing store?" Yao Yenying replied, "My aunt runs a clothing store. I have been in contact with it since I was a child. I understand a little bit about it and also know some of the channels for purchasing goods." Mu Chang nodded and replied, "That's fine.
As long as she knows a little bit and won't be cheated too much, Mu Chang thinks it's okay.
It doesn't matter even if I lose everything. Anyway, he doesn't need this little money."
The two chatted for a while, and then Mu Chang took Yao Yenying back to school. On the way, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding, it is detected that the host's accumulated emotion value has reached a certain peak, and the settlement is started.
The current emotion value is 999,999.
Because the host is wanton and indulgent, he will receive a 100-fold reward of $9,999,999 million.
Chapter 12, A Group of People's Carnival, One Person's Loneliness. Return to Yunhai University. Mu Chang and Yao Yenying were busy with their own things.
Mu Chang went to the cafeteria to eat some food first, then returned to the dormitory, opened his mobile phone and checked his bank card balance.
$545,134,211. He browsed the internet for some information about investment and financial management, then felt a little sleepy, set an alarm for an hour, and fell asleep. Woke up by the alarm.
I took out my phone and saw another message in the class group. There will be a social event between Yunhai University and Yunhai University at the football field at 2000 hours tonight.
Students who are interested in participating can go there on their own.
He thought about it and realized that when he was dating Liu Yaxin, he was only thinking about making money and staying with Liu Yaxin, and always withdrew from group activities.
He planned to go and see tonight's event and join in the carnival. There are no classes in the afternoon. Mu Chang changed into sportswear and ran several laps on the playground to exercise and keep fit. Finished working out. I went back to the dormitory and took a shower. Changed clothes. I went to the cafeteria to have another meal, looked at the time, it was almost 2000 hours, so I went to the football field. At this moment, it had gotten dark. The street lights on campus lit up one after another. When you get to the football field, you can see that the headlights are on and it's almost as bright there as during the day. There was a group of people sitting there in a circle. He found that Yao Yenying was also among the group of people, sitting in a relatively central position.
Maybe it's because she asked the school bell, so she was invited to school-level social activities like this.
Soon, Mu Chang unexpectedly discovered that
Zhou Haochen, the fat and big-eared young man who was 158 centimeters tall, is actually among them.
At this time, Mu Chang also remembered that Zhou Haochen was studying at Yunning University.
Almost at the same time, a system prompt sounded in Mu Chang's mind. Detected that there is a love rival with a favorability as low as 50 around the host, triggering a new task. Strike the love rival Zhou Haochen and harvest his negative emotions. Reward: convert the emotional numbers into money and reward them to the host. You can also get a certain amount of system points as reward. System points can be used for system lottery.
Mu Chang was surprised. He didn't expect that this system could also allow for lottery. I just don't know what to draw.
Of course, the current priority is to complete the task first. Mu Chang looked into the venue and found it amusing that Zhou Haochen had been staring at Yao Yenying.
It looked like he was about to drool.
This bastard not only stole his ex-girlfriend Liu Yaxin, but now he is even targeting Mu Chang's current woman. Mu Chang was not worried. He wanted to see if Zhou Haochen could pry Yao Yenying under his control.
Although Zhou Haochen was fat and had big ears, he was extremely confident.
When he stood in the center of the crowd and spoke, he was beaming with joy and mentioned intentionally or unintentionally.
In fact, I don't have any special abilities. I was just born with good amniotic fluid, and my family's assets are worth hundreds of billions.
After saying that, he took a special look in the direction of Yao Yenying. However, to his disappointment, Yao Yenying didn't even look at him, and even felt a little disgusted after noticing Zhou Haochen's gaze. There was a ballroom dancing session during the event.
Zhou Haochen approached Yao Yenying again very attentively and extended his hand to invite her. Beautiful classmate Yao Yenying, would you please do me the honor of dancing with me tonight?
Yao Yenying glanced at Zhou Haochen's fat head and big ears, and was filled with disgust and aversion, and declined politely. I'm sorry, my legs have been a bit inconvenient these days, and now I even walk with a limp. Zhou Haochen looked unhappy, but he had no choice but to turn around and invite other girls. Yao Yenying, who had not originally planned to dance ballroom dancing, suddenly discovered that Mu Chang was there too, and the two of them made eye contact. Yao Yenying stood up almost subconsciously, a look of joy on her face, and walked towards Mu Chang. Tonight, as the school bell, she was invited by the teacher to come here to calm the situation. Sitting in the midst of this group of people's revelry, Yao Yenying deeply felt the loneliness of being alone. It was not until she met Mu Chang that she suddenly found a sense of belonging.
Mu Chang saw Yao Yenying walking towards him.
After all, he would have to treat her as a tool for a long time in the future, so he had to take care of her dignity and took the initiative to walk towards her. He extended his hand and invited her to dance.
Of course, Yao Yenying accepted it with joy.
She had been cold all night, but when she saw Mu Chang and danced with him, she smiled for the first time and asked,
"When did you come?"
Mu Chang replied, "I came here at the beginning."
Yao Yenying said, "If I knew you were coming, I would have sat with you from the beginning."
Mu Chang replied, "I don't like crowds, I'm only suitable to sit on the edge."
Yao Yenying said, "I don't like crowds either."
Mu Chang put his hand on her head and patted it. "Why are you so well behaved?"
Yao Yenying lowered her head and accepted it as if no one else was around. "I will only be good to you." Not far away, Zhou Haochen saw Yao Yenying and Mu Chang looking very affectionate, and he immediately became very annoyed. Anger from Zhou Haochen plus 99.
However, after a moment's thought, he realized that he had easily poached Mu Chang's girlfriend before, and the next moment, Zhou Haochen became confident again. Mu Chang is just a poor guy with a little bit of good looks. Since he was able to poach Mu Chang's girlfriend once, he could do it again. As the ballroom dance song ended, tonight's activities came to an end. When Zhou Haochen went to look for Yao Yenying and Mu Chang again, he found that they were gone. Yao Yenying was the girl he fell in love with at first sight. When he thought that these two people might be doing something unknown, he felt very unhappy and cursed inwardly. Ciao.
Depression from Zhou Haochen plus 999. Dissatisfaction from Zhou Haochen plus 999.
The other side. After Yao Yenying and Mu Chang left the football field, Mu Chang took Yao Yenying straight to their secret base, the Binley car.
Get into the car. Is your body still in a special period? Right. Then help me. Good.
Time flies, and another 3 hours have passed.
Yao Yenying tidied her appearance.
Mu Chang put his hand on her head and touched it.
Yao Yenying lowered her head and accepted it without resistance. Mu Chang said, "It's too late, I'll take you back." Yao Yenying nodded.
The two got off the car together and walked towards the dormitory.
The boys' and girls' dormitories are in the same location.
It was nearly 3 a.m. on campus, and there was no one to be seen.
Yao Yenying and Mu Chang were walking blatantly on the huge campus boulevard. The bright street lights stretched their shadows long. Yao Yenying got very close to Mu Chang and put her hand into his pocket. In the past, Yao Yenying felt that the campus was a bit big, but this time, she felt that the distance seemed a bit short. It felt like the blink of an eye and she arrived at the girls' dormitory.
Yao Yenying waved goodbye and said, "You should go back and rest early too."
Mu Chang nodded and said, "It's getting late, you should go back and rest early." Yao Yenying did not stop and turned back.
When she was near the apartment building, she looked back and saw Mu Chang was still there.
She waved goodbye and then entered the apartment building. Mu Chang didn't stay any longer and turned back to his apartment building.
Almost at the same time, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, it is detected that the host's accumulated emotion value has reached a peak, and the settlement is started.
The emotion value is 802,332.
Because the host is wanton and indulgent, he will receive a 100-fold reward of $80,233,200. Ding, it is detected that the host is powerful in attacking the love rival Zhou Haochen, and an additional reward of 3 system points is given. When he was confused by the system score, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. It is detected that the host has system points that can be used for the lottery.
Do you want to start the lottery? Open.
As Mu Chang's voice fell, a huge lottery vortex emerged in front of him, and 3 things fell out in the intense rolling inside the vortex. Lottery result: congratulations to the host, you have received 2 thank yous and 1 master-level mathematics skill. The next moment, Mu Chang felt that a huge amount of mathematical knowledge was inserted into his mind without any explanation, giving him a splitting headache. Chapter 13, Ex-Girlfriend Agrees, School Beauty Invites to Sit Together.
The next day,
when Mu Chang got up, it was already bright outside. His roommates, who were all kings of the paper, have disappeared again. Mu Chang got up, washed, and went to the cafeteria to have breakfast. The school cafeteria has a relatively rich variety of breakfast options, and is no worse than those outside. At this time, the system upgrade sound rang in his mind again.
Ding, new task released. The host will be rewarded with $5 million for any consumption. Mu Chang thought about it.
He remembered that he was in need of a watch, so while he was not in class, Mu Chang drove his Penang out again to the specialty store to buy a watch. The price of the watch was beyond Mu Chang's expectations.
A small watch can actually cost hundreds of millions. This luxury item is enough for nearly 10 ordinary families to live a wealthy life.
He bought a Patek Philippe watch for $3 million.
Put it on and leave the store.
The clerk, with exquisite makeup, accompanied Mu Chang to the store door, smiling and waving goodbye. Almost at the same time, a system prompt sounded in Mu Chang's mind. Host completes consumption and is rewarded with $5 million. Mu Chang was about to walk towards the rickshaw when he suddenly saw Lu Yaxin, his ex-girlfriend.
She is still as sexy and beautiful as ever. Delicate light makeup.
Her hair was tied up, revealing her fair neck.
She was wearing a suspender miniskirt.
Further down are sexy black stockings, paired with seductive 15 cm stiletto heels. As she walked, her figure swayed gracefully. Ding, the host is detected with a person of the opposite sex with a face value of 9.5 or above, triggering a new task. Harvest the emotions of ex-girlfriend Lu Yaxin, reward, convert the emotional value into money and reward it to the host.
Mu Chang was surprised.
He never expected that this system would not even let his ex-girlfriend go. When Lu Yaxin saw Mu Chang, her face changed drastically.
Anxiety from Lu Yaxin plus 99.
She also keenly noticed that Mu Chang was wearing a valuable watch. She looked up at the store they had just come out of, which was a luxury brand, Patek Philippe. She was quite knowledgeable about value, and after taking a look at the watch on Mu Chang's hand, she guessed that the price was at least over $1 million. However, the most urgent thing is to avoid this demon first. She doesn't want to see him.
How could Mu Chang let her leave so easily? He shouted. My dear ex-girlfriend, where do you want to go? Lu Yaxin clenched her fists, clenched them angrily, and finally let go.
She still has the leverage over Mu Chang, so now she can only obey.
Turning back, he asked in a bad tone, what do you want? Mu Chang didn't care about her attitude at all.
The more arrogant she was now, the more submissive she would be later.
He gestured in the direction of his rickshaw and ordered, "Get in." Although Lu Yaxin was very reluctant, she had no choice but to obey.
When she saw that Mu Chang was driving a Penang, she was extremely surprised.
"Is Mu Chang rich?" Lu Yaxin followed and got into the car obediently. Mu Chang said with a hint of amusement, "Last night, your Master Zhou went to our Yunhai University for a social event.
What a coincidence that he set his sights on my current woman again." She knew that Zhou Haochen had been looking for women outside, and she was no longer surprised. What surprised her was that it had only been such a short time since they broke up, but Mu Chang not only became rich, but also found a new woman. She still felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this. She replied, "I never mind his business."
Mu Chang raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you willing to let your Master Zhou look for women everywhere like this?"
As he spoke, one of his hands was already on Lu Yaxin, looking very restless. Lu Yaxin was stunned, pursed her lips and said nothing.
Shyness from Lu Yaxin plus 888. Mu Chang continued, "Will you feel comfortable if you don't take revenge on that pig Zhou Haochen?"
At this moment, Lu Yaxin's breathing became heavy. She turned her head and glanced at Mu Chang. When their eyes met, she was a little afraid to look at him. Her body temperature was rising.
Mu Chang pulled Lu Yaxin over and moved closer to her.
Their faces were so close that they could feel each other's breath.
Lu Yaxin's heartbeat was accelerating. Mu Chang ordered, "So, this time, I want you to cuckold Zhou Haochen properly."
Lu Yaxin seemed to want to say something but stopped herself, pursed her lips and said nothing.
Not speaking means consent.
She didn't dare to refuse.
Shyness from Lu Yaxin plus 999. From Lu Yaxin's ecstasy plus 999. 3 hours later.
After Lu Yaxin tidied her appearance, she got out of the car coldly. After getting off the car, she took out her cell phone from her bag and opened it to see that Zhou Haochen had called her 3 times.
She took a deep breath to adjust her mood and called back. "Honey, I'm sorry, I lost my phone and it's not with me. I just found it." Mu Chang could hear Lu Yaxin's words, and a hint of amusement arose in his heart.
He drove the car back to Yunhai University with one hand. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in his mind again.
A reward came down. He actually awarded nearly 50 million.
He didn't expect that Lu Yaxin, a heartless woman, could actually get a lot of money from the system. It seems that this woman also has the potential to be a tool.
The next day. The sun is rising. Mu Chang got up, stretched, and felt inexplicably happy.
In fact, he was still a little upset that Zhou Haochen had taken away his ex-girlfriend.
"After the revenge, I finally feel a lot better.
It seems that I should find a chance to deal with this guy in the future.
I can make money from the system and vent my anger at the same time. Why not do it? There are 2 advanced mathematics classes in the morning." Mu Chang washed up and went to the cafeteria to have breakfast. While I was eating, a message came on my phone. It was sent by Yao Yenying. Click to see the details.
Mu Chang, I'll save a seat for you in the advanced mathematics class later.
You can sit with me.
Mu Chang was of course happy to see this happen, as it would allow him to make a lot of money, so he replied, "Okay."
Finish eating.
I glanced at the time on my watch and it was almost time, so I picked up my textbook and walked slowly to the classroom.
Go into the classroom and enter through the front door. Look up.
As expected, Yao Yenying was still sitting in the first row, but she did not sit in the middle. Instead, she sat on the right side, which made her less conspicuous. I remember that the last time I sat with her, she also sat on the right side.
She was also very thoughtful.
She placed a textbook on the seat next to her to remind others that there was someone sitting next to her and they could not sit there. Mu Chang walked over and sat next to her as a matter of course.
Mu Chang didn't sit next to Yao Yenying very often, so it didn't attract much attention. However, some boys who admired Yao Yenying noticed this.
In the past, Yao Yenying never allowed boys to sit next to her, and this was the second time for Mu Chang. The first time was when Li Siming, the advanced mathematics teacher, asked me to sit next to Yao Yenying. And now, he took the initiative to sit next to Yao Yenying.
Could it be that this guy is also pursuing Yao Yenying?
But this guy was too blatant.
He sat next to the school beauty Yao Yenying from the very beginning. It is said that there was a boy who danced with Yao Yenying last night? There are really so many suitors around the school beauty?
However, those thoughts are just secret thoughts in the minds of those losers, and they simply don't have the courage to launch a substantive challenge. Of course, even if they want to be brave, the end result will be that they will use all their courage in exchange for introversion for the rest of their lives. Just when those losers were having fun, Mu Chang's hand had already been placed dishonestly on Yao Yenying's side, even a little restless.
Yao Yenying also took the initiative to cover Mu Chang's hands with her own coat to protect him.
At this time, the advanced mathematics teacher Li Siming came over and the classroom became quiet.
Li Siming was a little surprised to see that Mu Chang was sitting in the front row again. Is this guy planning to study hard?
Without saying much, he started the class. He had prepared the class carefully, but during the class, the college students in the audience were either playing with their cell phones or drowsy, which made him feel sad. So, during the intermission of the class, he wrote a postgraduate entrance examination question about Fourier analysis on the blackboard and said in a deliberately deep voice, "This is a simple question about Fourier analysis, the core knowledge point of this class.
Now, I will ask a classmate to come up and answer it."
These words were like a bombshell, waking up the sleepy students.
I quickly looked up at the questions, fearing that I would be picked. Chapter 14, just a little move, and everyone was shocked.
When Li Siming saw this scene, he felt a little more balanced. Make them sleepy and play with their cell phones in class. But soon, he discovered that there was still a guy who had not changed his bad habits. He was there with the school beauty, writing something on the notebook to each other, and he was having a lot of fun, but he was not paying attention in class. If this continues, not only will this guy's academic performance not improve, but even the school belle, who was once a top student, may be dragged down by this guy.
When he thought of this, Li Siming became furious.
He immediately pointed over there and shouted,
"The one next to the school beauty, Yao Yenying, yes, that's you. I remember your name is Mu Chang, right? Come up and solve this problem."
After hearing this, Yao Yenying was a little worried that Mu Chang, an uneducated guy, would make a fool of himself on the stage, but since he had been named by the teacher himself, he could only wait and see. And those losers who have a crush on Yao Yenying have long noticed that Mu Chang doesn't study hard in class and affects Yao Yenying's studies, and they are already furious. When he heard that Li Siming had chosen Mu Chang to make a fool of himself, he was immediately overjoyed.
Think in your heart. You are asked to pursue and date the school beauty openly and even affect her studies. Now you are going to make a fool of yourself. Mu Chang was indifferent.
With the help of master-level mathematical skills, these advanced mathematics are a piece of cake for him. He even wanted to put his hands in his pockets, but after thinking about it, he decided to respect his teachers.
Still no pockets. Just go up calmly and pick up the chalk. In less than 2 minutes, he finished answering the questions and left the stage. Those losers only had a vague idea about the problem, and were stunned to see that Mu Chang had solved this difficult problem with just a little effort. Everyone was wondering, could it be that Mu Chang was a math genius? Even the school beauty Yao Yenying was a little surprised. She hadn't figured out the solution to the problem for a moment, but Mu Chang just wrote it down and it came out? She carefully watched Mu Chang's problem-solving process. Concise and accurate. When he looked at Mu Chang again, his eyes had changed. This bad guy is actually a math genius? But the most shocked person was Li Siming. When he gave the questions, he made them difficult on purpose. They were questions from the postgraduate entrance examination, yet Mu Chang was able to answer them so calmly. What's even more terrible is that Mu Chang's problem-solving process and ideas are even simpler and more efficient than the standard answer. Even Li Siming himself couldn't think of this solution. He didn't realize that Mu Chang was also a math genius. Although Li Siming was shocked, his pride as a teacher forced him to remain calm. He walked over and commented on Mu Chang's answer. As for Mu Chang, his answer was a bit beyond my expectation. His answer was correct and very close to the best answer I had in mind. Next, I will explain to you in detail his solution to this problem. During the second advanced mathematics class. Before the time was up, Li Siming had finished explaining all the contents of the lesson. It was seen that Mu Chang was still doing his own thing, flirting with the school beauty Yao Yenying. So, another math problem was given, which was about applied and computational mathematics. The math questions this time are no longer as simple as postgraduate entrance examination questions, but questions from a global mathematics competition, which mix a series of knowledge points such as ordinary differential equations, partial differential equations, numerical analysis, etc. To be honest, the topic is a bit beyond the scope. He spoke again. We have finished the content of this class. There is still some time before the get out of class ends. I will call another student to come up and solve the problem. The problem this time is not difficult. Anyone with hands can solve it.
As soon as these words came out, it once again woke up the sleepy students, especially those poor students who were unsure of themselves. They quickly woke up from their dreams, put on their glasses, and quickly looked at the questions. But what made them despair was that they read the questions many times but still couldn't understand them.
I couldn't help but curse in my heart. Didn't Teacher Lee say that I could answer with my hands? Could it be that I have become so stupid that I am mentally retarded? Lee Siming couldn't help but feel secretly happy when he saw those poor students looking nervous. Made them sleepy in his class all day. But the person who solved this problem had already thought of it when he first asked the question. He looked sideways at the positions of Yao Yenying and Mu Chang and said, "Yao Yenying, the boy next to you, come up and answer this question." Mu Chang was a little speechless. This Teacher Lee must know his name. Couldn't he just call him by his name? How could Mu Chang not see the difficulty of this question? Lee Siming saw that Mu Chang was always disturbing Yao Yenying's studies in class, so he took the opportunity to make things difficult for her. But he didn't care. Anyway, this question was a piece of cake for him. Go on stage and pick up the chalk. He started answering the questions as soon as he put pen to paper. In just about 3 minutes, he had finished answering the questions and went away. At this point, the poor students in the audience were suddenly confused. They hadn't even understood the question yet, but Mu Chang had already answered it. Yao Yenying was also shocked. She knew the question. She is good at math and even took part in the Alibaba Global Mathematics Competition, where she passed the preliminary round and is now preparing for the final round. This question was the one she had seen in a global mathematics competition. She tried to solve this problem by herself, but failed. Afterwards, I compared it with the standard answer and tried to understand it carefully, and then I completely understood the solution. Now, she saw the question again. I tried to think about how to solve the problem, and it took me a long time before I seemed to have some idea. Now, this Mu Chang. Just a little effort and it's done? The most shocked person was still the person who set the question, Lee Siming. Even as a professor, it took him several hours to solve this problem. Now, this Mu Chang, only 3 minutes? What is the concept? Professor Lee Siming was beaten by Mu Chang in the field of mathematics, which he was best at. He was dumbfounded for a long time before he came to his senses. Mu Chang is truly a genius in mathematics. However, as a university teacher, Lee Siming still had to save face. He walked to the question that Mu Chang had answered, cleared his throat, and then said to the students in the audience, "I believe that some of you students, there should be many students, did not even understand the question? Let me first tell you the conclusion. Mu Chang's answer to this question is quite good. When I first did this question, it took me nearly a minute, but I saw that he only took 3 minutes. Good. Now, let me get back to the topic. I will explain to you how Mu Chang solved the problem. Chapter 15. Please don't come and bother me anymore. I'm worried that my crush will misunderstand me." Below the stage, Yao Yenying had already understood Mu Chang's solution to the problem. She did not continue to listen to Lee Siming's explanation of the problem. Instead, she said with an expression of admiration in her eyes, "Mu Chang, I didn't expect you to be such a genius in mathematics." Mu Chang rarely gets praised, so he didn't know how to respond. He smoothed his hair back and said calmly, "This is just the tip of the iceberg for me." When Yao Yenying saw this scene, she smiled. It was the first time she saw Mu Chang being so narcissistic. It seemed that he finally had the aura of a young man. He had seemed too mature and steady before. Mu Chang glanced at Yao Yenying's beautiful smile that was like a blooming white rose, and couldn't help but look at her twice more. Some girls are born to make a living by relying on their looks. After class, Yao Yenying came close to Mu Chang and said, "Mu Chang, I participated in the Alibaba Global Mathematics Competition. I have passed the preliminary round and am now preparing for the final round. I have been stumped by several difficult questions. When you have time, come and help me." Mu Chang thought for a moment and replied, "In the afternoon." Yao Yenying responded happily, "Okay, let's go to the study room this afternoon and you can teach me." How could Mu Chang be in the study room? It was not convenient for him to do something wanton and indulgent in that kind of place. He replied, "It's not convenient to talk in the study room. I'll take you to another place where it's more convenient for studying." Yao Yenying was puzzled. "Where?" Mu Chang replied, "My house, outside the school." Yao Yenying understood immediately. and her breathing became heavy. She asked, "Do you live alone?" "I live alone." Yao Yenying nodded, "Okay." Mu Chang glanced at the time on his watch and said, "I'll pick you up downstairs of your dormitory at 2 p.m. Yao Yenying nodded. After the two of them finished their conversation, they went back. Around 2 p.m. Yao Yenying got up and searched for clothes, but she still couldn't find any suitable clothes. After thinking about it, I decided to keep it as it was. Put on black stockings, high heels, and a long thin coat and go to the bathroom. Soon, he was naked. Put on sexy black stockings, 15 centimeters high attractive black high heels with red soles, and cover yourself with a long thin coat. Stand in front of the mirror and turn around. There is nothing unusual to see from the outside. Take your school bag and go downstairs. As soon as she reached the foot of the apartment building and went out, she saw Mu Chang's rickshaw passing by happily. At this moment, she suddenly noticed a Lamborghini driving towards her and blocking her way. The next moment, a fat and big-eared man named Zhou Haochen, 158 centimeters tall, got out of the car. The suit he was wearing was so tight, and his big belly almost burst the shirt underneath. If she wasn't a man, she would definitely be mistaken for a pregnant woman. But he was very confident, with his hair combed shiny and a valuable watch on his wrist. He walked proudly to Yao Yenying and handed her the rose in his hand. He said, "Classmate Yao Yenying, I have been waiting for you for nearly an hour, just to see you. Here are the 99 roses I carefully selected for you. Please accept them." Yao Yenying's face was cold and indifferent. Zhou Haochen didn't care. He snapped his fingers and his men immediately came over with a gift box and opened it. There are gifts neatly arranged inside. Zhou Haochen introduced them one by one. These are not really great gifts. This is a Lamborghini car key worth 3 million yuan, this is a credit card with a limit of 5 million yuan, and this is a jewelry necklace worth 6 million yuan. Zhou Haochen gestured proudly. These are all for you. After saying that, he signaled his men to send these things to Yao Yenying. Yao Yenying not only did not accept it, but said coldly, "Zhou Haochen, you're done, right?" Zhou Haochen was stunned. He sent someone to investigate Yao Yenying's family background. They were not wealthy, but at most a well-off family. He also worked part-time as a car salesman at Penang on weekends. In order to sell the car, Yao Yenying even wore a very sexy shirt that was a feast for the eyes. It was impossible for Yao Yenying to remain indifferent to these gifts worth tens of millions. If it were another woman, she would have said, "Mr. Zhou, am I the kind of person who was greedy for money? I mainly like you as a person." This method has worked for him many times. Seeing Zhou Haochen in a daze, Yao Yenying did not wait for him to reply and said coldly, "Zhou Haochen, I already have someone in my heart. Please don't come and bother me anymore. I'm worried that my crush will misunderstand me." Zhou Haochen was confused again. The one? He had also investigated this and found out that Yao Yenying had always focused on her studies and had rejected all the boys who confessed to her. Did she not have a boyfriend at all? What the hell is going on when a loved one suddenly appears at this time? At this moment, Mu Chang no longer stayed in the car. He pushed open the door, got out, and walked towards Yao Yenying in a cool manner. As soon as Yao Yenying saw Mu Chang, she couldn't wait to trot towards him. The two looked at each other. Yao Yenying's beautiful eyes showed her undisguised joy and admiration for Mu Chang. The two people looking at each other were careless. But this made Zhou Haochen, who was standing by, feel uncomfortable. He had never seen a beautiful girl express such emotion towards him. Those women were only after his money. This was the first time he had seen a woman who didn't care about money and was so emotional. However, this woman threw herself into the arms of another man. Mu Chang put a big hand on Yao Yenying's head and touched it. She did not resist, but lowered her head and looked submissive. "Be good, get in the car first." Yao Yenying nodded, opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Mu Chang didn't target Zhou Haochen in any way. He just showed a look of disdain and glanced at him with contempt. Then he got into the car calmly and drove away with Yao Yenying. Almost at the same time, a system prompt sounded in Mu Chang's mind. Ding, it is detected that the host has dealt a powerful blow to the love rival, and the system will reward 2 points. Zhou Haochen, who was behind, did not notice that Mu Chang was driving a luxury brand Bentley. He was so angry that he threw the 99 roses in his hand to the ground. He was obviously the man who took away Mu Chang's woman, but for some reason, at this moment, he felt like a loser who was beaten by Mu Chang. After thinking with a gloomy face, he figured it out again. It's just about capturing a woman's heart. If Mu Chang can do it, Zhou Haochen can do it too, he said viciously. Sooner or later, I will snatch Yao Yenying away from you. The other side. Mu Chang drove the rickshaw one-handedly and left the campus, intending to go directly to his house. On the way, I saw a milk tea shop. Although it is junk food, girls prefer it. Then stopped. Take Yao Yenying out of the car and enter the store. Ordered a cup of milk tea. Drink with her in the store. There are still quite a lot of people coming and going in the milk tea shop. Mu Chang saw that Yao Yenying was wearing a long thin coat, so he said, "Are you hot? Do you want to take off your coat?" Yao Yenying's breathing suddenly became heavy. She didn't say anything, but pulled the zipper of her long thin coat down a little, allowing Mu Chang to see the beautiful scenery, and then quickly pulled it back. Mu Chang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Who would have thought that Yao Yenying, a girl who looks so pure, is so bold inside? Chapter 16: The Well-Deserved White Moonlight. Mu Chang and Yao Yenying were having a good time in the milk tea shop, but suddenly someone came over, stood opposite Yao Yenying, and said with a smile on his face, "Isn't this Yao Yenying? What a coincidence." Mu Chang looked up and saw a boy who looked honest and simple. Yao Yenying was also a little surprised to see the boy. The boy's name was Zihao. He was her classmate in high school. He was a nice boy with above-average academic performance. He was a warm-hearted person who always liked to do things to help others and was loyal. In short, in their high school, Zihao was recognized as a good man. The biggest conflict between her and Zihao was that Zihao fell in love with her at first sight and had liked her for 3 years in high school. But she refused. But Zihao did not insist and just treated him as a friend. Unexpectedly, more than a year later, the two met again. Zihao noticed Mu Chang next to Yao Yenying and asked with a smile, "Yenying, is this your boyfriend?" Yao Yenying nodded. As soon as these words came out, Yao Yenying could feel that Zihao's voice began to tremble. "No wonder, you are so beautiful, it is only natural that you find a boyfriend." After Zihao finished speaking, he pretended to be relaxed, sat down next to Mu Chang, and said to Mu Chang, "Brother, my name is Zihao, what's your name?" Mu Chang said calmly, "Mu Chang." Zihao said to Mu Chang, "Brother Chang, I really envy you for chasing after the goddess of our Fomlin Middle School. You don't even know how charming Yao Yenying was at our Fomlin Middle School at that time. She was the white moonlight of so many people." As he spoke, he opened his phone and clicked on an old photo. In the photo, it was the opening ceremony of a sports meet. Yao Yenying had a face like a first love and was wearing a sexy white long dress. She was holding a sign in her hand, but it was unclear what was written on it. But under the illumination of a beam of white light, Yao Yenying, whose facial features were already delicate like a sculpture, looked even more outstanding. Her skin was white with a rosy glow, and her figure was tall and graceful, like white moonlight walking out of the light. She looked stunningly beautiful and extremely pretty. Even Mu Chang felt that Yao Yenying was the well-deserved white moonlight during his student days. Zihao said, "Brother Chang, you don't know that at that time, Yao Yenying became the white moonlight in the hearts of so many people in our Fomlin Middle School just because of this photo." Saying, Zihao found another photo of Yao Yenying studying in the classroom. At that time, Yao Yenying was wearing the school uniform of Fomlin Middle School with a ponytail, and was concentrating on studying. Another beam of sunset light shone through the window, hitting her stunning face. Looks very pure. But it was that first love face that caused the trouble again. Just one glance would remind people of their white moonlight in high school. Very stunning, very youthful. Zihao further explained, "There are also photos like this one. They are too pure and give people the feeling of Bai Yueguang being a top student." This photo was also circulated crazily in Fomlin Middle School at that time, and countless men fell for her. Talking. The milk tea that Zihao ordered was ready, so he hurriedly said, "Yao Yenying, aren't you hot? You can take off your coat. My milk tea is ready, I'll leave first," and he hurried away. After Zihao left, Mu Chang raised his eyebrows and said, "Did you hear me? I told you to take off your coat?" Yao Yenying rolled her eyes at Mu Chang and said, "Bad guy." After they finished their milk tea, they returned to the rickshaw and headed straight for Mu Chang's house. When Yao Yenying entered the Seaview Garden community and saw the flowers, sculptures and greenery that were as luxurious as a palace,
she knew that the people here were either rich or noble.
Park your car. Get off the car and go upstairs. Open the door and enter Mu Chang's house. Magnificent.
She couldn't help but sigh that the world of rich people is really two different worlds from the outside world. At this time, Mu Chang raised his eyebrows and said,
"It's so hot, you can take off your coat now." Yao Yenying's breathing suddenly became heavy and her body temperature rose. Nodding, okay. She took off her coat and hung it on the hanger, but she didn't dare look at Mu Chang, and her face even began to turn red and hot. Mu Chang sat on the sofa and gestured, "Come here, let's solve math problems together." Yao Yenying did not resist.
She walked over obediently, took out the competition test papers from her school bag, sat down next to Mu Chang, spread out the test paper on the coffee table, pointed to the questions she had outlined, and said,
"It's these few questions. I can't even understand the answers after looking at them."
Mu Chang stared at the questions, thought for a moment, and then began to solve all the problems. It took less than 10 minutes in total.
The problem is solved. He began to explain the solution to Yao Yenying.
Yao Yenying was surprised to find that Mu Chang's solution was even simpler than the standard answer, and it was easy to understand when she listened to his explanation. Just when Mu Chang was immersed in explaining the question, Yao Yenying raised her eyes slightly and glanced at Mu Chang. He has long eyebrows, a high nose bridge and clear facial features.
He looks even more handsome than the male stars on TV.
He is also very tall. He is the tall, rich and handsome guy that girls dream of. As she watched, she became a little distracted.
Until Mu Chang shouted, "Do you understand?" Yao Yenying came back to her senses and nodded quickly, "I understand."
Mu Chang asked her to continue studying the problem, and he personally made her a cup of tea and pushed it in front of her, but he did not sit on the sofa. Instead, he sat aside, quietly admiring the beautiful scenery of the school beauty studying math problems on the sofa. Yao Yenying was solving a problem when she suddenly noticed that Mu Chang was staring at her.
My breathing became heavy. My cheeks turned red and hot.
She chose to ignore it and continued solving the problem. The solution that Mu Chang provided her was so brilliant that she didn't want to miss it. But as she was solving the puzzle, she suddenly found that time seemed to be very long. The more you suppress the desire in your heart, the hotter it becomes.
She finally looked up at Mu Chang.
Mu Chang was also staring at her up and down unscrupulously, enjoying it very much.
Yao Yenying's breathing became heavy and she asked, "What are you doing?"
Mu Chang replied, come here, and I'll tell you what I'm doing."
Yao Yenying said vigilantly, "Promise not to do anything to me." Mu Chang vowed, "Of course."
Yao Yenying stood up with a hint of trepidation, walked in front of Mu Chang, and stood there in a coquettish manner. Mu Chang gestured, "Come closer."
Yao Yenying did not resist and moved closer to Mu Chang. The next moment,
Yao Yenying felt her body go empty, and she fell into Mu Chang's arms, saying coquettishly, "Bad guy, you clearly said you wouldn't mess around.
You're not feeling well yet, are you? Then let's keep it as before." The next day,
Yao Yenying had classes in the morning, so the two of them got up early and Mu Chang drove her back to school.
When I came down from the house, Mu Chang also discovered that Yao Yenying seemed to have become a little different.
There was a hint of the charm of a young woman in her beautiful eyes.
Just one glance was enough to captivate people. "Get in the car and go. Go to school and get off." Mu Chang pointed at his cheek. Yao Yenying's breathing became a little heavy again.
He leaned over and kissed Mu Chang before getting out of the car.
After getting off the bus, Yao Yenying walked along the campus boulevard back to the apartment building, her figure swaying gracefully.
Not only the male students on the street turned their heads when they saw Yao Yenying, but even the girls couldn't help but look back.
Yao Yenying's every frown and smile exuded the indescribable charm of a seductive young woman.
Even the male teachers in the university couldn't help but stop and turn their heads to look when they saw Yao Yenying.
Every step and every twist of Yao Yenying's body deeply touched their hearts.
Those immature boys forgot to walk after seeing it. A boy on a bicycle was so distracted by it that he hit a tree on the roadside and fell down.
Chapter 17, The Bold Moment of Urban Beauty. The other side. After getting off the bus, Mu Chang also walked towards the dormitory.
Almost at the same time, the system prompt sounded again in his mind. After all the calculations were made, he was rewarded with nearly one small goal in money.
I felt happy again.
He remembered that he had obtained 2 system points from Zhou Haochen.
Call up the system. Lottery. This time it was okay, none of them said thank you for your patronage.
Gained the skills to predict some stock price movements and master photography skills.
Back in the dormitory, he took out his phone and checked his bank card balance. $794,099,825. Now, the balance in the bank card is close to $800 million.
He increasingly felt that it was time to manage his finances. I was thinking about financial management, but at this moment, I suddenly received a message from Wang Kaishan.
Your father is at home today.
After thinking about it, he realized that the head of the family didn't spend much time at home, so he decided to go back and see Mu Changa first. When I get home, I can't help but bring a few bottles of Mauzi with me. The simplest and most brutal way for a father and son to ease their relationship and deepen their affection is to make a few pots of wine.
Wang Kaishan sent another message, I'm a little busy in the store today.
If you go home to see your dad, just come to my place and bring some food.
I won't reply. I'll go back in the evening.
Mu Chang replied, I will go to your store to get food now. Mu Chang first drove to her mother's restaurant to get food, then went to buy several bottles of Mauzi and took them home. When I got home and walked in the door, I heard the news.
When people reach middle age, like Mu Changa, sometimes they can't even understand their own family affairs, because they like to pay attention to international affairs.
It's as if he is some big leader. Mu Changa noticed someone returning home, turned his head and took a look, and immediately saw the good stuff in Mu Chang's hand-thatched cottage. I couldn't help but sigh that Mu Chang really found a good girlfriend this time. The whole person has changed a lot, and he has started to know how to respect his father. Mu Chang put the food and straw on the table and started to provoke him.
Old Mu, do you dare to make 2 more pots this time?
Originally Mu Chang thought that Mu Changa could see through his method of provoking him, but he didn't expect that this man would get angry as soon as he was provoked. He shouted, I was not in good condition last time, but this time I will show you what it means that old ginger is still spicy. The two men didn't have much to say, so they quickly went to the table and started cooking. Mu Chang is in good physical condition now, so drinking those alcohols is just like drinking boiled water, without any pressure at all. The old shepherd, however, looked strong on the outside but was actually weak on the inside. After 2 drinks, he started to get drunk. The conversation started to increase. He talked about international events that had almost nothing to do with him, and analyzed them very clearly. Finally, he shared his experiences outside over the years and how he had seen many incredible things.
I sighed, the world shouldn't be like this. Mu Chang, who is now able to enter society, still feels a little bit emotional about Lao Mu's sentiments.
When he was in high school, the world he imagined was just like what was described in the textbooks. Everyone was courteous to each other, working hard and competing in a friendly manner. I am only now beginning to realize that, in fact, the world is not like that, and there are many unspoken rules. He also felt that the world shouldn't be like this.
Lao Mu couldn't hold on any longer before he finished a bottle of Mauzi. Mu Chang sent Lao Mu into the house to rest and watched for a while.
He had drunk alcohol and was not fit to drive, so he also rested at home for the night.
I returned to school the next day. Before leaving, Mu Chang transferred 200,000 yuan to Lao Mu via WeChat. When I got to the dormitory, I thought about financial management.
After thinking for a while, he sent a message to Chang Roshan, I need to consult about financial management knowledge, help me find someone who understands financial management.
Chang Roshan replied immediately. I'm an expert in this area.
You can come to me directly, or wait until I get off work and I'll come to you. Mu Chang glanced at the schedule and saw that there were no classes.
Reply, I have time, I will come to see you. He went downstairs again, drove the rickshaw with one hand, and went to the Owl Headhunting Company.
When you get there, park your car. This was his 3rd time visiting the company and he was already familiar with the place.
Enter the building and take the elevator upstairs. When I entered the Owl Headhunting Company, their receptionist asked, Sir, who are you looking for? Mu Chang replied, Chang Roshan. After saying that, he was about to take out his cell phone to contact Chang Roshan when the receptionist asked, What's your last name? Mu Chang was a little surprised.
The last time he came here, there was no such questioning session.
My last name is Mu.
When the receptionist heard the last name Mu, she immediately smiled and said, Mr. Mu, Manager Chang has already told us, you can just come in and find her. Mu Chang then realized that it was Chang Roshan who had greeted him in advance.
Go inside. What we see again are the busy figures of urban white-collar workers. Mu Chang once again saw Chang Roshan in the conference room. She was receiving clients in a professional suit, a white shirt and a skirt.
She was elegant and generous during the conversation.
The customer was attracted by Chang Roshan's beauty and stared at her intently.
When Mu Chang was about to walk towards Chang Roshan's office, Chang Roshan seemed to have finished the conversation in the conference room and went out to see her off. When she was seeing the guests off and leaving the meeting room, she noticed Mu Chang, but she didn't say anything. She just exchanged glances with Mu Chang and looked at him deeply. After seeing off the guests, she came back quickly. Seeing that Mu Chang was still there, he continued to act very cool and said to Mu Chang, "Come with me." Chang Roshan was so busy at work that just as she was walking the short distance from the corridor to the office, another employee came over with documents for Chang Roshan to review.
He was a male employee. When Chang Roshan was reviewing the materials, he couldn't help but secretly glance at Chang Roshan's stunning face and proud figure. He swallowed. Chang Roshan seemed to notice the male employee's blasphemy and gave him a cold look when she looked up.
The male employee immediately withdrew his gaze. Although Chang Roshan in front of him has a hot body and beautiful looks, she is also cold and aloof and not easy to mess with. Male employees have always had the desire to steal but not the courage to do so.
After reviewing the materials, Chang Roshan signed them and handed them back to the male employee.
Then she proudly walked with her long legs, wearing 15 centimeters high sexy black stilettos, and took Mu Chang into her office.
Signaled Mu Chang to go in first. She came in later. After entering the office, he locked the door. The door shrank, and she moved closer to Mu Chang, put her hands on his neck, and revealed a completely different charming side from when she was outside, with a breath as sweet as orchid. "Come and see me in person, did you miss me?" Mu Chang pushed her against the wall and said, "What do you think?" I'm not well yet. Help me." "Good." Shyness from Chang Roshan plus 999. Anxiety from Chang Roshan plus 999. An hour later.
Chang Roshan reorganized her appearance, and after she was done, she turned around in front of Mu Chang and asked,
"How is it? Nothing unusual." Mu Chang replied, "I can't tell." Chang Roshan added, "It took a long time just now. I need to go to a meeting first.
Please wait for me here."
Mu Chang nodded.
Chang Roshan took her meeting materials, opened the door, and walked out with a cold and arrogant step. Mu Chang sat on the sofa and opened the Peace Elite game. "I just wanted to play around, but at this moment, a message popped up on the game interface. Zhang Baiqing invited him to form a team. This female turtle doctor has been looking for him to team up to play games with her from time to time since she left his house last night."
Mu Chang did not refuse and accepted the invitation. This female doctor is an excellent money-making tool, and he hasn't conquered her yet. Also need to stay connected. Mu Chang played 2 games with Zhang Baiqing, and thinking that Chang Roshan would be back soon, he sent a message to Zhang Baiqing, "I have something to do, so I'm going to log off first." Just a moment after Mu Chang finished the game, Chang Roshan came back. She glanced at the time and said, "It's time for dinner, let's go outside and eat and talk." Mu Chang had no objection. He went downstairs with Chang Roshan. At this moment, it is time to get off work. All the staff in the entire building were going downstairs, so there was a large flow of people. When squeezing into the elevator, Mu Chang and Chang Roshan were squeezed to the innermost part. Mu Chang was still relatively gentlemanly and used his tall figure to create some space for Chang Roshan in the corner. Chang Roshan felt warm at heart when she saw that Mu Chang, a wealthy man, was so considerate. Look up. What she saw was Mu Chang's handsome face with clear facial lines. She stood on tiptoe slightly in her high heels and gave Mu Chang a kiss. Mu Chang didn't expect that this woman was so bold. Isn't she afraid that her image will collapse? However, at this time, when the place was crowded, no one would pay attention to this. Even if they were discovered, they should be able to explain it as being too crowded. The elevator goes down to the first floor. When I came out of the elevator, it seemed as if the world had suddenly become bigger. There are many acquaintances of Chang Roshan in this building. Many people came over to greet her, and Chang Roshan handled them with ease, responding to them all gracefully and elegantly. Coupled with her impressive figure and beautiful face, when you turn your head to look at her, she is definitely the most eye-catching one on this floor. Just as she was about to walk out of the revolving door on the first floor, a guy with a crew cut and a backpack suddenly plucked up the courage to rush up to her and said in a nervous and timid voice, "This is a letter I spent several nights writing for you. Please take a good look at it." The man with the backpack stuffed the letter into Chang Roshan's hand and ran away timidly. Chang Roshan didn't throw the letter away directly, but took it and walked out of the building through the revolving door in her attractive 15 centimeters high heels.
When she reached the door, she said to Mu Chang,
I am considered a half landlord here. Can you take my car? Mu Chang agreed, okay. Chang Roshan was driving the Baiya new energy vehicle.
She got in the car and Mu Chang sat in the passenger seat. Before driving, Chang Roshan took the love letter from the backpack man and handed it to Mu Chang, saying,
For you. Mu Chang was confused. Why are you giving this to me?
She said in a joking tone, a bad guy like you shouldn't be able to write a love letter. Learn how others write it, and write one for me in the future.
Almost at the same time, Chang Roshan started the car and set off. Chapter 18, Wordless Love Letter, Mu Chang is dirty? Mu Chang raised his eyebrows and took the envelope. Take the love letter out of the envelope and take a look.
It said that his name was Zhuo Fan, and he fell in love with Chang Roshan at first sight when he saw her on his way home from get off work. After that, he paid attention to Chang Roshan every day. His heart would flutter when he saw her. Later, he would even think of her at work, when he went home, and even in his dreams. He also felt that Chang Roshan was an elite person who kept herself clean and self-disciplined. She was so cold and arrogant to the outside world because she didn't want to be corrupted by material desires. Zhuo Fan felt that he and she were the same type of people. In short, the whole story is about how much Zhuo Fan loves Chang Roshan, how he thinks about her day and night, and how beautiful, sacred, and pure he thinks Chang Roshan is. At this time, Mu Chang suddenly thought of Zhou Haochen. Even though that guy was as ugly as a pig, his thinking was actually more correct when it came to picking up girls. At least, Zhou Xiao is demonstrating his own strengths and values. However, Zhuo Fan only expresses love throughout the whole letter, without any content showing his own advantages and values.
It is almost an invalid love letter. Although feelings are important, they are based on mutual recognition.
Putting aside basic material things and talking purely about feelings, there should be no other ending in the end except getting a good guy card. At this time, Chang Roshan noticed that Mu Chang seemed to have finished reading, and asked in a joking tone,
How's it going? Have you learned it? When will you write me a love letter? Mu Chang thought for a moment and said, I'll write it later.
Chang Roshan was surprised that she was just joking and said, You said that.
I said so.
Chang Roshan took Mu Chang to an old restaurant, went in, and booked a private room. In the box, Mu Chang naturally sat down in the main seat.
Chang Roshan deliberately sat down opposite Mu Chang, with a round table between them. Mu Chang gave him a dangerous look. Why are you sitting so far away?
Only then did Chang Roshan sit down next to Mu Chang with satisfaction.
She raised her eyebrows and said, Didn't you just say you would write me a love letter? When will you write it? Mu Chang replied, Now.
But the next moment, Mu Chang placed his hand on her side, very restless.
Chang Roshan was stunned but did not resist.
At this time, Mu Chang said, This is a wordless love letter.
Chang Roshan said coquettishly, Bad guy. After they ordered the food, Chang Roshan's breathing was a little heavy, and she chatted, You said, you want to manage your finances, right? Mu Chang replied, Yes. Chang Roshan asked, Financial management, investment and stock trading, do you understand the difference and connection between these three? Mu Chang did not hide it, I don't understand. Chang Roshan patiently began to explain to him the differences between the three.
Among them, what Chang Roshan talked about the most and with the greatest enthusiasm was stock trading. She explained to Mu Chang a lot about the concepts of stock trading, from opening to building a position, and from building a position to clearing a position. Mu Chang didn't say much, he just listened quietly while eating. He had never been exposed to the stock market before, but after listening to Chang Roshan's talk, he did not find it obscure at all. Instead, he understood it immediately. Mu Chang understood that this should be the influence brought by the system's ability to predict some stock price trends. There is an old saying that a smart person will never blindly invest in an area he is not familiar with. But Mu Chang was not unfamiliar with it. He is able to predict the trends of some stock prices, which is an incredible ability. He was going to give it a try. After Chang Roshan finished speaking, Mu Chang asked calmly, You usually buy stocks, right? Chang Roshan did not hide it, of course. Did I lose money or gain money? After hearing this, Chang Roshan was stunned. If she hadn't suffered heavy losses and debts, she would never have gone to the foot massage parlor to give massages. She answered truthfully, It's a loss. After a pause, he said confidently, But I will earn it back sooner or later. Mu Chang smiled faintly and didn't say much. He hasn't started investing in the stock market yet. He will wait until he does and see if this woman has the qualifications to trade stocks.
He continued.
Since you are an experienced stock trader, please find me a stockbroker.
I also want to try it. Upon hearing this, Chang Raoshen smiled. This is the moment she has been waiting for.
She is not just a stock market veteran, but a stock market fanatic, like an avid gambler. In order to buy stocks, she even lowered her status and worked as a technician in a foot massage parlor. Now, with Mu Chang, a wealthy man, accompanying her in the stock market, she feels more confident.
Certainly.
In fact, she has a good impression of Mu Chang. Apart from lusting after her body, he treated her well in other aspects.
Moreover, he is also very powerful.
Before recommending a stockbroker to Mu Chang, Chang Raoshen kindly reminded him.
Buying stocks is like gambling. It's easy to get addicted, especially for a novice like you. Don't be reckless. Take it step by step.
Even if you are rich, the stock market is a place where once you lose your mind, you will easily go bankrupt, even if you are rich. Mu Chang didn't explain too much to Chang Raoshen.
Said. Just find me a stockbroker.
Chang Raoshen felt that Mu Chang was too confident and wanted to nag her a few more times, but the man in front of her was, after all, the mysterious rich man who supported her, so she didn't say much. After a phone call, Mu Chang was quickly assigned his stockbroker, a middle-aged man named Zhang Liran, and was asked to come and meet Mu Chang.
Soon, Zhang Liran came over.
Mu Chang talked with him and felt that he had strong business capabilities and was a reliable person, so he started to discuss the commission. Mu Chang had no intention of bargaining, so he just went with the market default price of 30,000.
After Zhang Liran left, Chang Raoshen suddenly fell into deep thought. This kind of contemplation was quite rare for this passionate woman. Mu Chang asked, "What's wrong with you?"
Chang Raoshen raised her head and replied, "I'm thinking about taking a leave this afternoon so I can study the recent stock market for you."
Mu Chang originally wanted to say, "No need."
But he saw that there was a strange heat burning in Chang Raoshen's eyes. The next moment, Chang Raoshen had an idea and said to herself, "I got it." She picked up the phone and dialed, saying with a flattering look on her face, "Boss Lu, my period came today. I don't know why, but my stomach hurts so much. I want to take a leave this afternoon to go home and rest."
"Okay, don't worry, the work will not be interrupted, and I can also work from home." "Thank you, Boss Lu, goodbye." Finished the call. "Oh yeah, done."
Chang Raoshen immediately changed from being flattering to being excited, as if she had won a prize. She even held Mu Chang's face and kissed him hard.
Mu Chang was confused. Why does he feel dirty? Chapter 19, The Golden House in Books. Chang Raoshen said without hesitation, "Mu Chang, eat quickly.
After eating, I will take you to my house to experience the charm of the stock market."
Finish eating. The two left the restaurant. Chang Raoshen couldn't wait to walk ahead.
Mu Chang glanced at Chang Raoshen, who had a proud figure and walked with a graceful manner in front of him, and then glanced at the surroundings.
As expected, almost all men were attracted by the hot Chang Raoshen wherever she went.
They stared at her intently, and some even took out their mobile phones to take pictures.
Mu Chang couldn't help but sigh.
I'm afraid no one would have thought that this hot and cool urban white-collar worker is actually a gambler. After getting in the car, Chang Raoshen was not so crazy anymore and drove quite carefully.
When the vehicle started, the following sounded. There are thousands of roads, but safety comes first.
Fortunately, this woman has not yet lost her mind in order to buy stocks.
Drive.
Arrived at the community where Chang Raoshen lived. The community environment is pretty good with green grass and colorful flowers.
Get off. Enter the building and take the elevator up. Get out of the elevator and turn a corner and you'll arrive. There are 3 doors on each floor, and Chang Raoshen's house is at the innermost. Open the door and go in. Chang Raoshen signaled Mu Chang to go in first, and then she would go in and close the door.
She motioned Mu Chang to sit on the small stool at the door. She squatted down, took off Mu Chang's shoes and socks herself, and then found cotton slippers for him to put on.
Mu Chang, who was sitting on a small stool, could see the charming scenery from his angle.
Mu Chang originally thought that Chang Raoshen didn't care about this kind of thing at all, but when he took a closer look, he found that her face was slightly red and her breathing became heavier.
The two men stood up. Chang Raoshen took Mu Chang's hand and led him inside, saying a little embarrassedly, "My house is a bit shabby. I'm sorry to embarrass you." Mu Chang took a quick look and saw a house with 1 bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom.
It was indeed not big, probably less than 90 square meters, but the whole house was very clean and looked pleasing to the eye. She took Mu Chang to look at her houses one by one.
Living room, balcony, kitchen, bathroom. Yi took Mu Chang to have a look. Finally, it was the bedroom, and I took Mu Chang straight in. Pink, clean bedroom. But the most eye-catching thing is a huge computer screen. Mu Chang pointed and asked, "What is that for?"
"I usually use it to study stock market trends." As she spoke, she motioned for Mu Chang to sit down in the bedroom first. She went out and made him a cup of tea, put it in front of Mu Chang, and said, "You are an honored guest in my life, so I cannot neglect you. Drink first while I change my clothes." She went to the closet and found a sexy gauze nightgown. He gestured to Mu Chang and said, "How about this one? Do you like it?" Mu Chang didn't do much research on this, as long as the fabric was small enough. He nodded. Chang Roshan changed her clothes in the bedroom without saying a word.
After a moment, she was naked.
Then she put on the sexy gauze pajamas and turned around in front of Mu Chang.
"How about it? Do you think my figure is okay?" Mu Chang's mouth became a little dry, and he nodded, "It feels okay."
He took a sip of the teacup, calmed down, and said,
"Come here for a moment." Chang Roshan immediately sensed a sense of crisis and asked, "Are you planning to do something bad?"
Mu Chang said calmly, "No, I have something to tell you." Chang Roshan looked at Mu Chang and saw that he didn't seem to be lying, so she obeyed him.
She walked up to Mu Chang and asked, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" Mu Chang pointed out the window and said, "Look across the street, what's that?" Chang Roshan was puzzled and leaned over to take a look.
The next moment, her body softened and she realized she had been deceived. She was already in Mu Chang's arms.
Eyes met.
Her breathing became uncontrollably heavy, her body temperature was rising, and she could even feel her heartbeat speeding up slightly.
I haven't recovered yet. Help me."
At almost the same time, a text message came to her mobile phone from Jafan, who was in love with him.
"Roshan, I guess you are busy working in the company right now.
I am also busy now, but I miss you very much, so I sent you this message.
You have seen the love letter I wrote to you. I would like to ask, after reading this, do you have anything to say? Just say whatever you want to say. No matter what, you are my goddess, the eternal goddess in my heart." 3 hours later.
Chang Roshan leaned against Mu Chang, as gentle as water. In the past, when she was alone, she would turn on her computer and study the stock market as soon as she got home. It's not that she is so greedy for money.
But when I am alone, I always need to find some spiritual sustenance. And this stock market can give people the dream of getting rich quickly.
She also wanted to get rid of her working for higher status in the company as soon as possible, so she placed her hopes on the stock market. Over time, this became almost everything in her spiritual world. It was not until now that she felt something different. On the way back just now, she wanted to go back to the house to study the stock market so much that she was even a little fanatical, but now she was interrupted by Mu Chang.
3 hours passed in the blink of an eye.
Now, leaning against Mu Chang, that enthusiasm can no longer cause any waves.
I didn't even think about studying the stock market.
She suddenly felt that this kind of life was pretty good. With Mu Chang's support, she is now worth several $1 million and is almost a multi-millionaire. In fact, there is no need to buy stocks. Of course, she just felt that she was not so enthusiastic about buying stocks anymore and was more rational inside, but she was also very clear that if you rely on mountains, mountains will fall, and if you rely on water, water will flow, so it is best to rely on yourself. But at this moment, she did not take any action. She still looked like a gentle woman, snuggling up to Mu Chang. She thought, let herself continue dreaming for a while. In the dream, she doesn't have to work hard, she doesn't have to suffer the beatings of society, but there is a reliable man who supports her unconditionally, and this man is also very handsome and powerful. Soon, she noticed that Mu Chang had become stronger. He got out of bed, went outside for a while, and when he came back, he had a book in his hand, How to Make a Man. He sat back next to Chang Roshan and flipped through the books. Very serious. Chang Roshan opened her eyes and looked up at Mu Chang. A high-nose bridge, a well-defined face, and a tall stature. It's the tall, rich and handsome person you imagine. There were ripples in my heart. But she didn't dare to think about it any further. She was afraid that something bad would happen if she continued to think about it. Take a deep breath and calm your inner thoughts. She returned to her previous aloofness and asked, "What I didn't expect was that the first thing you did when you woke up was to read a book. Almost at the same time, a system prompt sounded in Mu Chang's mind. Ding, the host completes reading a book once and is rewarded with $10,000. Mu Chang put the book down and smiled calmly. There is a golden house in the book.
Chapter 20, The 100 Million Bet with the City Beauty. The price of losing is the beauty's loyalty.
Chang Raoshan lifted a strand of hair to the back of her ear, deliberately tempting Mu Chang, and said, "What about your pillow?" "Beside my pillow, I have a beautiful face and a golden house." When Mu Chang saw that Chang Raoshan was actually tempting him like that, he didn't hesitate to reach out his hand to her and became restless.
Chang Raoshan's breathing became heavier, but she did not resist. She just said, "You're not coming back, are you?" Mu Chang raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Chang Raoshan suddenly panicked.
She suddenly regretted seducing Mu Chang and wanted to escape, but where could she escape to?
In the blink of an eye, he was pulled back by Mu Chang. "Forget it, I'll just sink into despair today," she thought.
In the blink of an eye, another 3 hours passed. She took an afternoon off, intending to use it to study the stock market, but now she had spent all her time.
This afternoon is so short.
She had never imagined that this man was so powerful. At this moment, the sky outside the window has darkened.
Mu Chang seemed to have endless energy.
He got up again, sat in front of the computer at the end of the bed, asked Chang Raoshan for the computer password, and opened it to log in. Chang Raoshan didn't want to move at all, but she still moved her body so that her head was facing the end of the bed so that she could see the computer. Under her guidance, Mu focused on the K-line chart of the stock market. What I originally clicked on was the daily K-line chart.
Mu Chang took a look and switched to the monthly K-line chart.
At this time, the abilities given to him by the system finally came into play. In his eyes, several stocks showed trends of change in the next month.
There is a company called Tingfei Pharmaceutical.
In the next 7 days, it will have a good upward trend and may more than double. But Mu Chang was not in a hurry to buy it.
He then pulled up the annual K-line chart from the computer screen.
However, all he can see are the changing trends of those stocks in the next month, and he cannot see the changes in the stock market for a whole year.
The best choice now is to buy Tingfei Pharmaceuticals.
I glanced at my watch and saw it was past 6 p.m., so I asked, "Is it too late to buy stocks now?"
Chang Raoshan replied, "Yes, the exchange is closed, so you can only wait until tomorrow to buy."
After replying, she asked curiously, "Have you decided which stock to buy?"
Mu Chang nodded.
Without saying much, he called the stockbroker Jiang Liran and said, "Buy me some Tingfei Pharmaceuticals tomorrow."
200 million.
Mu Chang originally planned to spend only $50 million to try his hand in the stock market.
But since there is a golden finger, you can be a little bolder. 200 million is still within his affordable range.
On the side, Chang Raoshan was dumbfounded.
She felt that this guy hadn't even studied the stock market thoroughly, yet he invested 200 million?
Are you sure this isn't a blind buy? However, she knew that Mu Chang was a wealthy man, and 200 million might be just a small amount to him. But after Mu Chang and Jiang Liran finished communicating, Chang Raoshan couldn't help but interrupt. "You're new to the stock market, but you've already invested 200 million.
Aren't you afraid of losing it all?
And have you studied the stock market thoroughly? How can you study it thoroughly so quickly? I feel like you're buying stocks based on your feelings."
Mu Chang just smiled meaningfully and said, "How about I make a bet with you?"
Chang Raoshan was puzzled. "What bet?" "Within 7 days, if the stock I bought can double or more, you will let me do whatever I want for 3 days.
Otherwise, if I can't do that, I will give you 100 million.
Chang Raoshan never expected that Mu Chang would bet 100 million with her, and the price was just that she could do whatever he wanted to her for 3 days.
It's a huge profit.
Moreover, Tingfei Pharmaceutical is a stable mid-cap stock. It has always been stable with almost no upward trend. She felt she had a sure win.
Chang Raoshan was full of confidence. "You said so. If you lose, you will give me 100 million.
Mu Chang showed a playful expression, "But if you lose, you have to let me do whatever I want for 3 days.
"No problem." Chang Raoshan was full of fighting spirit.
She climbed out of bed and wrote 2 copies of a written agreement. After she finished writing, she took out the ink and asked Mu Chang to sign and seal it.
After signing, each person will receive a copy. Chang Raoshan locked the receipt in her bedside table as if she were treasured 100 million yuan in cash.
I glanced at the time and it was time for dinner, so I ordered takeout on the Ganfama app.
I found out when I turned on my phone.
The man with the backpack sent her a greeting text message.
Just ignore it. Continue to order takeout.
After buying stocks, Mu Chang stopped looking at the computer and turned it off. I went back to the bed and continued reading How a Man is Made. Chang Raoshan lay on Mu Chang's bed, ordered takeout on her mobile phone, then logged into the online shopping platform and started buying clothes.
Online shopping is also one of Chang Raoshan's few hobbies.
Especially when she is in a bad mood, shopping online can make her feel better. After she picked out a piece of clothing with very little fabric, she came close to Mu Chang, handed it to him, and asked,
Mu Chang, what do you think of this? Mu emphasized, is there anything with less fabric? Chang Raoshan immediately hit Mu Chang and said coquettishly, bad guy. Not long. The takeaway has arrived. 2 people eating. When eating? At first we were talking about the stock market. While chatting, Mu Chang suddenly put some food into Chang Raoshan's bowl and said, this is good, try it.
Although there were only 2 dishes, Mu Chang's action still made her feel warm.
Reply, okay.
While eating, she also picked up some food for Mu Chang and put it in his bowl, you should eat more too. While eating, Chang Raoshan felt that being with Mu Chang was actually quite warm.
She glanced at Mu Chang and asked tentatively, how about you not go back tonight and stay here? Mu Chang glanced at Chang Raoshan and asked, do you want me to stay? Chang Raoshan blushed a little and nodded.
Mu Chang said, come closer.
Chang Raoshan moved closer to Mu Chang, and he put his arm around her waist, just as you say. Finish eating.
Back in the bedroom, Mu Chang pointed at Chang Raoshan's large screen computer and said,
since your computer can check stock market information, it should be an external network, right? Chang Raoshan was puzzled and asked, yes, that's right, why are you asking this? Let's watch a movie together tonight, is that okay?
Hearing this, Chang Raoshan remembered that she hadn't watched a movie for a long time, and replied,
yes, but I don't have any membership. Mu Chang was puzzled, what kind of membership do you need? Penguin member?
Mu Chang understood now and replied, no need for membership, I know a pirated website with a full range of new movies, all in high definition.
Chang Raoshan was stunned, you gave away 5 million so casually, and you watched a pirated movie? Mu Chang then remembered, yes, he now has assets worth over 100 million, why is he still watching pirated movies?
I used to have no money and kept to myself.
Now that we have the conditions, we should help the world. Yes, I firmly support genuine products. Chapter 21, Born to be a Clothes Hanger, Good Morning Greetings from a Beauty.
Before paying for the movie membership, Mu Chang looked at Chang Raoshan and said,
let me correct a misconception of yours. I never give money casually. I didn't give you 5 million casually. Why do you think I gave you 5 million? Chang Raoshan was puzzled and said, I thought you just gave it to me casually? No, guess again. Chang Raoshan thought for a moment and said, because you want my body. Wrong. Chang Raoshan was really confused now. After thinking about it again, she was a little bit unbelievable, is it because you like me?
Mu Chang actually has a standard correct answer in his mind, which is that he doesn't want Chang Raoshan to mess around with other men when she is his woman. But at this moment, he felt that this answer was not very good.
Sometimes lies sound better.
He pulled Chang Raoshan in front of him and they looked into each other's eyes. Facing Mu Chang's sincere gaze, Chang Raoshan suddenly became a little nervous and uneasy for some reason.
She seemed to know what Mu Chang wanted to say.
The next moment, as expected, Mu Chang said with a sincere face, because I fell in love with you at first sight.
Chang Raoshan couldn't tell whether Mu Chang's words were true or not.
Because, during their time together, she could feel that Mu Chang was too relaxed in front of her, without the kind of fear of melting in his palm.
Cherish the tension.
In fact, I was never afraid that she would run away or leave. It always gave her a sense of relaxation, as if she had left this tree and there was still a whole forest behind Mu Chang. But now, he actually said such words again.
It doesn't seem like nonsense. Chang Raoshan had no idea what the real answer was.
But she could clearly feel her heart pounding. She seemed to be attracted to this bad guy.
How could that be? Mu Chang put one hand on Chang Raoshan's head and patted her.
She didn't resist, but was a little shy. Mu Chang actually felt quite accomplished to see such a beautiful woman being so obedient to him. Almost at the same time, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, the host's accumulated emotion value has reached a certain peak, and the settlement is started. After all the calculations, another small goal was achieved.
Mu Chang felt even happier when he heard this.
He leaned close to Chang Raoshan's ear and said with a sweet breath, I want to see you in a Lolita dress tonight.
Chang Roshan was shocked and her face turned red. I'm almost 30. But I want to see it. After a mental struggle, Chang Roshan got out of bed and took out a Lolita dress from the closet. She took off her pajamas in front of Mu Chang. Put on a gorgeous Lolita dress. After changing, in fact, a woman with a proud figure like Chang Roshan is a natural clothes hanger and looks good in anything she wears. It's just that she is a little unconfident and more shy. She walked slowly in front of Mu Chang, stood there coquettishly, not daring to look him in the eye, and said, These are all clothes I wore a long time ago. Mu Chang didn't care and said, Come on, act like a princess. Chang Roshan felt her face getting very hot. She lifted the white skirt on both sides with her white slender hands, bowed slightly, and Mu forced himself to perform an elegant etiquette. Mu Chang couldn't help but swear in his heart. This woman is so damn attractive. He said, Your posture is a little bit wrong, come here. Chang Roshan raised her head and glanced at Mu Chang secretly, but what she saw was that his eyes were full of burning desire. She instantly became a little nervous, but she had to go over. You don't want to do anything bad, do you? Mu Chang said sincerely, How could that be? Don't worry. Chang Roshan walked up to Mu Chang and asked, Which posture is wrong? She had been on guard against Mu Chang, and sure enough, Mu Chang's big hand grabbed her in an instant. Fortunately, she escaped quickly. Otherwise, it's over. My body is still in a special period? You can help me. The room is so small, where can she escape to? As soon as Mu Chang stood up, she was forced into a corner. Mu Chang reached out and lifted her chin, looking at her with amusement. Are you still going to run away? Chang Roshan's face turned red and she shook her head. No. I won't run away anymore. The next moment, Chang Roshan was lifted up by Mu Chang heroically and walked towards the couch with great confidence. The other side. Inside the bar. Zhou Haochen was drinking alone in a depressed mood. Ever since the last time he pursued Yao Yenying, he felt unhappy when he saw Yao Yenying looking at Mu Chang with that admiring and joyful look. Although he pursued many women, they were all after his money. It seems that there is really no woman who truly admires and loves him. He really wanted to take Yao Yenying away from him. Even if he couldn't win her heart, he wanted to take this woman away from Mu Chang. But I don't know how to start. Very upset. At this moment, a pretty boy with a slicked back hair came up to Zhou Haochen and greeted him. Mr. Zhou, rarely seen, looking unhappy. The pretty boy asked the waiter for a glass of wine and asked, Mr. Zhou, what happened? This pretty boy, named Su Qiling, is a rich young man who is in cahoots with Zhou Haochen and they have a good relationship. Zhou Haochen did not hide it and said, I wanted to pursue a school beauty, but was snatched away by a poor boy. When Su Qiling heard this, he immediately said disapprovingly, I thought it was something else. Is that school beauty a rich girl? A very ordinary, well-off family. That's easy. Just spend some money. If 1 million doesn't work, try 2 million. If 2 million doesn't work, try 10 million. There will always be a time when she will be moved. I sent it to her, but she ignored me. Su Qiling was a little surprised that there were girls who were not interested in money. He thought for a moment, but was still confident. What's the man's name and what does he do? Young Master Zhou, give me his basic information and I'll help you get him. The next morning, Chang Roshan was awakened by the alarm clock. I felt a little weak, but still got up on time. After getting up, I go into the kitchen to cook breakfast. It took about 20 minutes. Breakfast is ready. She went to wash up again and put on some delicate light makeup. Then he went into the bedroom and called Mu Chang to get up. To her surprise, Mu Chang not only got up, but was also doing morning exercises. This bad guy seems to get up very early, either reading or doing morning exercises, which is really unexpected. She said, breakfast is ready, wash up and eat something. Mu Chang was obedient and stopped his morning exercises. Go wash up. Wash it off. Sit at the dining table and have dinner with Chang Roshan. Breakfast is simple. Eggs, milk and 2 side dishes. Mu Chang tasted it and commented, the side dish is well done. He knew that Chang Roshan was an office worker and needed to go to work on time, so he didn't disturb her too much. Eat it up obediently. Tidy. Go out with her. Just before leaving, Chang Roshan said, wait a moment. Mu Chang was puzzled, but stopped anyway. Chang Roshan stood on tiptoe, gave Mu Chang a kiss, and said, "Good morning, Mu Chang." Mu Chang knew that this was usually a daily routine between couples or boyfriends and girlfriends. He glanced at Chang Roshan, but she didn't dare to look at him. He reached out and touched his head, and responded, "Good morning, Chang Roshan." Chang Roshan paused, but didn't say anything and continued to go downstairs. Take the elevator. Go downstairs. Take a car. She took Mu Chang directly to her company, where Mu Chang's car was parked. To there. The two got out of the car together and waved goodbye. Mu Chang was driving back to school. As expected, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. After all the calculations, it was another small goal. My mood is much more relaxed. Chapter 22. The most beautiful scenery, the girls wearing floral dresses on campus. Mu Chang had no classes in the morning, so he went straight back to the dormitory. Sure enough, his roommates in the dormitory were not there again, and he wanted to play a game. When I opened my phone, I accidentally opened Douyin, and I couldn't stop playing it. But soon, he saw an acquaintance. Beautiful senior student Fong Lingyun. She is live streaming on Douyin and competing with others. However, her PK value was a bit low and she was crushed by the opponent. Although Fong Lingyun was very pretty, that person was slightly inferior to her, but the other person knew how to skirt the line, wearing less fabric, and dancing. Her body twisted like a water snake. Ling Muchang couldn't help but take a few more glances. He clicked on it and entered the live broadcast room. He immediately gave Fong Lingyun 3 carnivals, and the PK value was reversed in an instant. Mu Chang also became Fong Lingyun's top brother. Mu Chang's nickname in Douyin is Brother Chang. Fong Lingyun saw that Mu Chang had won 3 carnivals in a row. She was overjoyed and kept shouting in surprise. Wow! Thank you, my brother Chang, for the carnival. 3 carnivals, my brother Chang is really a boss. Without much talk, we immediately became friendly with each other. I am so lucky to have met my brother Chang today. Fong Lingyun didn't just say it, she actually added him as a friend. Soon, Mu Chang saw a message pop up on his Douyin screen saying Fong Lingyun had requested to be added as a friend. He didn't care and agreed to it. Fong Lingyun immediately sent a message, "Thank you, Brother Chang, for sending me 3 carnivals in a row. Is there anything I can do to repay your generosity, Brother Chang?" Mu Chang sent a message, "Come out and have dinner with me at 11 p.m. Fong Lingyun did not reply immediately, and continued the live broadcast of the PK. After a while, it ended and she said bluntly, "Brothers, I have to go meet the number 1 brother on the list first, and I will stop the live broadcast for the time being." After the live broadcast, Fong Lingyun did not reply to Mu Chang immediately. After a while, she replied, "Sorry, Brother Chang, I'm afraid I can't go." Mu Chang was surprised, "Why?" Fong Lingyun was silent for a long time before replying, "It's inconvenient to explain, but I can't go." Mu Chang sent another message, "Then return all the money I gave you as a reward." After a while, Fong Lingyun actually transferred the money, a total of $9,000. Mu Chang had a vague guess about this. He logged into Ruoxin and sent a message to Fong Lingyun. At 12:30 noon, let's go out and have a meal together. She replied almost immediately, "Okay, where shall we meet?" Mu Chang replied, "My car is parked in the woods. Meet me there." Fong Lingyun replied immediately, "Okay." He was quite satisfied with Fong Lingyun's performance. If his guess was correct, the reason why she rejected the top guy was because he told her that she should not date other men. Mixed together. Finished chatting. Mu Chang then logged into the Game Piece Elite. Look. Zhang Baiqing is online. But, she was in the game. Mu Chang entered the game directly, played it by himself, and headshot 36 players. That feeling, so good. Win the championship from the first game. As soon as he came out, he immediately received an invitation from Zhang Baiqing to join a game team. Mu Chang agreed. He sent a message to Zhang Baiqing through the friend channel. "How's my supermarket research going? Why do I feel like you're playing games every day?" Zhang Baiqing replied, "I just came across you. Don't worry about your supermarket. It will only take 2 days. The overall plan has been written. I need to review it and improve it." At this point in the game, the two of them had already parachuted and were about to land, so they stopped talking and immersed themselves in the game. After playing 2 games with Zhang Baiqing, Mu Chang logged off. There are plenty of fun things waiting for him in the real world, and he can't be immersed in video games. Nothing to do. After thinking about it, I walked around the campus.
Now is the season when birds are singing and flowers are blooming.
Why not enjoy the scenery of Yunhai University?
I can't wait until I graduate to look back and think about it. In my memory, there are only classrooms, dormitories, and cafeterias.
Go down to the dormitory building.
Walk, stroll slowly along the tree-lined avenue and take in the scenery of the university.
It's summer after all.
There are green grass and colorful flowers everywhere. Of course, the most beautiful scenery he felt was the girls in floral dresses he saw on the roadside, passing by him with laughter. As he watched, he thought of the school beauty Yao Yenying. Just as I was thinking about sending her a message to ask her out, I looked up and saw that person on the stage in the playground.
Wasn't he that Yao Yenying?
There seemed to be a speech contest going on there. At this moment, Yao Yenying has already come on stage. Her beautiful face and tall figure made the originally drowsy audience suddenly energetic. They held their heads high, sat upright, and listened to Yao Yenying's speech intently.
At first, these viewers were only attracted by Yao Yenying's beautiful appearance. But later, as I listened, I realized that this woman was not simple. When she was giving a speech, both her body movements and her language were extremely generous and elegant, and the content was also very well presented, making people unconsciously immersed in her speech. When she finished her speech and the curtain fell, the audience was still reluctant to leave. Soon, thunderous applause broke out. She finished her speech. When they were stepping down from the stage, many boys plucked up the courage to come over and chat with Yao Yenying, asking for her contact information. Some even asked Yao Yenying on the spot whether she had a partner.
Yao Yenying dealt with those people politely yet awkwardly, and left on the pretext of having something to do. The group of boys looked at the beautiful figure leaving, and they all swallowed their saliva unconsciously.
My goddess! Beautiful, talented, pure and pretty, I wonder who will marry such a woman in the end?
I heard that Yao Yenying is still single and has never been in a relationship. Yao Yenying has such excellent conditions, but perhaps her requirements are too high, so she has not found a suitable partner yet. My heart, which had been silent for many years, seemed to be coming alive again. Such a clean and excellent woman, I wonder how many men will fall at her feet.
Just when countless people wanted to kneel down and lick Yao Yenying, Yao Yenying looked up and saw Mu Chang.
Especially when she was surrounded by a bunch of immature boys, Yao Yenying missed Mu Chang very much. Now, seeing him, she quickened her pace unconsciously and rushed to Mu Chang. She looked up at him, her eyes full of joy.
Mu Chang, why are you here? Mu Chang knew what she wanted to hear and replied, I came all the way here to see you. Yao Yenying could tell, even though it's a lie, I'm still very happy. Mu Chang asked, do you have time?
Have. Mu Chang thought for a moment and said, come on, I'll take you out to play.
Yao Yenying was a little surprised when she heard this, and asked, did you really come all the way to see me? Certainly.
Yao Yenying was delighted and couldn't help but put her arm around Mu Chang, but seeing that there were too many acquaintances here, the rumors would have a great impact on her and Mu Chang's daily lives. She just hugged him for a moment and then let go.
Mu Chang also knew that Yao Yenying couldn't let go on this campus.
He took Yao Yenying with him and drove out in a rickshaw.
Chapter 23, Walking around with school beauties every day, making 50 million yuan easily. Mu Chang drove towards his supermarket Lucky Cat.
In fact, Yao Yenying is also a partner of the Lucky Cat supermarket, but she has never visited it. I'll take you to my supermarket.
Good. Yao Yenying replied that it didn't matter where they went, as long as she was hanging out with Mu Chang, she would be happy.
Arrived at the supermarket.
Parking. Go down.
Mu Chang did not hide the poor condition of the supermarket at the moment, but he also told her about his plan to renovate and upgrade it.
Yao Yenying listened carefully and responded. After the renovation, this supermarket should be better. Mu Chang took Yao Yenying into the supermarket.
When Qin Fong saw Mu Chang, he greeted him politely, hello, boss. As for Yao Yenying, he was not familiar with her and did not greet her. However, he secretly sighed in his heart that his boss Mu Chang was really awesome, as he had already brought the second beautiful woman with him.
Maybe there will be a third or fourth one. There is an office inside the supermarket. Mu Chang led Yao Yenying in.
She came in later and locked the door behind her.
Mu Chang noticed that Yao Yenying actually locked the door with her backhand. He showed an amused expression and looked at Yao Yenying for a few more seconds.
What I saw was that she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear.
This action was very seductive.
Although the doer did it unintentionally, it aroused a hint of desire in Mu Chang's heart. He motioned Yao Yenying to come in front of him and turn around.
Yao Yenying was very obedient.
She stood in front of him and grabbed a circle. She has a pure first love face. She also has a proud figure.
The more you watch, the more interested you become.
He immediately pulled Yao Yenying in front of him, looked at her closely, raised his eyebrows and said,
"What does it mean to lock the door as soon as you enter?" Yao Yenying blushed when she heard this. "It's nothing special, I just want to lock it." "Do you know that you just teased me?" Yao Yenying was puzzled. "I don't know." "You flirted with me, so shouldn't you take responsibility?" Yao Yenying understood immediately, her cheeks burning like fire, and she replied, This is your supermarket. Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" The next moment, Mu Chang gave her the answer with his actions, showing her whether he was afraid or not. As Yao Yenying's heartbeat, Mu Chang's handsome face quickly magnified infinitely in Yao Yenying's pupils. "Have you recovered?" "Soon." "Then help me." "Good." Shyness from Yao Yenying plus 999. Shyness from Yao Yenying plus 999. Afterwards, Yao Yenying's face flushed. Mu Chang helped her tidy up her messy hair. She was very well behaved. She just stood there coquettishly and let Mu Chang comb her hair. After Mu Chang introduced the situation of the supermarket to Yao Yenying, he took her around the supermarket and then left. Yao Yenying felt nervous when leaving the supermarket. But fortunately, the business of this supermarket was not good, and along the way, I didn't see anyone else except Qin Feng. Mu Chang was very calm and just accompanied Yao Yenying out. Got outside. Mu Chang was not in a hurry to go back. He also took Yao Yenying, the beautiful school beauty, out for a walk. He was enjoying himself carefreely, with this school beauty with first love face by his side, and passers-by looked at him with envy. I felt happy again. After we finished shopping, I sent Yao Yenying back to school. To there. Yao Yenying was very considerate and kissed him twice before getting out of the car and leaving. At almost the same time, the system prompt sounded in Mu Chang's mind. After some settlement, another 0.5 small goal was achieved. It's so nice to have this school beauty around me. Just take it out and play around, and look, another 50 million is in the account. It couldn't be better. He glanced at the time on his watch and saw that it was almost time for his date with Feng Lingyun. He didn't get out of the car, but just waited in it. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. He originally thought it was Feng Lingyun calling, but when he picked up the phone, he saw it was an unfamiliar number. After thinking for a moment, he answered it. The other party was a proud male voice. Mu Chang, my name is Su Qiling, the heir of the Su Group. I give you 30 minutes to come to the Ye nightclub. If you come within 30 minutes, I will give you 1 million. If you exceed 1 minute, I will deduct 10,000. Mu Chang looked amused. What kind of bird was this? It actually pooped on his head. Asked, how do you have my phone number? Su Qiling replied, don't worry about it. Remember, 1 million, you only have this one chance. Wait a moment. Mu Chang said suddenly. Su Qiling couldn't help but feel proud. He knew that no matter what nonsense he talked to these low-class poor guys, it would be fake. But as long as he threw money at them, it would work every time. Su Qiling said proudly, just tell me what you want to say. If you want me to pay more, I might raise the price if you say something nice. Su Qiling had just finished speaking. What greeted him was Mu Chang hanging up the phone. That's right. The reason why Mu Chang asked to wait was not for anything else, but to hang up on this person instead of being hung up on. The next action is to block and delete. What the hell is that guy? As soon as he opened his mouth, I thought he was someone from the heavenly palace, looking down on me from a high position. Bullshit. In Mu Chang's eyes, it's nothing. Mu Chang knew that this kind of rich second-generation person would hold grudges very much. Even if he was blocked, he would definitely find another number to harass him. So I turned on my phone and set it to reject unknown calls. Just as Mu Chang thought, Su Qiling was furious after he hung up the phone. He called again immediately, but all he got was, sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. He made several more calls, but the same thing happened. Soon, he realized that Mu Chang had blocked him, so he asked the people around him for their cell phones and continued to call Mu Chang, but again, no one answered. Depend on. Su Qiling couldn't help but curse.
He also sent someone to briefly understand Mu Chang's background.
The conclusion is that there is no background at all. The parents at home are earning money by doing odd jobs.
He never expected that faced with the temptation of 1 million and his identity as a super rich second generation, Su Qiling, Mu Chang actually hung up his phone.
It was simply unbearable for him.
Su Qiling immediately took out his cell phone and made a call. Find me a few people to go to Yunhai University to teach a student named Mu Chang a lesson.
Su Qiling felt better only after he arranged for someone to take revenge.
After calming down, Su Qiling picked up the wine glass and took several sips. Only then did he feel a little better.
Pick up the phone and click on the weak message.
He glanced at the contact he had pinned Fong Lingyun and couldn't help but become a little nervous again. When he was in high school, he was a serious student. During a basketball game, he saw Fong Lingyun passing by the basketball court. He didn't know what happened at that time, but he was shocked and fell in love with her at first sight. Fong Lingyun is 2 years older than him. At that time, Fong Lingyun had already learned how to dress herself up and made herself as beautiful as a flower. And Su Qiling was just a confused freshman in high school. At that time, he was still relatively innocent and didn't know that love could be achieved with money. He thought that true love should be used. But his proactive confession resulted in him becoming introverted for the rest of his life. At that time, he bravely confessed to Fong Lingyun, but she rejected him. However, she did not reject him arrogantly, but explained gently, like a sister next door, saying,
"Junior, I'm already a senior in high school and will be leaving here soon. After I leave, we won't have any contact anymore. Instead of pursuing me, you should pursue other girls. This way, your chances will be better."
Indeed, after a few months, Fong Lingyun left the high school and was admitted to Yunhai University. But Su Qiling didn't know why he had a special liking for Fong Lingyun, and even had no interest in Yao Yenying, the slightly younger school beauty. "I feel that Fong Lingyun is more feminine, and her figure is even fuller. Although Yao Yenying is also very delicate and is a beauty, compared with Fong Lingyun, she always feels like she lacks the flavor of a mature sister."
After Fong Lingyun left, Su Qiling did not give up his pursuit of Fong Lingyun.
At that time, he found a way to get her weak letter.
"I always send her messages occasionally.
But she has always been very unfamiliar to him, which makes his pursuit of Fong Lingyun feel unattainable."
Now, Su Qiling has also been admitted to university. Although he did not get into the prestigious Yunhai University, he is also near Yunhai University. He planned to invite Fong Lingyun out for dinner.
"But I'm worried about being rejected."
I hesitated for a long time. Su Qiling drank 2 more glasses of wine, feeling dizzy, and his courage came up.
He opened Fong Lingyun's WeChat chat window, edited the message: "Senior, I have also been admitted to a school near Yunhai University, and I would like to invite you out for dinner," and sent it. Chapter 24. If you really lose your job in the future, come to my house and do housework for me.
The other side. Fong Lingyun was carefully selecting clothes for her date with Mu Chang.
She has a plump figure, or as the internet says, a little chubby. But she also knows how to take advantage of it and pick some clothes that can highlight her figure and modify her shape. I chose a V-neck sweater and paired it with high-waisted pants. In this way, the upper body can show her sexy plumpness, while the lower body can also use high-waisted pants to lengthen the leg proportions and modify the problem of wide hips. She also had some delicate light makeup on her face. It looks like she has no makeup on, but she looks very delicate. She put a small bag on her shoulder and went downstairs. This exquisite dress made her immediately attract the attention of many boys as soon as she came downstairs and walked into the campus boulevard. On campus, although being exquisite and beautiful is important, being slightly plump is actually more lethal to the boys who are still on campus. In other words, cuteness is nothing compared to sexiness. She hadn't walked far when she suddenly received a message on her phone. She thought it was from Mu Chang, so she opened the phone and saw that it was from that annoying junior classmate Su Qiling.
I was a little annoyed and replied, "Sorry, I'm busy." Reject directly. Over at the bar.
When Su Qiling saw that Fong Lingyun had not replied to his message for a long time on WeChat, he couldn't help but waver, thinking that Fong Lingyun had seen it but just didn't reply. After wasting a while, he edited a message in Fong Lingyun's WeChat chat window: "Senior, I am actually the heir of the Su group, but I never told you before," and was about to send it. But the next moment, Fong Lingyun's message "Sorry, I'm busy" came back. Su Qiling was completely stunned. He couldn't understand why this happened. He has been trying to fall in love over the years, with the ultimate goal of increasing his courage and bravery when facing Fong Lingyun. After a long period of research, he discovered a secret. In fact, you can seduce most girls by offering large sums of money, especially those who are already out in society, and it works almost every time. The girls on campus have not yet realized that money is hard to make and shit is hard to eat in the society, and they are not as crazy about this as outsiders. But you can also push a lot of girls. However, Fong Lingyun is the goddess in Su Qiling's heart, and he really doesn't want to defile his goddess through such dirty means as monetary transactions.
But now,
he also began to realize that perhaps Fong Lingyun rejected him again and again because she didn't know his background. As long as she knew that he was a rich second generation and his family owned a mine, I believe she would not be moved. But when he edited the message again, "Senior, actually I am the heir of Su Group, but I never told you before," he began to have difficulty in chatting again. He was a little afraid to send a message to Fong Lingyun.
He was trapped in internal friction and was unable to send out this message for a long time.
While Su Qiling was struggling with internal friction, Fong Lingyun had already walked to Mu Chang's Bentley car, saw Mu Chang already sitting in the driver's seat, and sat in. Mu Chang wanted to behave himself this time. But Fong Lingyun was too plump, which made him have some bad thoughts. He placed one hand on Fong Lingyun, feeling very restless. Her breathing was a little heavy, but she did not resist.
She was a little used to it and did not say anything.
Mu Chang drove the car with one hand and drove out of the campus to find a hotel. This time we didn't go to a hotel, but to a proper restaurant. It's just that we booked a private room and it's quiet.
Just the two of them.
While eating, Mu Chang asked, "Senior Lingyun, I saw you live streaming on Douyin.
After you graduate, are you planning to work as a live streamer?"
Fong Lingyun replied, "No, I'm just trying." She paused and continued, "We have too many students majoring in acting, and not many can make a living from this major, and even fewer can become famous. I am already a junior this year and will be a senior next year. To put it bluntly, I am now trying to find a way out for myself.
I don't want to be unemployed right after graduation." Mu Chang thought about it and felt that it made sense.
Every year, there are tens of thousands of students graduating from acting departments, but only a few of them become famous as actors or other performing arts majors.
The chances are not high. Mu Chang asked, "What are your plans now?"
Fong Lingyun said, "I don't have any plans. I'll try being an internet celebrity first. If it works, that's great. If not, I'll think of other ways." Mu Chang actually seemed to have some ideas about how to create an internet celebrity, and he stared at Fong Lingyun and thought for a long time.
Fong Lingyun felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. Asked, "What are you thinking about? How do you want to make you famous?" Fong Lingyun was a little surprised. "Is there any way?" Mu Chang asked, "Compared to being a host or being an actor, which one do you prefer?" "I want to hear the truth." Fong Lingyun replied, "I chose this major because I wanted to be an actor. But now I find that this profession is too saturated and there are too few people who can stand out. That's why I want to change my career." Mu Chang thought about it.
The end of live streaming is to sell goods. A fierce and brainless person like Fong Lingyun is too real in her character. She is actually not very suitable to be a host or to sell goods.
On the contrary, Mu Chang has seen her drama performance.
Her face and figure are naturally impeccable, and her acting skills are also first-rate.
When he first went to see Fong Lingyun's drama performance, the traffic of the entire drama was brought up by her.
If she wanted to change her career to become a host, she actually made the wrong choice. Human beings are animals that don't like to hear unpleasant words, even if they are true. But Mu Chang has a wealthy family, so he is not afraid.
He clearly stated, "Let me tell you something unpleasant first. You're actually not very suitable to be a host." Fong Lingyun did not refute.
She still trusts Mu Chang quite a bit, and, from her previous experience, when she was live streaming, in addition to her pretty face and good figure, the tourists were attracted by her looks. If there was anything else, it would not attract any traffic.
Mu Chang paused and said, "You don't need to be a live streamer, but you can still be an internet celebrity. It depends on your talent, that is, your acting skills.
You can accumulate fans by making short videos, and later you can even make short dramas."
Fong Lingyun nodded, but in fact she was a little confused now.
With Mu Chang's guidance, although she didn't know whether it was right or wrong, at least she could trust him. The two of them talked for a while, and Mu Chang didn't discuss Fong Lingyun's matter any further.
He just said those few words on a whim. As he was eating, an idea suddenly occurred to him. He looked at Feng Lingyun and said with a faint smile, "If you really lose your job in the future, come to my house and do housework for me. Take care of my food and daily life, and I will give you a very high salary."
Feng Lingyun couldn't help but think of the scene at that time, and her cheeks felt a little hot unconsciously. When she arrived at Mu Chang's house, she was sure that he would eat her up. She said coquettishly, "Bad guy." Mu Chang stretched out his hand and Feng Lingyun fell into his arms as if she were soft and boneless. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why, you don't want to?" Feng Lingyun didn't dare to look at him, her cheeks slightly red, and she replied, "Of course I am willing." Feng Lingyun turned around, and their eyes met, an inexplicable feeling spread between them. Feng Lingyun suddenly felt a sense of crisis, struggled to get up and tried to escape. But in the end, she was just reluctant. After running 2 steps, she was blocked by Mu Chang in the corner. She had no idea what resistance was to Mu Chang. Not long. He put his hands on the wall. Shyness from Feng Lingyun plus 999. From Feng Lingyun's ecstasy plus 999. Chapter 25. This world is gentle. More than an hour later. Feng Lingyun tidied her appearance, her cheeks still a little red. When the two were leaving the restaurant, Feng Lingyun came up to Mu Chang and took his arm. Coming out of the hotel, Mu Chang looked up and saw the advertisement playing on the screen of the high-rise building opposite. A figure, facing the sea with arms open, seems to be embracing the sea and feeling the majestic waves of the sea. On a whim, he suddenly wanted to go see the sea. Go to the rickshaw and sit on it. He was still thinking about the sea. He thought about it and decided to open the blind box. He gave the decision to the woman next to him and asked, "Senior Lingyun, how about I take you to the beach to see the sea now?" Feng Lingyun has been worried about her future recently and has always wanted to go out for a walk to change her mood, but she has never gone. Now, just right. She replied, "Okay, go ahead. I want to go and relax, too." This was the sentence Mu Chang was waiting for. He just wanted a trip that he could take at any time. If we don't go crazy, we will get old. As Mu Chang stepped on the accelerator, the engine of the rickshaw roared and it rushed towards the sea. The two of them sped along for more than 2 hours before reaching the beach. After getting off the bus, walked towards the seaside. Feng Lingyun's attractive 15 centimeters high heels sank into the soft sand as she stepped on it. She squatted down and took off her high heels. With bare white feet, stepping on the soft white sand feels very good. Holding her high heels in her slender hands, she ran towards the rough sea excitedly, shouting, "Here I come, see." Feng Lingyun's beautiful figure running towards the sea is so beautiful. Mu Chang took out his cell phone, turned on the video and clicked it. Recorded this scene for her. Feng Lingyun ran to the edge of the sea, and the gentle shallow water washed her white feet. She turned around and shouted excitedly to Mu Chang, "Mu Chang, come quickly." At this moment, a strong wind swept in from the sea, blowing away her tied-up hair, and her thick hair fluttered in the air like seaweed. After Mu Chang finished recording this moment, he felt quite satisfied. Then I pressed the end button. Walked towards Feng Lingyun. When he came to Feng Lingyun, he sat down and gestured. "Take off your shoes and socks for me." Feng Lingyun's breathing became heavy for some reason. She was very obedient. She put her high heels aside, squatted down, and took off Mu Chang's shoes and socks. Mu Chang saw it at a glance. Her wide-open deep V sweater was very beautiful. Feng Lingyun helped Mu Chang take off his shoes, put his black leather boots together with her high heels, motioned for Mu Chang to stand up, helped Mu Chang roll up his trouser legs, and pulled Mu Chang into the sea together. After stepping on the water happily, Feng Lingyun hid behind Mu Chang again and called out, "Mu Chang, come here, leave us a souvenir." Mu Chang took out his phone and took a selfie of him and Feng Lingyun, but he found that the woman was hiding behind him, a little far away. He said, "Why are you hiding so far away?" Feng Lingyun said proudly, "This makes my face look smaller." Mu Chang was speechless, but still took a selfie for the two of them. From this moment on, under Feng Lingyun's guidance, the two began a crazy journey of taking photos and videos. We didn't return to the beach until we were tired, then we sat down and quietly watched the sea view. To be precise, the two of them sat back to back. Feng Lingyun was replaying the photos and videos she had taken with great interest, while Mu Chang was facing the sea, quietly looking at the sea view, with many thoughts flying through his mind. Time passed slowly, and as evening approached, the sky darkened. Mu Chang took Feng Lingyun to a nearby restaurant for a seafood meal, and then walked towards the car. Here, far away from Yunhai University and people Feng Lingyun knew, she unscrupulously held Mu Chang's hand and walked on the roadside openly. When they arrived at the car, before getting on, Feng Lingyun asked Mu Chang to wait a moment. She stood on tiptoe and gave Mu Chang a kiss. The moment they separated, their eyes met. The heat in each other's eyes is self-evident. After getting on the bus, when Feng Lingyun reached out to take the tissue, she accidentally touched Mu Chang's hand. The closeness of their skin made the two of them look at each other unconsciously. Feng Lingyun's breathing began to become heavy again, and her body temperature was rising. Soon, she saw Mu Chang's handsome face magnified infinitely in her pupils. And soon, her mind went blank. Shyness from Feng Lingyun plus 999. From Feng Lingyun's ecstasy plus 999. More than 3 hours later, Feng Lingyun tidied up her appearance, while Mu Chang started the rickshaw and drove back to Yunhai University. It was drizzling on the way. Feng Lingyun felt a little tired, so she leaned back in the passenger seat and fell asleep. It was not until she arrived at Yunhai University and stopped the car that she was awakened by the sudden vibration when the car stopped. When she woke up, she wiped her eyes. He looked up and saw the familiar scenery outside, and then he exclaimed in surprise, "We're here? So fast." Mu emphasized that. Of course it's fast after sleeping till here. Feng Lingyun suddenly realized what was going on. She leaned over, kissed Mu Chang, and said, "Mu Chang, you've worked hard. I will be your good boy in the future." Mu Chang looked at his watch and it was getting a little late. There was no excessive entanglement. Signaled Feng Lingyun to go back and rest early. Before Feng Lingyun left, she suddenly remembered something and called out, "Mu Chang, please send me the photos and videos in your phone so I can save them." After Mu Chang agreed, the two of them returned to their dormitories. On Mu Chang's way back, as expected, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. After all the calculations, it was another small goal. I feel happy inside again. The next day, Feng Lingyun got up and began to organize the photos and short videos of her and Mu Chang's outing yesterday. She looked back at the photos. Unexpectedly, she discovered that the photos Mu Chang took of her were all very beautiful. Mu Chang seems to be very good at taking photos. Looking at those videos, she always felt that they were very interesting. Although she couldn't see anything different, it seemed that she was very happy and hopeful at the time. She cut out a clip from the video that Mu Chang took for her. It was the short video where she just arrived at the beach, took off her high heels, ran towards the beach, then turned around and shouted to Mu Chang. I watched it several times. They all look great. There is also no information leaking Mu Chang's existence. Open Douyin, upload it, and add the text. This world is gentle. Release. The other side. After Mu Chang got up, he looked at his schedule. There are no classes today. Very good. So today's plan is to have fun for half a day. Brushing fighting sound. Play games. Play Douyin first. A beauty with every swipe. Another beauty appears when you brush your brows again. Mu Chang couldn't help but sigh that Douyin really understood him. Keep brushing, still a beauty. But he is an acquaintance. Feng Lingyun. However, it was not her live broadcast, but a short video of her, the one where she went to the beach, ran towards the sea, turned around and shouted, and the sea breeze blew her black hair into a flutter. Mu Chang rarely watched the whole movie from beginning to end. After watching it, I couldn't help but watch it again. This video is indescribably beautiful and very eye-catching. Take a look at the number of likes and posting time. The short video was just released this morning, and the number of likes has already exceeded 1,000. He brushed it several more times. I clicked on the comments and looked through them. One comment also received over 1,000 likes. The comment reads, "Why is there still light in her eyes?" Chapter 26. Enjoy the service from the school beauty. When Mu Chang saw the comment, he realized why he also liked to watch it. Looking at Feng Lingyun's short video and comparing it with others, both of them are beautiful women. But Feng Lingyun's looks more soulful. In the final analysis, it was the light in Feng Lingyun's eyes at that time. This kind of short video is hard to come by. Maybe it can bring a wave of traffic to Feng Lingyun. Traffic is fleeting. Although this short video may not necessarily make Feng Lingyun popular, what if it does? Help people to the end. He contacted Feng Lingyun through Ruoxin and had a brief conversation with her. So he helped her contact Chang Raoshan and asked her to contact Feng Lingyun with a reliable MCN agency and recommend Feng Lingyun to them. He also sent Feng Lingyun's latest short video to Chang Raoshan.
Chang Raoshan asked with a hint of sarcasm, "Who is this person?" "She's quite pretty."
Mu Chang said, "Just a senior schoolmate I know."
Chang Raoshan didn't ask any more questions.
From the very beginning, when she was with Mu Chang, she had already thought that there was more than one woman around Mu Chang. She has a clear understanding of this positioning. She also didn't mind that Mu Chang had other women. After some contact, Mu Chang asked Chang Raoshan and Feng Lingyun to contact each other directly, sandwiching him in the middle, which was a bit redundant.
Finish these.
Mu Chang played a few more games in the dormitory, and soon felt that as a man worth hundreds of millions, he should be a real person and not live in video games.
He immediately sent a message to the school beauty Yao Yenying. "What are you doing?" Yao Yenying replied immediately, "I am studying in the study room." "Come out, I'll take you to a better place to study." "Where are you going?" "My house."
In the study room, Yao Yenying saw the message and replied happily, "Okay, where can I find you?"
"The old place."
"Good." After replying, she started to pack up and leave the study room.
"I went to the bathroom first and looked at my face in the mirror. The makeup is exquisite. An everyday floral dress is pretty good." Set off to find Mu Chang.
When they arrived at the Penang rickshaw, she and Mu Chang arrived at almost the same time. She walked to Mu Chang obediently. Mu Chang put his big hand on her head and touched it.
Yao Yenying did not resist but lowered her head and obeyed. "Come on, let's get in the car." "Good." They got in the car and set off. To the Seaview Garden. Get off the car and go upstairs. After entering the door, Yao Yenying motioned for Mu Chang to sit on the small stool behind the door.
She squatted down, took off his shoes and socks herself, and then changed him into cotton slippers. Mu Chang sat on the stool in a casual manner, looking at Yao Yenying, the school beauty with a delicate first love face, who was willing to take off his shoes and socks for him. "Although I feel a little bit like a villain, I still feel indescribably happy in my heart."
"So cool."
Yao Yenying was being stared at by Mu Chang, and her cheeks were turning red and hot uncontrollably. When they got to the living room, Mu Chang didn't hesitate to sit on the sofa and shouted, "Yenying, come and give me a shoulder massage."
Yao Yenying said coquettishly, "I am the campus beauty of Yunhai University. Do you know how many boys like me and pursue me? Is it appropriate for you to order me around like this?" Mu Chang was very calm, suitable. Yao Yenying laughed so hard that her body shook with laughter. She punched Mu Chang with her fists. "Bad guy, can you give me some face?" Mu Chang raised his eyebrows. "Do you still need face in front of me?"
Yao Yenying punched Mu Chang again, gave him a kiss, and then began to massage his shoulders obediently.
Mu Chang simply wanted to enjoy the process of being massaged by the school beauty. Her technique is actually average.
After a while, Mu Chang said, "Okay, if you want to learn, you can learn now."
Yao Yenying did not study immediately, but sat next to Mu Chang, leaning against him.
She just leaned there, not saying a word. Just like Mu Chang wanted to try to order her around, she sometimes also thought about leaning on him quietly and gently like a couple. But that silence was not an awkward silence, but a harmonious silence in which one would not feel awkward even if no one spoke.
The aura between people can be sensed by each other. Perhaps it was because he felt Yao Yenying's silent tenderness. Mu Chang patted her on the head.
But Yao Yenying did not resist, but accepted it with lowered head.
She just lay there for a while and then got up and started studying.
Mu Chang also rarely interrupted him. He was reading a book aside.
It was noontime. Mu Chang did not order takeout, but took Yao Yenying downstairs to eat at a restaurant outside.
For Mu Chang, taking Yao Yenying, the beautiful school belle, out for a stroll was actually a pleasant experience.
Finish eating. Yao Yenying said she had something to do in the afternoon. Mu Chang sent her back to Yunhai University. To the campus.
Yao Yenying kissed him twice on the cheek as usual, then got out of the car and left. Mu Chang also got out of the car. He was planning to go back to the dormitory, but when he was about to reach the apartment building, a few yellow-haired guys suddenly appeared, blocked his way, and shouted,
"Are you Mu Chang?"
Almost at the same time, a system prompt sounded in Mu Chang's mind. Ding, the host is detected to have suffered retaliation from a love rival, triggering a new task. Revenge for defeating the enemy, reward system points 4.
Mu Chang raised his eyebrows. He has always been a non-confrontational person and should not have offended anyone.
If there really is one, besides Zhou Haochen, it must be Su Qiling who called him.
Is it because he can't win the woman away anymore that he is starting to look for thugs?
Now we live in a society ruled by law. If these people really dare to take action, he wouldn't mind letting them understand what the rule of law is. But it doesn't matter, this is definitely a system reward for him.
Mu Chang shouted disdainfully, "Who asked you to come?"
The leader of the yellow-haired hooligans saw this and raised his eyebrows. "Wow, you are quite arrogant."
Made a gesture.
The yellow-haired man under his command took action. In just a moment, all the yellow-haired guys were knocked to the ground, including the leader, who was holding his stomach and wailing.
Mu Chang was full of disdain.
The system greatly enhanced his physical fitness from the beginning.
These few yellow-haired guys are not enough. But he couldn't be bullied. As for calling the police, Mu Chang thought about the wealthy families behind Zhou Haochen and Su Qiling. When the time came to file a lawsuit, he would be alone and powerless, and it would be hard to say what would happen. He immediately called his counselor. "Inform this. Leave it to them. Yunhai University is the top university in Longhua. They cannot just sit back and watch when some yellow-haired thugs openly break into the campus and try to beat up their students. This kind of thing is quite troublesome." After some processing, by the time he walked back to the dormitory, it was already evening. Just as he was about to enter the dormitory, a prompt from the system suddenly sounded in his mind. The host completes the revenge mission of defeating the enemy, and rewards 4 system points. Mu Chang said without hesitation, "Draw a lottery." The lottery vortex appeared again, and after a quick spin, 4 items fell out. Lottery settlement: congratulations to the host for winning 1. Thank you for your patronage, master level fighting skills, master level marksmanship, and protection from the mysterious organization Shadow. Chapter 27. 4 beauties, each with their own merits. Almost the next moment, Mu Chang's phone received a text message from Shadow. "Mr. Mu Chang, I am Qiangwei, the head of the Shadow Organization's executive department. I have received a notice from my superiors that from this moment on, your life and safety will be the sole responsibility of our executive department. In about 10 minutes, our first group of people to protect you will arrive at Yunhai University, so if you have any other special personal needs, please feel free to contact me." Mu Chang thought about it and called Qiangwei directly. "We communicated. I also have some understanding of this shadow organization. The names of the organization's members are unknown, but they are all powerful people that ordinary people cannot reach. Their main job is to collect all kinds of intelligence from all over the world." Qiangwei didn't tell us the deeper details, citing confidentiality as the reason. Mu Chang didn't ask any more questions. After all, it should be a very powerful gangster, and he didn't plan to get involved too much. Just let Qiangwei keep her people low-key. He doesn't want his current life to be disrupted. Hang up the phone. Mu Chang did not return to the dormitory, but went to his rickshaw. Watching the time on the watch on your hand. 10 minutes later. Sure enough, a neat-looking girl with short shoulder-length hair found him and, after some introduction, claimed to be Qiu Yun, the person in charge of the mission to protect Mu Chang. There are currently 10 people protecting Mu Chang, all women. If necessary, the number will be further increased. In order not to attract attention, only Qiu Yun came to meet Mu Chang. In addition to protecting Mu Chang's safety, if Mu Chang has any other needs, he can dispatch them at any time. It's a waste if you don't use it. Mu Chang thought about it and asked Qiu Yun to arrange 2 people to work as nannies in his house, and another person to be his driver. The rest of the people should find a place to settle down and help him investigate who arranged those yellow-haired people to come and teach him a lesson today. After some communication. In order to provide better personal protection for Mu Chang, Qiu Yun plans to be Mu Chang's driver herself. Mu Chang had no objection to this. After the 2 of them finished communicating, Mu Chang handed his car keys to Qiu Yun and returned to the dormitory. The next day. After Mu Chang got up, he received a message from Jiang Baiqing. "I have already come up with a reform plan for the Lucky Cat supermarket. Let's meet when you are free." Mu Chang thought about it and didn't have anything to do, so he replied, "I'm free now. Let's meet at the Lucky Cat supermarket now." "Are you free?" Jiang Baiqing replied, "Okay, I'm free." Mu Chang called Qiu Yun and asked her to drive over and take him to the Lucky Cat supermarket to meet Jiang Baiqing. Qiu Yun hardly says anything, but she does things efficiently. A moment later, the car arrived at Mu Chang's apartment building. Mu Chang sat on it and set off.
When he arrived at the Lucky Cat supermarket, Mu Chang took a look and saw Zhang Baiqing. She was standing at the entrance of the supermarket waiting. She is dressed in a cyber style, but still so sexy and cool.
A black camisole with jeans.
He was wearing a pair of casual sneakers. When he saw Zhang Baiqing, Mu Chang couldn't help but compare the 4 beauties he had met so far in his mind.
In fact, each has its own merits. Yao Yenying has the face of first love, a pure white moonlight. Chang Raoshan is a cool and domineering queen with a hot body. Feng Lingyun is the plump sister next door.
The current Zhang Baiqing has a cool, cyber style. The biggest thing they have in common is that they are all sexy and attractive.
Of course, this may only apply to Mu Chang.
Zhang Baiqing noticed Mu Chang's car and went to meet him. When he saw Mu Chang getting out of the back seat, he was a little surprised. "Who is the person driving you?"
Mu Chang replied, "A new driver." Zhang Baiqing didn't ask any more questions. Mu Chang put his arm around Zhang Baiqing's waist and said, "There is an office in the supermarket. Let's go in and talk."
Her breathing became a little heavy, but she didn't resist and nodded, "Okay." When the two entered the supermarket, Jin Fong, who was watching the store, greeted them enthusiastically.
"Hello, boss."
"Hello, Sister Sina." From what he said, it sounded like Jin Fong and Zhang Baiqing were quite familiar with each other.
Enter the office.
There was a sofa inside, and Mu Chang sat on it. He thought Zhang Baiqing would follow suit, but unexpectedly, she actually moved a stool and sat opposite him. This time, Mu Chang couldn't stand it anymore, pointed to the seat next to him and said, "Come and sit here."
After hearing Mu Chang shouting, Zhang Baiqing's breathing became heavy.
But he also stood up and sat next to Mu Chang. Mu Chang pointed at his cheek and gestured. Zhang Baiqing's cheeks felt a little hot, but she still kissed him. From Zhang Baiqing's heartbeat plus 66. At this time, Zhang Baiqing had already provided her rectification plan materials to Mu Chang, who was looking through them.
Finished reading. Lay down. Put your arms around Zhang Baiqing's waist.
The general direction of her material is good. But there was a difference of opinion, and a point where he was a little hesitant. He proposed, "Although we don't have many employees yet, the shares will be changed so that 50% will be given to the grassroots employees, 40% will be given to the management, and 5% will be used as a bonus fund, leaving only 5% for me."
Zhang Baiqing was very confused when he heard this. "What is your original intention for doing this? Don't tell me it's for charity?"
The purpose of doing business is to make money and gain profits. If this center point deviates, she doesn't think she will be able to run this supermarket well in the end.
Mu Chang explained. "You misunderstood.
I opened the supermarket to make money, but I wanted to make it bigger and stronger than making money.
As for how much money I can get from it, to be honest, I am not short of money. I just need a little bit. I have thought about this matter.
If I don't distribute shares to employees, then when they come to work in my supermarket, they will feel that they are helping me.
But if the shares are distributed to them, they will feel that they are working for themselves and will definitely be more motivated."
I am not making this up. You should also know that there are already several companies that have done this and have grown rapidly. Zhang Baiqing heard this and thought for a moment. Knowing that Mu Chang was not acting recklessly but had his own plans, since this was his supermarket anyway, he modified the plan according to his wishes.
She then asked, "Anyone else want to raise any objections?" Mu Chang replied, "One more thing. Is this proposal to move to a new location indispensable or can it be avoided?"
Zhang Baiqing replied without hesitation.
"It is indispensable and must be moved."
She paused and explained. "Your supermarket itself does not have any brand effect. After my research these days, I also found that the traffic at the current address of the Lucky Cat supermarket is really not that good.
If you want your supermarket to develop well now, traffic is more important than quality.
Even if you control the quality of your supermarket well, it will be useless if there is no traffic and no one comes to support it."
Mu Chang heard this and didn't say anything more.
In fact, his mind was as clear as a mirror from the beginning, but he was still a little obsessed. He wanted to get up from where he fell. He always felt that if he moved to another place, he would not be able to achieve this effect. But this is just an obsession after all. He knows it himself.
Now, he just needs someone to give him a push. Chapter 28. My sister's fans exceed 10 million.
After the supermarket renovation plan is finalized, the next step is to actually start the construction. After Mu Chang communicated with Zhang Baiqing, he found out that she had experience in this area and knew some people who could help Mu Chang make the contact.
But you have to pay extra.
Mu Chang had no objection.
Next, Jiang Baiqing suggested, come on, I'll take you to see the suggested location? Can.
After leaving the supermarket, the two of them went over and got on Mu Chang's rickshaw and headed there.
The location Jiang Baiqing chose was on the basement floor of a shopping mall. Mu Chang went down with her to take a look.
Now, there is a clothing store there, covering a large area.
Jiang Baiqing explained.
I have visited many places for field investigations and found that many large and successful supermarkets are located on the underground level of shopping malls.
I have discussed this clothing store with them and they are planning to transfer it.
The two were chatting. Jiang Baiqing happened to see the owner of the clothing store, so she pulled Mu Chang over to meet him. He was a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and a slightly bulging belly.
After some chatting and communication, with the help of Jiang Baiqing's intermediary, Heidi and Mu Chang had a quite pleasant chat. Mu Chang was invited to the Mediterranean office.
Upon learning that the annual rent for this place was only 400,000, he took it from Mediterranean without saying a word and signed the transfer contract on the spot. Leaving the underground floor, Mu Chang and Jiang Baiqing took the elevator directly to the 5th floor of the shopping mall. The 5th floor is a food area. After sitting down and ordering the dishes, Jiang Baiqing said happily, I didn't expect it to be so smooth today.
I even bought the store directly. Idle.
She took out her cell phone and said,
let's make peace elite. Mu Chang did not agree directly, but said, you fight, and I'll guide you from the side.
Hearing this, Jiang Baiqing couldn't help but think of the last time when Mu Chang taught him hand in hand, and his breathing became uncontrollably heavy. But she still nodded and said, okay.
When the game was about to start, Mu Chang asked, you've been practicing the game so diligently recently, is there a competition?
Jiang Baiqing replied, yes, the official penguin of the game plans to hold a game interaction meeting for me with the fans of Peace Elite in the near future, and I need to play the game with the fans.
When it comes to this, Mu Chang asked, what is the purpose of Penguin inviting you to be the game spokesperson?
Jiang Baiqing said without hesitation, my fan traffic.
Mu Chang was surprised, you still have fans?
Jiang Baiqing rolled her eyes at Mu Chang and replied, of course, your sister has over 10 million fans in the game.
Mu Chang was stunned. Is this true? How come I have never heard of you? Jiang Baiqing motioned for Mu Chang to take his phone over.
She opened his Douyin app for him, searched for Motorcycle Girl, opened her account, clicked on follow, and handed it back to Mu Chang.
Take a good look, has my sister's fans exceeded 10 million?
Mu Chang scrolled through Jiang Baiqing's works and realized that he had seen her short videos, but the ones she played were about the second dimension in game cosplay. If you don't compare carefully, you really can't recognize me. When Mu Chang looked at Jiang Baiqing again, his eyes became different. This woman is not only a Dr. Turtle, but also has over 10 million fans and drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom at home. He suddenly felt that this woman was richer than him. He asked, you should be quite rich, right?
Good. You have so many fans, so why do you want to run a supermarket? Jiang Baiqing was silent for a moment and said, because my mom likes it.
When Mu Chang heard this, he immediately wanted to swear. I have a good figure, good looks, fans, and money, but why should I be afraid of my mother? However, some daughters have an unusually close relationship with their mothers. He said. So, supermarket management or even a PhD is what your mom wants, but what you like is cosplay, right? Jiang Baiqing did not respond directly to Mu Chang's words, but asked,
what do you think of cosplay? Mu Chang thought for a moment and said, I don't really understand.
Jiang Baiqing asked and answered his own questions, saying, in fact, cosplay is a niche hobby that people despise, especially in the eyes of my mother. She even looks at it with tinted glasses and thinks it is not a proper job.
Mu Chang thought for a moment and asked, what is the scale of your family's business? Hundreds of billions.
When Mu Chang heard this, he suddenly felt that he was a bit vulgar.
To be honest, he also felt that Jiang Baiqing was a bit unprofessional.
If it were him, he originally wanted to just lie down. But think about it, when people become rich, they still have to have some aspirations. It seems that Jiang Baiqing is not wrong.
Mu Chang asked again, how many children do you have? I am an only child.
When Mu Chang heard this, he immediately became more inclined to support her mother.
What's your father's attitude? My dad is fine.
He has been busy with the family business and rarely interferes with my affairs. At this moment, a ridiculous idea suddenly popped up in Mu Chang's mind. Her mother might be feeling a little guilty for not being able to give birth to a son for the Jiang family, so she hoped that Jiang Baiqing could take on the responsibilities of a man as a girl and become the modern-day Mulan.
However, Jiang Baiqing did not have this awareness.
While dealing with her mother, she secretly plays cosplay.
It's so fucking exciting. Let us get back to the point.
Even an honest judge cannot judge family disputes.
Mu Chang thought about it and suddenly felt overwhelmed.
Although he has some money now, it is still not enough compared to those behemoths worth hundreds of billions. He didn't want to pay attention to it, but when he turned around, he saw Jiang Baiqing looking at him eagerly, waiting for him to speak.
Mu Chang coughed twice, sat up straight, and said, "This matter is a bit troublesome, but there is always a solution to everything."
Jiang Baiqing grabbed Mu Chang's hand, put it on hers, and said seductively, "If you can help me deal with my mom, I can spend a night with you."
To be honest, Mu Chang actually wanted to refuse. He had achieved financial freedom now and could live a carefree and happy life.
There was no need for him to get involved in such complicated matters. But this beauty is so tempting. Her beautiful face, fair skin, impressive figure, and the glimmer of expectation in her beautiful eyes.
You will definitely be able to gain a lot of emotional points afterwards. It made him a little excited. Finally said, "I can help you think of a solution. I knew you would help me."
After Jiang Baiqing got Mu Chang's promise, she became a little happier and played the game more smoothly.
In the game, the first person you kill with a gun is a headshot. Mu Chang was standing aside, wondering if he had agreed too hastily.
After thinking about it, it feels a bit troublesome.
Never mind. Let us talk about the future later. Why create anxiety for yourself out of thin air?
Seeing the game Jiang Baiqing was playing, he unexpectedly discovered that this woman had a high level of comprehension. After he taught her how to headshot last time, her hit rate is now extremely high.
1 in each hand. Even the headshot rate is not low. 2 or 3 out of 10. But soon, he also discovered Jiang Baiqing's weakness.
She is not very good at charging into battle and prefers to hide in the house and shoot the enemy from a distance.
If the enemy's rank is a little higher, it would be easy to feed her grenades. Chapter 29. This time I gained a lot.
Let me teach you how to get rid of this habit of squatting all the time,
Mu Chang said.
Jiang Baiqing noticed that a pair of big hands reached out from behind her. Mu Chang hugged her, held her hand, and played games with her.
Jiang Baiqing was startled again.
This was a public place and her breathing became a little heavy, but she did not resist. She also turned slightly to make it easier for Mu Chang to play games.
Shyness from Jiang Baiqing plus 99. Look carefully, I'll only show you once.
Having said that, Mu Chang controlled the game character without hesitation to come out of the house where Jiang Baiqing was hiding and go downstairs.
He knew there was an enemy on the other side. Run to the building opposite. There was no first entry into the house. Instead, he circled downstairs twice before entering the building.
Rush up the stairs.
I went up to the second floor, but didn't see anyone. Enter the third floor.
Mu Chang ran up the stairs, and as soon as he showed his head, he was shot at by the enemy who had been waiting there. But Mu Chang had been on guard for a long time. When he noticed someone, he just poked his head out and went downstairs immediately. He quickly turned back and threw a grenade upwards.
Mu Chang's operation was very smooth, and he almost completed it in one go.
After throwing the grenade, he changed his gun to a submachine gun and quickly went upstairs.
He originally wanted to shoot the enemy again if he was not dead yet.
But it turned out to be redundant.
The enemy has become a box. That's it, end. Mu Chang let go of his hand and asked, "How is it, have you learned it?"
Mu Chang was concentrating on teaching the game, but Jiang Baiqing was a little distracted and not in the right state of mind, with her cheeks red and hot.
Of course, she also learned Mu Chang's methods of defeating the enemy. Answer. I have learned it. Mu Chang asked her to follow his example and give it a try. Jiang Baiqing was still quite confident. He went downstairs, looked for the enemy, and conquered the enemy in the building.
He first circled around the bottom of the building to interfere with the enemy's sight, and then rushed up the stairs. Halfway through the charge, they discovered that the enemy was waiting at the stairs. They raised their guns and shot at Jiang Baiqing. Jiang Baiqing didn't even have a chance to escape and was shot to death. Jiang Baiqing subconsciously looked up and looked at Mu Chang. The two of them stared at each other.
Mu Chang asked, "Is this what you call learning?"
Jiang Baiqing looked innocent, Who would have thought that he was so bold, waiting at the stairs?
Mu Chang asked back, is there a big difference? Jiang Baiqing was stunned for half a second. Big. Go ahead and enter the game. I'll see how I play. Good.
Jiang Baiqing opened the game, formed a random team, and entered. Waiting for the plane to take off.
Parachute.
At this time, Mu Chang's hand reached out from behind her again. He hugged her and taught her how to play the game step by step.
Jiang Baiqing's breathing became heavy.
The body temperature rises again. She even felt her heartbeat speed up slightly. As time slowly passes.
It takes more than an hour to teach this game.
Jiang Baiqing finally figured out the trick, and she charged forward to defeat her enemies and eventually won the MVP of the game, but her face became very red and hot.
That's it. The game tutorial is over. The meal is finished. Mu Chang said, let's go. Jiang Baiqing nodded. The two left the store and walked along the aisle towards the elevator.
On the way, we passed a place where claw machines were placed. Jiang Baiqing took a fancy to a doll in the claw machine and said to Mu Chang, wait a moment, I'll grab a doll. As she said that, she went to buy game coins. $10 can be exchanged for 36 coins.
It costs 3 game coins to catch a doll.
That is, she can play 12 times.
Mu Chang said with a skeptical attitude, do you have the skills? Can you catch it? Jiang Baiqing swore, of course, I am a sea turtle doctor. Mu Chang didn't say anything else and just watched quietly from the side. The first one. You know what, she has pretty good skills.
He manipulated the gripper and grabbed the doll accurately, but he didn't hold it firmly, and the gripper fell halfway.
The second time. But I couldn't catch it. Soon, until the 11th time, the rag doll was still lying there without moving. Mu Chang couldn't bear it anymore, it was Dr. Turtle. He started to say. Or, let me try.
Jiang Baiqing was already crazy, no need, I will definitely be able to catch him this time.
Insert coin. The countdown begins.
She began to skillfully manipulate the direction of the gripper so that it was aimed at the rag doll.
Take action. Press the key. Let the grasper grab. Clang. The gripper was off center and couldn't catch anything.
Jiang Baiqing was furious and wanted to buy coins again. Mu Chang reached out and held her, saying,
I'll do it. Mu Chang calmly went to exchange it for 10 yuan worth of game coins. Return. Insert coin. The game countdown begins.
He casually manipulated the direction of the gripper, aimed it at the rag doll, and quickly pressed the button to grab it. Jiang Baiqing, who was watching from the side, was full of disdain. She didn't believe that this guy was so lucky that he could catch him.
Clang.
Under Jiang Baiqing's incredulous gaze, the gripper firmly grasped the rag doll, brought it to the landing point, and put it down.
The doll landed smoothly at the receiving entrance. Jiang Baiqing was still unconvinced, it's just good luck. Mu Chang didn't care and said, do you have any dolls you want to catch?
Jiang Baiqing felt that Mu Chang must be lucky. She glanced at it, pointed at a little bear doll, and said, that one.
Mu Chang went over to put in the coin. Operate the steering stick. Alignment. Catch below.
Everything felt so simple in Mu Chang's hands, but his gripper grasped the teddy bear doll precisely.
Until it is thrown to the exit.
Jiang Baiqing's eyes now became a little bit incredulous. This guy is truly a genius. She then tried pointing to a doll and said, I want that one.
Result. Still the same. Mu Chang helped her catch it easily.
Jiang Baiqing was finally convinced that Mu Chang's success was not due to luck but to his own strength.
She asked, how do you do it? Is there any trick? Mu Chang replied, want to learn? Jiang Baiqing nodded. I'll teach you. You put in the coin first. Jiang Baiqing was very obedient and went to insert the coins. The countdown begins.
At this time, Mu Chang's hand reached out from behind her again. He hugged her, grabbed her hand, and guided her to operate the joystick. Jiang Baiqing still couldn't adapt and was stunned. But there was no resistance. She felt that Mu Chang simply wanted to teach her how to catch dolls and had no other intentions. She observed carefully and found that Mu Chang was very focused. He taught her how to operate the steering column step by step while explaining.
After inserting the coin, don't hesitate, and act immediately.
The further back the grip is, the weaker the grip will be.
The sooner you do it, the better.
Mu Chang taught very attentively, but Jiang Baiqing was still out of control and a little absent-minded. She felt her cheeks getting red and hot. From Jiang Baiqing's heartbeat plus 99. While she was distracted, Mu Chang quickly grabbed a rag doll and asked, "Have you learned it?" Jiang Baiqing shook his head subconsciously. Mu Chang didn't care and continued teaching. As time slowly passes, Jiang Baiqing also mastered some tricks and tried it himself. He succeeded in catching it and was very happy. However, when he turned around and met Mu Chang's eyes, he was a little hesitant to look at him and avoided him. Her face was slightly red. At this time, they had run out of coins. None of the coins exchanged later were wasted. Under the leadership of Mu Chang, the two caught a total of 10 dolls. All in all, Jiang Baiqing is still quite happy. This time the harvest was fruitful. Chapter 30. Do you think I'm fat? On the way to the elevator, Jiang Baiqing curiously asked Mu Chang, "Where did you learn these skills?" Mu Chang replied, "I learned it on the spot." Jiang Baiqing looked incredulous. "Really?" Mu Chang said, "As a matter of course, there is also Game for Peace. I have never played it before, so I learned it on the spot." Jiang Baiqing really wanted to refute, but for some reason, her intuition told her otherwise. Mu Chang did not show any sign of telling lies. On the contrary, he spoke sincerely. Jiang Baiqing couldn't help but wonder, is this guy really a genius? Go down from the shopping center to the parking lot. The two got in the car and sat in the back seat of the rickshaw. Even though Choyun was the driver, Mu Chang still put one hand on Jiang Baiqing, looking very restless. Jiang Baiqing was still slightly stunned, but didn't say anything. Default. Just breathing a little heavy. Penang rickshaw, start. Back to the Lucky Cat supermarket. Jiang Baiqing's car was parked there. To there. Parking. Jiang Baiqing got out of the car with her cheeks red and hot. Mu Chang said, "Wait a moment." Jiang Baiqing stopped and turned around. Mu Chang pointed to his cheek. Jiang Baiqing glanced in Choyun's direction and her heartbeat quickened slightly, but she still kissed Mu Chang on the cheek before leaving. Go get in her car and drive away. Almost at the same time, the system prompt sounded in Mu Chang's mind. After all the calculations, we achieved another 0.5 small goal. Mu Chang was also feeling quite happy. Didn't stay too long. As soon as they entered the Lucky Cat supermarket, they asked Qin Fong to print a piece of paper with the words, "This store is for sale. If you are interested, please contact Mu Chang, contact number XXX," and posted it at the door. When Qin Fong heard this, his face immediately fell and he said, "Boss, am I going to be unemployed again?" Mu Chang patted Qin Fong's arm and said, "What a decadent thing to say. I'm not going to lose my job. I'm planning to move to a better place to open a store." Qin Fong was immediately happy when he heard this. "Really?" "Certainly." Soon, Qin Fong quickly printed out the paper and posted it in a conspicuous place at the door. After finishing this task, Mu Chang asked Qin Fong to leave work early. He also took the bus back to school. On the way, I received a call from Fong Lingyun. She was very happy. "Mu Chang, did you see that? My short video went viral. In just one day, I gained over 100,000 followers." Upon hearing this, Mu Chang opened Fong Lingyun's Douyin account. As far as he could remember, Fong Lingyun only had about 20,000 to 30,000 fans before. Now, it is approaching 200,000. Click on her short video that went viral. The number of likes is almost approaching 700,000. After Mu Chang finished reading, he replied, "Just checked, it is, congratulations." Fong Lingyun said, "All this is thanks to you. Where are you now? I want to see you." Mu Chang said that he was driving back to school. Fong Lingyun replied, "Okay, I'll wait for you at the place where you parked your car." After Fong Lingyun and Mu Chang finished their phone call, the first thing to do is to go to the mirror and see how your makeup looks and whether you need to touch up your makeup. Fine. The makeup is okay. The next step is to change clothes. I went to the closet, picked out a tight, body-hugging miniskirt, black stockings, and black high heels. Also bring a long light jacket. To the bathroom. Soon, no approval was given. Wear black stockings and seductive 15 cm high stiletto heels. Then put on a wrap skirt. Turn around in front of the mirror. Great. Her voluptuous figure was perfectly displayed, and her whole body looked curvy and extremely seductive. Then put on a long thin coat.
Look in the mirror again.
The inner charm has been completely covered up, even the high heels on the feet are covered up.
Very good. Come out of the bathroom. Fong Lingyun thought about it.
She went to the closet, picked out several sets of clothes, put them in her backpack, checked them again, and then went downstairs carrying the backpack.
Go downstairs to the apartment.
Walking along the campus boulevard in the direction of Mu Chang's parking lot, Fong Lingyun met some boys on the way. She immediately heard some comments.
Look, isn't that the plump goddess who's so popular on Douyin?
Young people do not know the benefits of being plump and mistake slimness for treasure.
It's so late, where is the plump goddess going? It should be about studying. Fong Lingyun is very hardworking in her studies.
She is just like the school beauty Yao Yenying, both are top students. I've seen her play performances. Her acting is incredible and her body is so voluptuous and sexy. My goddess, if I can marry this girl, I will have no regrets in my life. Fong Lingyun ignored the boring comments and walked towards her destination without looking around.
Along the way, I met many male classmates.
Some bold boys even shouted at her.
Goddess, I love you. Goddess, tell me how I can marry you. Goddess, I love your feet.
Fong Lingyun turned into a less crowded path in advance, gradually got rid of the crowd, and came to the parking space next to the grove.
It was already dark.
Mu Chang's car arrived almost at the same time, and the bright light shone on Fong Lingyun.
Xiaoyun was considerate enough to turn off the lights.
When Fong Lingyun saw the license plate number, she couldn't wait to go over, opened the passenger door and got in. But after seeing Xiaoyun, he was slightly stunned. After Mu Chang explained, Fong Lingyun sat in the back seat. When they got in the car, Fong Lingyun glanced in Xiaoyun's direction, then took off her long thin coat, revealing the charming scenery inside. Her skirt was close-fitting, with beautiful curves and bumps in all the right places.
Mu Chang naturally looked up and down unscrupulously.
Since she dared to wear it, why didn't he dare to look at it? However, Fong Lingyun felt a little embarrassed because Mu Chang was looking at her so unscrupulously, and her breathing became a little heavy.
She avoided Mu Chang's gaze and said, "How about we go to your house? It'll be more convenient to talk there." Mu Chang signaled Xiaoyun to drive to Seaview Garden.
The vehicle starts and sets off. In the back seat, Mu Chang's hand was still dishonestly placed on Fong Lingyun. She was startled and her body temperature rose uncontrollably, but she didn't say anything. Arrived at Seaview Garden Community.
Get off.
Fong Lingyun moved closer to Mu Chang, took his arm, her cheeks red from her neck to the back of her ears.
They went into the building and took the elevator up.
Fong Lingyun leaned slightly on Mu Chang's arms, like a gentle wife.
Arrive at the door of your home, open it and go in. Close the door.
Mu Chang sat on the stool behind the door, preparing to change his shoes.
Fong Lingyun squatted down and said, "Let me help you."
Her cheeks were red and hot. She helped Mu Chang take off his shoes and socks, and found cotton slippers for him to change into. The two of them entered the living room of the house together.
Fong Lingyun went to hang up her long thin coat.
Then he took off her tight-fitting skirt. He turned around in front of Mu Chang and asked,
"Mu Chang, I saw a lot of people online saying that I'm fat. Do you think I'm fat?" Mu Chang raised his eyebrows and said, "I can't see clearly. Come closer to me."
Just as Fong Lingyun approached Mu Chang, she was pulled into Mu Chang's arms.
Mu Chang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why did you suddenly say you wanted to see me tonight?" Fong Lingyun's breathing became a little heavy. Nothing, I just wanted to meet you." "Real? You, a bad guy." Soon, Fong Lingyun placed her hands on the sofa. Shyness from Fong Lingyun plus 999. From Fong Lingyun's ecstasy plus 999. Chapter 31, Something You Can Only Seek. The next day.
Fong Lingyun woke up and leaned gently on Mu Chang, who had already gotten up and was leaning against the head of the bed reading the book Take Care.
Fong Lingyun asked curiously, "Mu Chang, do you like reading books?" Mu Chang replied, "Not bad." "Then why do I often see you reading?"
Mu Chang said, "I thought that when you woke up and saw me reading for the first time, you would think I was handsome."
Fong Lingyun stretched out her little fist and punched Mu Chang. "You're so talkative."
She also reached out to find her phone, opened Douyin, and checked her account.
"It's better not to watch it."
As soon as she saw it, she screamed with excitement, stood up, and handed her phone to Mu Chang. Mu Chang, look, my fans have exceeded 400,000, which has doubled in one night.
Mu Chang responded calmly, congratulations, congratulations.
At this time, the number of unread chat messages on Phone Lingyun's Douyin account has reached 99 plus. She clicked it and took a look. All kinds of people were sending her all kinds of messages. You remind me of my goddess in college, clean, pretty and plump.
I miss those days so much.
Goddess, why is there still light in your eyes?
Goddess, your glance back on the beach touched my heart at once. Tell me what I need to do to marry you.
I really miss a girl like you who is pure and has light in her eyes. You are the eternal white moonlight in my heart.
I love you.
Flipped through the chat messages.
Phone Lingyun put it down and got out of bed.
He went to the living room to get her backpack, opened it, took out several sets of clothes, gestured in front of her, and said to Mu Chang.
Mu Chang, I want you to take a few more short videos for me. Which one do you think I should wear? Mu Chang didn't have much objection to this.
At this time, Phone Lingyun was naked. Watching her comparing clothes is also a beautiful sight. After comparing the clothes, Mu Chang said, the white camisole with hot pants, you should wear this one. Phone Lingyun put it on obediently without saying anything, and explained.
Mu Chang, I don't know if you've noticed that you're actually pretty good at taking photos and videos. The ones you took of me the day before yesterday were better looking than the ones I took before. Mu Chang didn't say much, he understood.
He was given 100% survival skills by the system, which naturally included photography and videography.
Mu Chang picked up Phone Lingyun's phone, got out of bed. Be her photographer. Phone Lingyun asked, what do I need to do?
Mu Chang thought for a moment, motioned her to stand in front of the French window, and said, just stand in front of the window and look at the scenery, then look back.
Phone Lingyun followed Mu Chang's instructions and went to the floor-to-ceiling window.
She first looked at the scenery outside, then turned back to look in the direction of Mu Chang and smiled.
After Mu Chang finished recording the video, he went back to review it.
But she found that she no longer had the same spirituality as before, and was even a little embarrassed as she forced herself to smile.
Mu Chang looked at Phone Lingyun and asked, do you know why I let you wear a white camisole with hot pants?
Phone Lingyun thought for a moment and replied, this will look cuter.
Wrong.
Mu Chang got straight to the point, I asked you to wear this outfit for the main purpose of positioning you, to position you as a person, pure and sweet, yet naturally sexy.
In terms of sexiness, there are many people on Douyin who are sexier than you.
Your main selling point now is that you are the campus white moonlight and campus goddess. Of course, the most important thing is,
do you know why your short video yesterday became popular? Phone Lingyun shook her head.
Mu Chang said, that's because there's light in your eyes. So don't force yourself to smile, just be yourself. As for why there's light in your eyes, I may not be able to teach you that. Think back to that day at the beach, what kind of mood you were in, and try to replicate it.
Phone Lingyun nodded.
I went to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the crowded streets outside, and thought for a moment.
Is there light in your eyes?
She was actually in a terrible mood that day. But later, Mu Chang took her on a spontaneous trip.
I figured it out later.
In fact, it doesn't matter if you can't find a job after graduation.
Anyway, Mu Chang is here.
Mu Chang also gave her $5 million. As long as she didn't spend it lavishly and lived frugally, it would be enough to support her life for a long time. As she thought about it, she let it go and felt that the future would be just like this.
I feel there is still hope for the future. As long as Mu Chang is around, it's fine, just like right now.
At worst, as Mu Chang said, I can just go to his house and work as a housekeeper for him.
Arrived at the beach. All worries are thrown away.
Unconsciously, light appeared in my eyes. And the most important thing there is actually Mu Chang. Thinking of this, she turned around and looked back at Mu Chang. Seeing him there, she felt that this world was really good. At this time, Mu Chang was already recording her, waiting for the moment she turned around to take the shot.
Finished shooting.
Replay. Although it is not a scene like the one at the seaside with light in the eyes, it has become soulful again.
Mu Chang couldn't describe this feeling.
Anyway, her eyes are not dull, but full of passionate emotions, which makes people feel very emotional.
Mu Chang did not tell Phone Lingyun anything about this matter. This kind of thing is hard to come by, and if you talk too much about it, it might even interfere with you. Mu Chang took several more photos and videos of Phone Lingyun. Finished, handed over to Phone Lingyun.
After reading it, Fong Lingyun also felt good. The two of them cleaned up. Then went downstairs. Take the bus back to Yunhai University. Today is already Saturday, so there is actually no need for the two to go back to school. However, Chang Raoshan has already connected Fong Lingyun with the MCN agency, and she is going to have a face-to-face interview with someone from the MCN agency today. People from MCN agency came to Yunhai University to pick her up. After all, the power of an individual is limited. If a person really wants to become famous, there must be capital behind him. Only in this way, if huge wealth really comes one day, she will be able to take advantage of it. It doesn't really matter to Mu Chang where he is. After Fong Lingyun got off the car and left, he began to plan today's itinerary. Such a good weekend can't be wasted like this. A lot of ideas popped into my mind all of a sudden. Go buy a bike and go ride. Or you can get a gym or swimming card and go to the gym or swim. As I was thinking, a message suddenly came on my phone. I clicked on it and saw that it was a message sent by Yao Yenying via WeChat. Mu Chang, do you have time today? I want to ask you a question about mathematics. Mu Chang thought for a moment and replied. I have time. As for the weekend, spending it with the school beauty Yao Yenying seems to be a good choice. Maybe, you can easily get tens of millions from the system. Yao Yenying sent a message, where are you? I'll come find you. I'm in my car right now, right where I always park. Okay, I'll come find you now. Chapter 32 I am your Mu Chang woman. While Mu Chang was waiting in the car, he thought about how when he was with Lu Yaxin, he was only interested in making a lot of money and never took the initiative to contact his family. It was always his mother who called him, and he almost never took the initiative to call his family. His father is a man of few words and rarely calls him. I usually call when I have something to do. However, when his mother called him, his father was often there, nagging him a few words. I didn't have the conditions before, but now I have both money and time. So isn't it time to be filial to your parents? Thinking of this, he called his mother Wang Kaishan. Wang Saishan's first reaction when she received his call was, Mu Chang, what's the matter? Mu Chang replied, nothing, just wanted to chat and ask about the situation at home. Wang Kaishan was a little surprised that her son would call home to chat for the first time. It's okay, it's okay. What can go wrong at home? It's mainly you and your sisters. You are studying and working outside. It's hard. It's not easy to fight outside. In addition to his parents, Mu Chang has 4 older sisters. At that time, according to the policy, each family could only have 2 children. However, his parents wanted a son, so they kept having children until they gave birth to him. Only then did they stop having children. But in recent years, he has been in a relationship with his ex-girlfriend Lu Yaxin, and they have become obsessed with each other. Almost my entire life revolves around Lu Yaxin. Not only did he not contact these sisters, but when they called to persuade him, he quarreled with them and even said things like we are not siblings. He doesn't have a good relationship with these sisters, and almost all of them have blocked him from contact. As Wang Kaishan was chatting, she asked, Mu Chang, have you been in touch with your sisters recently? After these words were spoken, Mu Chang was speechless for a moment. Mu Chang was silent for a moment and said, I've been a bit busy lately and haven't been in touch much. I'll get in touch with my sisters when I have some free time these days. Wang Kaishan replied, Mu Chang, the blood between siblings is thicker than water, there is no way there can be any overnight hatred. In fact, I have heard some of the things between you two, so you should keep in touch more often. Mu Chang responded, I know, Mom. Mu Chang was not a person who was good at chatting, but he still chatted with Wang Kaishan for a long time, mainly listening to his mother chattering about trivial things. Just hang up until his mother Wang Kaishan says it's okay. Only then did he hang up the phone. Thinking of his 4 sisters, Mu Chang has now figured it out. He was too lovesick at the time, which led to him being willing to break off relations with his sisters for the sake of his so-called ex-girlfriend. It seems that I really need to take some time to ease the relationship with my sisters. After all, blood is thicker than water. Just when I was distracted, Yao Yenying arrived. Today, she did not wear a long coat, but a soft white shirt with several openings undone, slightly revealing her sexy collarbone. She paired it with wide leg pants, a pair of flat shoes, and carried a school bag in her hand. She opened the passenger door and was about to get in the car, but was slightly startled when she saw Chiu Yun. Mu Chang explained. Yao Yenying sat in the back seat. Mu Chang said, Go to my house to study? Yao Yenying had no objection and nodded, okay, I'll listen to you.
The car started and soon arrived at Seaview Garden Community. Get off.
After getting off the car, Mu Chang noticed that Yao Yenying was wearing a white shirt with only 2 buttons left, just like the scene when he first met her at the Bingley 4S store. She came to Mu Chang naturally and took his arm.
Get in the elevator and go up. Arrive, exit the elevator and turn. Go to the door, open it, and enter.
After Yao Yenying changed into cotton slippers, she squatted down to take off Mu Chang's shoes and socks, and found cotton slippers for him to put on, just like Mu Chang's little wife. From Mu Chang's perspective, he can appreciate her beautiful scenery without restraint.
After changing,
he stood up, took Mu Chang's arm and walked into the living room.
To there.
After putting down her school bag, Yao Yenying went to get water to make tea like a hostess. While making tea, Mu Chang went over and hugged her from behind. She was slightly startled, but did not resist. At this moment, her phone suddenly rang. She looked and saw it was a boy in the same class.
Yao Yenying thought something was wrong, so she answered the call.
In order to make it easier for her to make tea, she turned on the loudspeaker and listened to the call. The other party spoke quickly, but his voice was a little nervous and uneasy.
Hello, Yao Yenying, I'm Zhang Shuryan. Yao Yenying replied, what's the matter? I want to ask if you have time.
I bought 2 tickets for a theater show.
They are not easy to get. I want to invite you to go and watch it with me. Yao Yenying was silent for a moment. Why did you invite me to watch a play? I just want to go see it with you. Then why do you want to go with me?
Zhang Shuryan was silent for a long time, and finally mustered up the courage to say, from the first time I saw you, I fell in love with you. You are the goddess in my mind in my white moonlight, so I want to go out to watch a drama with you.
This was the sentence Yao Yenying was waiting for. Replied. But I'm sorry, I only treat you as a classmate. You don't have to waste your time on me.
There was silence for a long time, and then the person responded with a very disappointed tone. No matter what, you are the white moonlight in my heart, my first love, Zhang Shuryan, pure, beautiful and clean. After saying that, Zhang Shuryan hung up the phone.
The phone just hung up. Mu Chang pushed Yao Yenying to the wall with his backhand, raised his eyebrows and said, there are a lot of boys chasing after you, and some of them confess to you all the time. Yao Yenying saw Mu Chang's dangerous look and her breathing became heavier.
Those boys are just lickers. I don't want to get involved with them, but they suddenly show up to confess, and I can't defend myself.
Mu Chang replied. Whose woman are you? Yao Yenying's heartbeat quickened slightly. Yours. Who I am? Mu Chang. Put them together. I am your Mu Chang woman. So what should you do now? Yao Yenying's cheeks flushed. She stood on tiptoe and gave Mu Chang a kiss. Mu Chang raised his eyebrows. This is not enough. Yao Yenying's body temperature was rising. How about we study first? Good.
Yao Yenying breathed a sigh of relief, moved away from the wall and walked towards the sofa, but before she took a few steps, her body softened and she came to Mu Chang again. Her heart began to flutter. She cursed herself inwardly for actually believing that Mu Chang was going to let her go.
Have you recovered? Yao Yenying blushed and replied, yeah. Chapter 33, a walking clothes rack. No matter what she wears, she looks stylish. 3 hours later.
Yao Yenying reorganized her appearance, her cheeks slightly red. Then let's do math problems next. Mu Chang had no objection. Yao Yenying went to get the math problems, all of which were extremely difficult problems from the global mathematics competition.
She couldn't even understand the standard answers.
Mu Chang took the questions and sat down at the desk, looking unusually serious.
After glancing at the questions, he began to answer them.
Yao Yenying held her head with both hands and watched from the side, admiration unconcealed in her eyes. When Mu Chang gets serious, he is simply the man of her dreams. He has handsome features and sharp facial lines.
He is also a gifted academic master. Grow tall. And rich. Still very bad.
He was simply the prince of her dreams. As she watched, she began to imagine the scene of giving birth to a little monkey for Mu Chang in the future. Until Mu Chang said okay, interrupting her fantasy.
Mu Chang's speed in solving the questions was as fast as ever.
Yao Yenying glanced at the time and saw that he had finished several extremely difficult questions in less than 10 minutes.
Yao Yenying felt that it was just a moment and this wonderful time was over.
Next, it was time for Mu Chang to explain to Yao Yenying.
Speak concisely and to the point. Yao Yenying had also taken these questions to consult mathematics professors on campus. In contrast, Mu Chang's explanation is obviously better and easier to understand. The problem-solving approach is more convenient and efficient.
As time slowly passes,
Yao Yenying finally studied and understood all those questions thoroughly. Mu Chang looked at the time and it was time for dinner, so he said, "Pack up and let's go out for dinner." Yao Yenying nodded.
She went to the mirror, looked at her makeup, and put on a little light makeup. After finishing the cleaning, he returned to Mu Chang and said,
"It's all packed." The two went downstairs together. Yao Yenying consciously took Mu Chang's arm and asked proactively, "Where are we going to eat?" Mu Chang replied, "Is there any place you want to go?" Yao Yenying thought for a moment and said, "Yes, I will take you to eat this time." Following Yao Yenying's directions, Zhou Yun drove to a busy commercial street, parked the car, and Mu Chang and Yao Yenying got out. Yao Yenying was very proactive and gave instructions. "Just turn another corner from here and you'll reach that street."
There were a lot of people on the commercial street, and Yao Yenying still held Mu Chang's arm as if no one was around, just like Mu Chang's real lover.
She was very happy and self-conscious.
Sometimes she took Mu Chang to a milk tea shop to drink meaningless milk tea, and sometimes she took him to a women's underwear store, where she tried different styles of clothing on him and asked him which one he liked better. The destination is clearly at the other end of the street, but it seems like there is no end no matter how much I walk. After coming out of the store, the two were about to continue walking forward when they suddenly met Zhou Haochen. At this moment, Zhou Haochen went out for a walk, just wanting to buy Yao Yenying a gift that would not seem materialistic but could express his feelings. He wanted to move Yao Yenying with his heart. Furthermore, he also planned to buy some fitness equipment to work out and improve his appearance.
It was also to attract Yao Yenying. I never thought that I would meet Yao Yenying on the commercial street.
This was supposed to be a good thing, but Yao Yenying was shopping arm in arm with a man. This scene immediately stimulated his heart. A trace of bitterness and anger rose up. Very few people would dare to do this to him.
He couldn't stand it. He walked towards Mu Chang and Yao Yenying and glanced at Mu Chang.
Instead, he took out his wallet, took out a bank card from it, looked at Mu Chang, and raised it to signal.
"Here is 1 million yuan. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Take this card and leave now. After 3 seconds, you won't have this chance again."
Mu Chang put his hands in his pockets and looked at Zhou Haochen acting arrogantly with a playful look on his face. Yao Yenying could see that Zhou Haochen wanted to insult Mu Chang without any concealment, and her face was as cold as ice. Zhou Haochen held up the bank card for more than a minute, and all he could feel was the cool west wind sweeping past. As passers-by looked at him as if he was a fool, he awkwardly put away his bank card. Seeing that Mu Chang was unmoved, Zhou Haochen had no choice but to look at Yao Yenying again and said,
"Yenying, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you." Without Mu Chang's instruction, Yao Yenying said with disgust, "Why should I go with you?" Zhou Haochen looked unhappy and vented his anger. "I just want to ask you what kind of gift you like. I went to the street today just to pick out a gift for you." As he said this, he felt a little aggrieved. He left after saying, "Just wait for me," to Mu Chang. At this moment, Zhou Haochen felt more complicated than ever before. In the past, he had never had to work so hard to pick up girls. He just grabbed some money and threw it at a woman's face. This time, I was greatly frustrated. In fact, there was no need for him to keep holding on to Yao Yenying, and there was no need for him to hang himself on Yao Yenying's tree. But he had met Yao Yenying a long time ago and had liked her for a long time. However, Yao Yenying had always been very cold towards him, so he didn't dare to take any action. Now, after using his money to pick up many girls, he feels that he finally knows how to pick up girls. So, try to take action. But what greeted him was her coldness again. The more frustrated he was, the more he wanted to conquer. Unless he gets Yao Yenying, he always feels that he can't get rid of his obsession with Yao Yenying. This has become his inner demon. Zhou Haochen feels bad plus 999. Dissatisfaction from Zhou Haochen plus 999. The other side. Mu Chang took Yao Yenying to the old-fashioned spicy hot pot restaurant she wanted to go to. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding, it is detected that the host has dealt a powerful blow to the love rival, and the system will reward 2 points. It feels so good to attack Zhou Haochen, killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
Not only can you take revenge on Zhou Haochen, but you can also get rewards from the system. After the two of them finished eating at the Malatang restaurant, Yao Yenying suggested going to the supermarket to buy some things. Mu Chang had no objection.
Going shopping with Yao Yenying is not a bad thing.
You can refresh your mood value from time to time. After entering the supermarket, Yao Yenying went to pick out what she wanted to buy, while Mu Chang paid attention to the quality of the products in the supermarket. He would start thinking about his own supermarket whenever he had some free time.
Product quality must be up to standard. Employees should work 4 days and rest 3 days.
Coming out of the supermarket and passing by a men's clothing store, Yao Yenying pulled Mu Chang in to pick out clothes for him. With his tall stature and 8-pack abs, Mu Chang is simply a walking clothes rack. Whether it's a shirt, a polo shirt or an executive jacket, it looks particularly stylish when worn. As time slowly passes. It was already evening when the two came out of the store.
I was just planning to walk to take the bus back.
On the way, he met Zhou Haochen again. Mu Chang also noticed that there was a high-end hotel next to him. With an idea in mind, he took Yao Yenying to the hotel and said, "I'm a little tired.
Let's go inside and take a rest first." Although Yao Yenying was a little confused, since Mu Chang had brought it up personally, she naturally would not refuse.
The two of them walked into the hotel in a leisurely manner, and when Zhou Haochen saw them, he was so angry that he wanted to curse. He seemed to see a vast green grassland. Yao Yenying was the goddess he fell in love with at first sight, but now, she was brought into the hotel by Mu Chang.
He simply couldn't stand it. "Mu Chang, stop right there."
Zhou Haochen chased in, and by the time he entered the hotel, Mu Chang and Yao Yenying had already taken the elevator up.
Chapter 34. No. Zhou Haochen went to the hotel counter and asked, "Excuse me, there were 2 people just now, one is Mu Chang and the other is Yao Yenying. Which room did they stay in?"
The front desk replied, "Sir, I'm sorry, we have a rule here and cannot disclose the information of our customers to you." Just when the front desk refused to answer, he saw the registration on the ledger.
Yao Yenying and Mu Chang lived in a double room.
Suddenly, my heart skipped a beat.
Zhou Haochen walked out of the hotel in a daze.
If Yao Yenying was forcibly brought in by Mu Chang, then he would definitely rush up to stop her.
But Yao Yenying is doing it voluntarily now. Then he wouldn't know what to do.
When he thought that the goddess in his heart was now staying in a hotel room with Mu Chang, he felt heartbroken.
He couldn't accept this cruel reality. Just ask yourself, who can watch their goddess go into a hotel and stay in a king-size room with another man?
His heart broke just imagining what might happen. Seeing a bar not far away, he walked towards it. At this time, the only way to relieve worries is to drink dukong. By the time he staggered out of the bar drunk, it was already dark outside.
The neon lights came on, and everywhere was colorful.
He couldn't help but look again towards the high-end hotel that Mu Chang and Yao Yenying entered. In his mind, some images flew across his mind, making him feel heartbroken again. This feeling of powerlessness made him very uncomfortable, but he couldn't get rid of it.
The next moment, just as he was about to turn around and leave. But suddenly his pupils shrank.
He saw Mu Chang and Yao Yenying, who were just coming out of the hotel. Yao Yenying's face was rosy and her beautiful eyes were full of the charm that only a young woman could have. What made him even more upset was that Yao Yenying, who was holding Mu Chang's arm, was limping when she walked.
The anger in my heart could no longer be stopped. Zhou Haochen stumbled towards Mu Chang without caring about anything. "Mu Chang, I'm going to kill you."
Mu Chang noticed the drunk Zhou Haochen, but his face was full of mockery. He easily took Yao Yenying and dodged Zhou Haochen, who was rushing towards him. Zhou Haochen lost his balance and fell to the ground, looking very miserable.
Mu Chang was too lazy to pay attention to the drunkard Zhou Haochen. He glanced at him with disdain and left with Yao Yenying.
Zhou Haochen, who was behind him, finally got up from the ground and looked up. What he saw was
Yao Yenying lovingly held Mu Chang's arm, snuggled up to him, and walked away.
Zhou Haochen knelt on the ground in despair, looking up at the starry sky. His heart was broken, and he screamed madly in his heart.
No!
The other side.
Mu Chang and Yao Yenying were on their way back by car. The system prompt sounded again in my mind.
Ding, it is detected that the host has dealt a powerful blow to the love rival, and the reward system points are 6 points.
Mu Chang rolled down the car window and the evening breeze blew towards him.
It feels very comfortable.
The wind is very noisy tonight.
At this time, Yao Yenying said, "Mu Chang, I have a class meeting to attend tomorrow morning."
how about we go back to school tonight?
Mu Chang thought about it, had no objection, and expressed his agreement. At this time, Yao Yenying had difficulty walking and needed to go back and have a good rest. But the two of them still went back to Seaview Garden Community to pick up Yao Yenying's things.
Only then did I return to Yunhai University. To the campus. After Yao Yenying got out of the car and left, Xiaoyun handed Mu Chang a document and said, "Boss, I have found out about the trouble you had with those little yellow-haired guys a few days ago. It was Su Qiling, the rich second generation of the Su group, who arranged for them to come and cause trouble for you." Mu Chang took the information and took a look. A bit unexpected.
Originally, he thought that it was Zhou Haochen who arranged those people to come, but he didn't expect it was Su Qiling. The information on Su Qiling stated that he and Zhou Haochen had a very good relationship. Thinking back to the time when Su Qiling inexplicably called him and asked him to go to some nightclub, his attitude was extremely arrogant.
Su Qiling should be standing up for Zhou Haochen. Mu Chang thought for a moment and said, "Xiaoyun, are you people who come from the shadows better at investigating intelligence?"
Xiaoyun replied, "Yes." "Then go and investigate for me the information about Su Qiling, Zhou Haochen, and their families.
See if there is anything I can use, such as their crimes, life scandals, etc."
"Yes." The other side. The rich second generation Su Qiling was also in the hotel at this time, enjoying a cigarette. A heavily made up woman was lying next to him, chatting with her bestie on WeChat with her back to him.
"Today's rich second generation is such a rubbish.
He finished before I even started." Her friend replied, "At least 3 seconds." The woman replied, 2 seconds at most.
Su Qiling, who was smoking, was also checking Douyin on his phone. As he was scrolling, he came across Feng Lingyun's short video.
It was the short video that went viral in which Feng Lingyun came back to her senses and shouted on the beach with light in her eyes. When Su Qiling saw this, he was stunned. His always unattainable white moonlight, goddess Feng Lingyun, actually appeared in Douyin. Once he saw the short video, he couldn't stop and watched it over and over again for nearly 10 times. Feng Lingyun, with light in her eyes in this short video, suddenly brought Su Qiling back to her high school days. At that time, when he saw Feng Lingyun with such light in her eyes, he was attracted to her at once, fell in love with her at first sight, and fell in love with her and couldn't get out of it.
Feng Lingyun now has a fuller figure than when she was in high school. The face is even more delicate. She is even prettier than those top female stars in the entertainment industry.
The stunningly beautiful Feng Lingyun made the DNA in Su Qiling's body move again.
He would be absolutely unwilling to give up such a goddess to someone else. He has also been following Feng Lingyun's news. She has been single since high school. It seemed as if something was waiting for him to pursue it. He glanced at the number of likes on Feng Lingyun's short video, which had exceeded 2 million. He clicked on Feng Lingyun's account and looked at the number of fans. It has also broken 1 million. This Feng Lingyun seems to have become popular in Douyin. He couldn't help but fantasize more.
He used to be worried that Feng Lingyun came from an ordinary family, and that his family might not agree if he wanted to marry her home. But now, Feng Lingyun has become popular, and may become even more popular. As long as she becomes famous, then it will be legitimate for him to marry Feng Lingyun and bring her home.
This is also a common practice for many rich second generations, marrying internet celebrities.
The more Su Qiling thought about it, the more excited he became.
He had even imagined how grand and gorgeous the wedding would be when he married Feng Lingyun. Of course, let us get back to the topic. Feng Lingyun's attitude towards him is not very good now. The first step is that he needs to contact Feng Lingyun and gain her favor.
After thinking about it, he wasn't worried.
Before, Feng Lingyun didn't know that he was a rich second generation.
Now, as long as his identity is revealed, he doesn't believe that Feng Lingyun's mentality will not change.
Su Qiling secretly clenched his fists, determined to take down Feng Lingyun.
Chapter 35, Beautiful senior sister asked to meet, 5 years of licking the dog but still has the heart to die.
The next day, Mu Chang woke up in the school dormitory. Look at the time, it's only 7:49. I sat up from the bed and looked around the dormitory. Those roommates who were good at studying had disappeared again.
Even on weekends, they will never miss the opportunity to win.
Mu Chang finished washing up.
Put on a silver sportswear and go to the playground to run and jog.
I exercised for about half an hour. Go back. I looked at my phone and saw a message from Chang Raoshan via WeChat. Have you seen the ups and downs of Ascenda's pharmaceutical stocks recently? Mu Chang replied, no. You should have seen it, how was it? Chang Raoshan paused for a moment before replying. You're lucky, it went up.
Mu Chang was not surprised by this, he had guessed it long ago. Reply to Chang Raoshan, just lucky.
Chang Raoshan replied immediately, I hope you always have good luck. Mu Chang did not respond to this.
He could see that Chang Raoshan still had high doubts about the Tengfei Pharmaceutical shares he had invested in.
But don't worry, time will give the answer. After returning to the dormitory, Mu Chang took a shower.
While taking a shower, I thought about what I should do next today. After thinking about it, I decided to buy a bicycle so that when I have nothing to do, I can ride it around Yunhai City and exercise. After washing, I came out and checked the messages on my phone.
Feng Lingyun sent a message. Mu Chang, I have signed with MCN Agency, but it is a small agency, Wudo Entertainment. Mu Chang replied, very good, congratulations.
As for Feng Lingyun, the sister next door, Mu Chang still feels that she is not suitable for variety shows or live interactive broadcasts. However, she has good acting skills and is beautiful. If you try your best in the short drama field, it is still promising.
Competition among large institutions is fierce, so it should be easier for small institutions to stand out.
Of course, small institutions may also face the risk of bankruptcy due to improper operations.
Mu Chang thought about it and sent another message. That institution was recommended to you by Chang Raoshan, right? Feng Lingyun replied, yes. How does it feel? It feels good. Are there any acting opportunities in their company?
Yes, their current focus is on short plays. Very good, your short video has become very popular recently, which should bring you a lot of traffic.
Your company should also pay more attention to supporting you.
When the time comes, you should strive for more opportunities to act in skits. You are good looking and have solid acting skills, so you may have a chance to stand out.
Feng Lingyun replied, okay.
She paused and continued.
I'm still in school and may be busy later. Are you there now? I want to meet you.
Mu Chang thought about it and realized that he had nothing urgent to do, so he replied, I'm here, let's meet at the old place. Just as Mu Chang was cleaning up, Feng Lingyun also started cleaning up. However, when choosing clothes to wear, she originally wanted to pick something sexy. However, considering that she has just become popular on Douyin, she has attracted a lot of traffic. At this time, if something unexpected happens, all the previous efforts may be wasted. She finally chose a more youthful and beautiful moon white shirt and a purple long skirt. When she went out, she also found a black mask and a baseball cap to wear. As for my personal life nowadays, I try to keep a low profile. After packing, I picked up a small bag and went out. When I went downstairs, I turned on Douyin on my phone and checked the messages. It was 99 plus again. They were all sent by her fans. Most of them praised her, but some people spoke ill of her.
Feng Lingyun looked at and replied to some people.
After leaving the apartment building and walking on the campus's boulevard, she stopped playing with her phone and walked in a low-key manner towards where Mu Chang parked his car.
As we walked, at a fork in the road, a voice suddenly sounded. Feng Lingyun.
She turned her head and saw a young man sticking his head out of a Ferrari and shouting at her.
Feng Lingyun recognized this person at a glance.
It was Su Qiling, the dog who had been licking her since high school. I have been licking my ass for 5 years, but I never give up. At this time, Su Qiling drove his Ferrari to Yunhai University just to find Feng Lingyun.
I happened to see Feng Lingyun.
Because she was wearing a mask and a hat, I was a little unsure at first, but when I called her name, she turned around.
This is finally confirmed. Su Qiling stopped the car immediately and got out.
With a little trepidation in his heart, he hurried to Feng Lingyun and shouted.
Senior, it's me, Su Qiling. Feng Lingyun didn't have a good impression of him.
Su Qiling had confessed his love to her before, but she had clearly rejected him. But this guy just has evil intentions and always sends her some inexplicable messages for no reason.
Very annoying. Feng Lingyun said coldly, what do you want?
Su Qiling was a little surprised. In the past, Feng Lingyun had been cold towards him, but now, he came here in a Ferrari.
Feng Lingyun's attitude didn't change at all. Su Qiling's cold attitude towards Feng Lingyun still left him with some psychological trauma. He quickly explained.
Senior, I think I have never introduced myself to you properly before, so today I want to come here specially to introduce myself to you properly. I, Su Qiling, am the heir to the Su Group, whose assets exceed 100 billion. Now, I, Su Qiling, intend to pursue you formally, and I hope you will do me a favor and go out for dinner with me.
Fong Lingyun was quite surprised about Su Qiling's identity.
This silly fellow had never introduced his identity before, but he is only saying it now.
It's useless anymore.
From the moment she decided to follow Mu Chang, she never thought of betraying him.
Moreover, compared with Mu Chang, Su Qiling, this pretty boy, seems to be very naive. Fong Lingyun looked down on it. Considering Su Qiling's identity, Fong Lingyun did not want to offend him, so she said in a friendly way. Su Qiling, right? Su Qiling nodded.
Fong Lingyun said, I didn't expect you to be a super rich second generation of the Su family.
No wonder I felt you looked very wealthy before. When Su Qiling heard this, he was immediately overjoyed.
Now, his identity is revealed. Now, even Fong Lingyun has to speak well of him.
Now, there's hope.
Fong Lingyun continued to compliment him, you look good, fair-skinned, rich, and tall, a typical tall, rich, and handsome man. There must be a lot of girls who like you, such an outstanding rich boy. The more Su Qiling listened, the more he felt there was hope. When these words entered his heart, he felt as if he had eaten honey.
Very sweet.
But then, Fong Lingyun changed the subject.
It's a pity that I'm not attracted to you.
Anyway, you don't need me, so don't waste your time on me. Okay, that is it, we won't disturb each other.
Goodbye.
After saying that, Fong Lingyun left directly.
Su Qiling was stunned. Chapter 36. Don't think that just because you like me, you can come and interfere in my life.
Su Qiling never expected that Fong Lingyun's words were so nice at the beginning, but in the end it was just to give him a nice guy card.
He was rejected again.
This moment reminded him of his childhood when his parents quarreled at home, smashing plates and overturning tables, and he felt isolated and helpless standing by.
Helpless and sad. My heart felt like it was pricked by a needle.
But he was no longer a child after all. After he realized what was happening, he rushed over immediately and tried to keep Fong Lingyun.
Senior, wait a moment. He was about to chase after her, but when he looked up, he saw.
When Fong Lingyun saw a man on the road, she immediately trotted over happily, ran to the man, and looked up at him with eyes full of admiration and joy.
That person was none other than Mu Chang. Mu Chang came from another road. After Fong Lingyun hid beside him, Mu Chang asked, "Who is that pretty boy?" Fong Lingyun replied obediently.
My junior in high school is called Su Qiling. I rejected him in high school, but he still keeps pestering me. When Mu Chang heard the 3 words Su Qiling, he felt they sounded familiar. He suddenly remembered that last time someone called him and said he would give him millions to leave Yaoyanying. He is a man who calls himself Su Qiling.
Mu Chang asked Fong Lingyun about Su Qiling's identity again.
When he heard that Su Qiling was the heir of the Su group, he immediately knew it was the guy who called him and threatened him with money to leave Yaoyanying.
It's such a coincidence that we meet in this way now.
Almost at the same time, the sound of the system upgrading rang in Mu Chang's mind. Ding, a love rival with a favorability below 50 is detected around the host, triggering a new task. Strike the love rival Su Qiling, harvest negative emotions, reward, convert negative emotions into money to reward the host, and have a certain chance to gain system points.
Mu Chang raised his eyebrows. Isn't this just perfect?
It was given to him for nothing as a tool to get rewards from the system. When Su Qiling saw Fong Lingyun getting close to Mu Chang, he was stunned at first. The next moment, he rushed over and questioned Fong Lingyun.
Who is this person?
When he said this, his voice was a little loud, which scared Fong Lingyun. Mu Chang protected Fong Lingyun behind him, glanced at Su Qiling with disdain, and said lightly,
"Who the hell are you? How dare you yell at senior sister Fong Lingyun?"
When Su Qiling heard Mu Chang call Fong Lingyun senior sister, he guessed that this guy might be a junior at Yunhai University.
Su Qiling was too lazy to talk nonsense with Mu Chang.
He took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it over proudly.
There are 3 million in here, the secret code is 6/8, get out of here.
For ordinary people, 3 million is a sum of money that they may never be able to afford in their lifetime.
But for some people, it's just a number.
Mu Chang took the card, and just when Su Qiling was secretly proud of himself, he threw it away with disdain as if it were trash.
I'm not interested in money. Having said that, he walked away with Fong Lingyun in a leisurely manner.
How could Su Qiling let Mu Chang go so easily after being insulted like that?
He was about to chase after him.
Fong Lingyun, who had come back to her senses, stood up and protected Mu Chang behind her. As soon as Su Qiling saw Fong Lingyun, he stepped forward and protected the man behind him, feeling a pang of pain in his heart again. Fong Lingyun looked at him coldly and scolded Su Qiling.
Su Qiling, are you done yet? What do you mean now? Tell me, what do you want to do?
After hearing this, Su Qiling was stunned.
Of course it's because I like her and don't want to see her being taken away by another man, so I want to keep her for myself.
However, at this moment, he knew that Fong Lingyun definitely didn't want to listen.
He couldn't tell it either. There was an inexplicable feeling of sadness in my heart.
The goddess he had liked for so many years now spoke ill of him for a man who came out of nowhere.
That feeling was even more painful than being beaten up by someone. He was silent for a moment, his throat choked a little, and said, I just care about you and worry that you might be cheated by others.
Fong Lingyun did not sympathize with Su Qiling's feelings at all, and said with disgust,
I am too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Please clarify your identity. What is the relationship between you and me?
We were just people who went to the same middle school, but in different grades.
To put it bluntly, they are just strangers with some similarities. Yes, you may have a crush on me, I admit that. You have confessed to me, but I have already rejected you.
If you have some blood in your veins and are a bit more of a man, you just forget about me and stop pestering me all day long.
Of course, the most important thing is that you should understand the relationship between us. You and I are almost strangers. Do you understand, stranger, that you have no right to interfere in my affairs?
Don't think that just because you have a crush on me, you can come and interfere in my life with a clear conscience.
You are not qualified. There are so many people who like me that they can line up from one end of the street to the other. If everyone who likes me comes to interfere in my life for no reason, I don't think I need to live. If you really like me, please stay away from me.
After hearing these words, Su Qiling was stunned, and waves of sadness surged in his heart. He had liked the goddess for so long, but he didn't expect that this would be the result in the end. From what he knew about Fong Lingyun before, he had always thought that this girl was the gentle sister next door, always kind as water and would never hurt anyone. Only now did I realize that she had such a sharp side. It's just that she drew her sword for another man and against Su Qiling, the infatuated man who had liked her for so many years.
Although what she said made sense, Su Qiling wanted to cry.
Although he had dated many girls, at this moment, he suddenly felt that he didn't seem to understand women very well.
I don't understand a lot of things.
Su Qiling felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, but Fong Lingyun did not stop at all.
She went to Mu Chang and followed him away.
In the back, Su Qiling watched the two men leave, fell to his knees helplessly, and roared madly in his heart.
How could it be? How could it be like this? Sadness from Su Qiling plus 999. Despair from Su Qiling plus 999. The other side.
Mu Chang naturally knew how uncomfortable Su Qiling was, but he was full of joking. The system prompt sounded in my mind. It's the sound of the system settling the emotion value. Another small goal achieved.
Mu Chang felt happy.
Unexpectedly, the system prompt sound also has. Ding, it is detected that the host has dealt a powerful blow to the love rival, and the reward system points are 4 points.
I felt relieved again.
Some time ago, since Su Qiling had the courage to arrange for the yellow-haired thugs to come and teach him a lesson, Mu Chang didn't mind beating him to death. Mu Chang, who has been short of money since childhood, has done many jobs and experienced many social realities that he will never forget. Even though Su Qiling looks pitiful now, if these people have any chance, they will definitely not let Mu Chang go, and will even humiliate him in every way. Rather than being humiliated, it is better to stand up and take charge. At this time, Mu Chang could see that Fong Lingyun, who was accompanying him, was not in a very good mood either.
Generally speaking, this woman is actually quite gentle and wants to be a gentle woman. There aren't so many rules and regulations, and I don't understand so many social practices. But people with this kind of temperament are more easily irritated and more likely to go crazy. But after the rampage, she must not be in a very good mood. When you get to the car, get in.
Mu Chang stretched out a big hand, placed it on Fong Lingyun's head and touched her head. Fong Lingyun did not resist, but accepted it with lowered head.
Chapter 37. You really look like my high school sweetheart?
The look in Fong Lingyun's eyes when she looked at Mu Chang was burning with some kind of scorching flame. Their eyes met, passion was overflowing.
Fong Lingyun could no longer suppress her emotions and threw herself towards Mu Chang. To this, Mu Chang responded enthusiastically. However, at the critical moment, Fong Lingyun hesitated. She glanced in the direction of the driver's seat and found that Zhou Yun had already gotten out of the car and was waiting. She no longer cared. Shyness from Fong Lingyun plus 999. From Fong Lingyun's ecstasy plus 999. More than an hour later. Fong Lingyun tidied up her appearance. Mu Chang asked, "Is there any place you want to go?"
Fong Lingyun replied, "No, I just want to stay by your side."
"I will go wherever you go." Mu Chang didn't say much.
He called Xiao Yun into the car and asked her to drive them outside to find a bicycle shop. He had originally planned to buy a cycling bicycle, and since Fong Lingyun had nowhere to go, he took her with him to buy a bicycle. We took a car tour around Yunhai City and finally stopped at the luxury brand Tabeishu bicycle store.
Get off. Enter the store.
The salesperson who came over was a girl with an oval face, and she greeted us warmly.
"Madam, sir, are you here to buy a car?" Mu Chang replied, "Yes, introduce it to us."
After a brief introduction, which was full of exaggerated words, the general meaning was that the Tabeishu bicycle was known as the Ferrari of the bicycle world. After listening there for a long time, Fong Lingyun felt a little sore in the legs, so she pointed to the rest area and said to Mu Chang, "I'll go sit there." Mu Chang had no objection and continued to listen to the salesperson's introduction to the latest model of bicycles. After some research, I decided to buy a carbon fiber bicycle that costs around $70,000.
After confirmation, Mu Chang asked, "Is it possible to try riding it?"
The girl with the oval face replied, "Of course." He led Mu Chang out and took him to find a bike to test ride. After a test ride, it feels pretty good. So I decided to buy it. The salesperson started to process the paperwork for him. When he turned around to look for Fong Lingyun, he found that there were many people around her.
"Are you Fong Lingyun who has been very popular on Douyin recently? It must be you, right?
You look so good in person, almost the same as in the Douyin short video.
You are so beautiful and so good looking.
You have such a great figure, plump but not fat. I'm so envious. Miss Fong Lingyun, you really look like my high school sweetheart, plump, beautiful, gentle, and pure.
I really want to go back to that time. You must be wary of yellow-haired people, huh?"
Mu Chang took a closer look and found that it was when Fong Lingyun was sitting there to rest and took off her mask. After she was recognized, more and more people surrounded her. Many people also came up to Fong Lingyun and asked to take pictures with her.
Fong Lingyun was very gentle and didn't refuse.
There were many people at Fong Lingyun's place, so Mu Chang did not go over to join in the fun. He sat aside waiting for the salesperson to process the formalities.
The procedures for bicycles are quite convenient. It was done in less than 10 minutes. Delivery.
After Mu Chang paid the money, he could leave.
Fong Lingyun had been paying attention to Mu Chang's direction.
When she realized that he was able to walk, she put on a mask and returned to Mu Chang.
The two went out together. Those who asked Fong Lingyun to take photos were just casual fans of hers.
They were not that fanatical and were more rational, so they did not disturb her normal life. The potato bicycle that Mu Chang bought weighs only about 8 kilograms and he can lift it with one hand.
To the Penang rickshaw.
Xiao Yun came over to help consciously, folded the bicycle and put it in the trunk.
Before leaving, Mu Chang noticed that it was time for dinner, so he asked Fong Lingyun, "What would you like to eat?" Fong Lingyun thought for a moment and said, "How about we go to the market and buy some vegetables and I'll cook them for you?" Mu Chang cast a suspicious look, "Can you cook?" Fong Lingyun replied, "Of course."
Seeing that Fong Lingyun was so confident, Mu Chang did not object to her suggestion. He found a vegetable market and went in to buy some vegetables. When she arrived at the vegetable market, Fong Lingyun was still wearing a mask. However, judging from her understanding of the types and prices of vegetables when she was buying them, Fong Lingyun should be familiar with buying vegetables and cooking. After buying the vegetables, she handed them to Mu Chang to carry, and she held Mu Chang's arm. This scene made her feel that she and Mu Chang were a couple living a warm daily life. It feels very pleasant. After coming out of the vegetable market, the two went straight back to Seaview Garden Community. Go upstairs. After arriving at the house, Fong Lingyun started cooking.
Mu Chang is idle.
Call up the system points panel and take a look.
There are 12 points at this time. After thinking about it,
I plan to spend 8 points to participate in the lottery first. He didn't dare to draw the lottery all at once, otherwise it would be useless to say thank you for your patronage.
Lottery. After the lucky draw, I got a lot of good things.
master-level skills in painting, cycling, cooking, songwriting, and the use of musical instruments, as well as musical memories from past lives. As the musical memory was instilled, many songs such as The Lone Brave Man and His Wish suddenly emerged in Mu Chang's mind. It seemed that his previous life was in a place called Earth. After drawing the lottery, Mu Chang went to the kitchen to help with washing and cutting vegetables. When Mu Chang had no money before, he often cooked for himself. But now to cook again. Whether it was washing vegetables, cutting vegetables, or cooking, he found that his skills had greatly improved.
It feels like I have been working in the food and kitchen field for decades. This should be the effect of master-level cooking skills.
Just as Mu Chang was surprised at his improved cooking skills, Fong Lingyun beside him was even more surprised with her beautiful eyes widened.
Mu Chang is really strong.
He cuts vegetables with skillful, smooth movements, all in one go. When stir-frying, just add oil and stir-fry.
Fong Lingyun felt that Mu Chang was not cooking, but rather performing acrobatics.
Of course, Mu Chang was just an assistant and not the main force. After playing around a few times to satisfy his desire, he handed it over to Fong Lingyun. Fong Lingyun took the wok and wanted to learn how to flip the wok like Mu Chang when she was stir-frying the dishes, but she just fantasized about it and didn't dare to do it because her skills were not very proficient. She was worried that she would spill the food in the pot. I saw Mu Chang standing leisurely aside, looking at his mobile phone.
Fong Lingyun asked, Mu Chang, how did you do that skill of flipping the pot just now? Mu Chang asked, you want to learn?
A little bit.
It's not difficult.
I'll teach you. As he spoke, Mu Chang stood behind Fong Lingyun, hugged her, reached out to hold her hand, and taught her step by step.
Fong Lingyun was cooking normally, but suddenly her breathing became heavy. Mu Chang said, it looks good.
As he spoke, he led Fong Lingyun to stir-fry and flip the pan. The golden fried meat in the pan flipped in a graceful arc and fell back into the pan.
Mu Chang performed this move very well and asked, have you learned it? Fong Lingyun was distracted just now and was a little absent-minded. Honest answer. Not yet.
Mu Chang was patient and continued teaching. As time slowly passes, Fong Lingyun finally learned how to cook it and cooked the dish, but her body temperature was a little too high and her cheeks were very red.
Chapter 38 decided to meet the fourth sister Mu Ning. The food is ready. Serve and eat. Mu Chang sat in the main seat, and Fong Lingyun took the initiative to sit next to Mu Chang.
Mu Chang picked up the food with one hand and placed it next to Fong Lingyun.
Fong Lingyun just said bad guy coquettishly, and then continued chatting and laughing with Mu Chang. She tasted the food.
This dish tastes better than what she usually cooks.
Mu Chang should have made a lot of contribution here.
While eating, Fong Lingyun put her cell phone on the table and browsed on it while eating. To be precise, it seems to be brushing her Douyin background. Ever since her fans exceeded 1 million, the background of her Douyin account has seen over 99 messages appearing every minute. She clicked on the message sent by an elder brother and took a look.
The content sent is,
you know, after watching your short video, it reminded me of Bai Yue Guang from 20 years ago.
On impulse, I called her.
We met in a warm house, just the two of us, a man and a woman. She was very enthusiastic and sold me high-quality menswear for several hours. When Fong Lingyun saw that, she smiled unkindly. She thought that the two would rekindle their old love.
Who would have thought that the ending would be so unexpected?
She opened several chat windows, all of which sent her good news.
Nowadays in society, it is rare to see girls like you who are clean, beautiful, pure and have bright eyes.
I hope you can always maintain such youth, light and hope. Fong Lingyun, I met you at the potato shop. You may not remember me, but I was the tall, handsome one.
You are so beautiful and pure, and I like you very much. I didn't have the courage just now, but now I want to tell you that I like you. You are my goddess. Can I pursue you? Fong Lingyun, you are in Yunhai City, right?
Although it's a bit ridiculous, I really fell in love with you at first sight.
Wait for me, I will go back to find you, and I hope you can be my girlfriend.
My family is in the car business, with assets worth hundreds of millions. If you are willing, I can marry you and let you live a life without worries about food and clothing. As time slowly passes.
Finish eating.
Mu Chang felt that he was sweating and was not feeling well, so he said, let's go take a shower, shall we?
Fong Lingyun was startled, her breathing became heavy. Together? Mu Chang raised his eyebrows. What else? A slight blush appeared on Fong Lingyun's face and she nodded.
She moved closer to Mu Chang, standing close to him, and went to the bathroom together.
Enter the bathroom. Feng Lingyun also consciously locked the bathroom door. Mu Chang looked at her, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "Why did you lock the bathroom door?"
Feng Lingyun's heartbeat quickened slightly, and she avoided Mu Chang's undisguised gaze. Nothing, I just want to close it."
Faced with Mu Chang's approach, Feng Lingyun wanted to escape and kept retreating.
But soon, she was backed into a corner. Mu Chang looked at her with a hint of danger, and held up her chin with his hand.
"Are you still going to run away?" Feng Lingyun shook her head. Mu Chang asked, "Then what should you do?" Feng Lingyun's cheeks felt a little hot, and she stood on tiptoe and attacked Mu Chang.
Soon, she had her hands on the wall.
Shyness from Feng Lingyun plus 999. From Feng Lingyun's ecstasy plus 999. The next day,
Feng Lingyun needed to go to Wuyou Entertainment to coordinate the filming of a short drama, so Mu Chang sent her back to Yunhai University early.
After arriving at school, Feng Lingyun kissed Mu Chang before getting out of the car.
She was wearing a black mask as she walked back to her apartment building. Some of the boys recognized her.
Many men came over and said, "You are senior sister Feng Lingyun, right? Can you sign an autograph for me?"
Feng Lingyun was not good at refusing people, so she signed for quite a few people before going back. After she left, the boys were still around her, praising her.
"Senior Feng Lingyun, I am your biggest fan. I am your true fan. Senior Feng Lingyun, you have brought honor to our Yunhai University.
Senior Feng Lingyun, you are the most perfect white moonlight in my heart, pure, gentle, kind and beautiful."
The other side. Mu Chang also got off the car and walked towards the dormitory.
At this moment, the system settlement prompt sounded in his mind again.
After some settlement,
another $100 million came in.
I felt extremely comfortable in my heart. To the dormitory.
At a glance, those roommates who were the top scorers in the exam have all gone out to work hard again.
Mu Chang opened his phone and checked the current balance in his bank account. $1,125,294,921.
It's already more than $1.1 billion. Seeing this, Mu Chang couldn't help but think. With his current net worth, he should have achieved financial freedom long ago.
Is there any need for him to continue staying in Yunhai University? After some thought. In the end, I still have to stay.
After all his hard work over this period of time, he finally accumulated enough money. He has 4 beautiful women who can help him easily make $100 million almost every time, which is an effective way to make money. Why should we throw away all the previous efforts? There are also Zhou Haochen and Su Qiling, 2 guys who were disrespectful to him. While taking revenge on them, you can also get hundreds of millions of funds and system points from time to time.
It is also a very good choice.
He only has 1.1 billion now, which is actually not enough.
The family assets behind Zhou Haochen and Su Qiling are worth hundreds of billions.
If these 2 guys become powerful one day and use all the power of their family to suppress him, it seems that he will find it a bit difficult to resist. To put it bluntly, his most important task now is to make money, a lot of money, and a lot of money.
Of course, you can't devote all your energy to making money.
In the past, when I had no money, I was already focusing on making money. Now that we have a system, in just less than a month, I have already earned 1.1 billion.
You can't just focus on making money. When it's time to enjoy life, you should still enjoy life. Think of this. I feel a little tired, I'd like to take a nap first. Set an alarm. Fell asleep immediately.
In the past, before going to bed, Mu Chang often had a lot of things in his mind because of having no money, complaints from his ex-girlfriend Lu Yaxin, and various problems with the improper management of the supermarket. This caused him to often be unable to sleep and suffer from insomnia. Now, 1.1 billion cards are lying quietly. Whether it is the supermarket's improper management or a woman's complaint, it has become a trivial matter.
Nothing on my mind. I felt tired again and fell asleep immediately due to sleepiness. After being woken up by the alarm,
I sat up, stretched my body, and began to think about what I should do today. After thinking about it, he decided to go and meet his 4th sister Mu Ning. Now his relationship with these sisters is not very good, but relatively speaking, his 4th sister Mu Ning is a little better to him. He sent a message to Mu Ning on Ruoxin.
4th sister, I want to meet you today, do you have time? Not long after, Mu Ning replied. What's the matter?
Mu Chang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Now, among these sisters, probably only Mu Ning would reply to his message. Not only did the others ignore him, they all blocked him. Fortunately, Mu Ning can still reply to messages. Chapter 39 Purchase of Entertainment Company, Massage from School Beauty. Mu Chang replied to Mu Ning. I have broken up with Lu Yaxin. I now realize how stupid I was to break off relations with my family for a woman from another place. It's nothing, I just wanted to see you, and my mom also called me and asked us to get together more, saying that siblings can't hold grudges overnight. In addition to the fact that Mu Chang really wanted to ease the relationship between him and his sisters, there is another very important point. The sisters in his family are all beautiful, and their looks are definitely above 9.5 points. I wonder if I can get prizes from the system by gaining emotions from them. He planned to try it on his fourth sister Mu Ning first. Although this is a bit crazy and even family members are not spared, as long as he can get enough money from them, he can return some of it to them. This is called a win-win situation. Mu Ning took a long time to reply, sure, but I work during the day, so I need to come later, 10 p.m. Sure, no problem. Finished chatting. Mu Chang remembered that today should be the 7th day since he bought the Tengfei Pharmaceutical shares. That is to say, the price of Tengfei Pharmaceutical shares will start to fall from now on. He took out his own computer and checked the internet. Tengfei Pharmaceutical has reached its peak and will start to decline from tomorrow. He immediately called the stockbroker Jiang Liran and arranged. Sell all my Tengfei Pharmaceutical shares now. Jiang Liran was a little puzzled. Isn't Tengfei Pharmaceuticals stock gaining momentum right now? Why sell it? In fact, Jiang Liran was not interested in Tengfei Pharmaceuticals at first, but Mu Chang arranged for him to spend 200 million to buy Tengfei Pharmaceuticals, and he subsequently paid attention to Tengfei Pharmaceuticals. To his surprise, Tengfei Pharmaceuticals actually went up in price with great momentum. It has been rising wildly for 7 consecutive days. Therefore, he studied the current development status of Tengfei Pharmaceuticals and found that there was great potential for development. So I also bought shares of Tengfei Pharmaceutical today. Mu Chang didn't explain too much, don't worry about the reason, just sell them all to me. Yes. Jiang Liran was Mu Chang's stockbroker and was supposed to follow Mu Chang's arrangements to buy and sell stocks, so he didn't ask too many questions. But he thought about it himself. He felt that Tengfei Pharmaceutical still had the momentum to rise, and had no plans to sell Tengfei Pharmaceutical shares quickly. He couldn't help but mock Mu Chang in his heart, thinking that after all, he was too young and didn't understand the stock market very well. Mu Chang made arrangements for Jiang Liran. I continued to stare at the stock market K-line chart to see if there was anything to buy. Soon, he discovered a stock called Wuyo Entertainment, which had plummeted in recent days and hit its lowest point today. Its market value had dropped by 2/3 from 1.9 billion, but its subsequent development momentum was very good. He searched for Wuyo Entertainment on the internet again. It turned out that Mo Beichin, the CEO of Wuyo Entertainment, was exposed to have illegal dealings with the dark web and had done some illegal and criminal things, causing the stock price of Wuyo Entertainment to plummet. Mu Chang thought about it for a while, called Xiao Yun and asked, "Do you have the talent and channels to buy the company?" Xiao Yun replied, "Yes. I plan to purchase a company called Worry Free Entertainment in my own name. Please arrange for someone to make the connection. It would be best if the results come out today." Yes. This time, Mu Chang did not buy stocks directly but decided to buy a company because, if he remembered correctly, the company that senior Feng Lingyun had signed a contract with before was Wuyo Entertainment. The entertainment industry is complicated. He always felt that if he left senior sister Feng Lingyun alone in such an entertainment environment, it would be easy for something to go wrong. Secondly, the entertainment and cultural company has signed contracts with many beauties, so he can get in touch with more beauties. In this way, he can more quickly find more tools who can help him get rewards from the system. Of course, the most important thing is that he has long wanted to be a domineering president. It's just that before that he wanted to become a domineering president step by making the supermarket bigger and stronger. But now I find it too slow. Instead of waiting, buy it now. As time slowly passes. Jiang Liran was the first to call Mu Chang back. He has sold all the stocks in Mu Chang's hands. After deducting commissions and other expenses, Mu Chang made a net profit of more than 200 million yuan this time. Mu Chang didn't worry too much about the minor expenses. Anyway, I bought 200 million and it more than doubled in 7 days, which means I made almost 200 million yuan. Not long. After the funds arrived, Mu Chang checked his balance.
$1,530,284,274. He now has more than $1.5 billion in his hands. Made so much money. Mu Chang was in a good mood and wanted to go out and play. Of course, it's no fun to go out by yourself. So he sent a message to Yao Yenying, "Are you free? Let's go. I'll take you out for a walk." When you take school beauties for a walk every day, besides having beautiful girls accompany you, you can also take the opportunity to constantly refresh your emotions, killing two birds with one stone. Unless there are special circumstances, Yao Yenying would never refuse Mu Chang. She replied almost immediately, "I'm free, where shall we meet? Where is the car? Where are you? Library. Just wait at the entrance of the library. I'll ask Shoyun to pick you up." Good. Over there in the library. After Yao Yenying replied to Mu Chang's message, she began to pack up her things. "I went to the toilet halfway. When I came back, I found a love letter and a bouquet of roses on her desk." She glanced around and noticed that a boy wearing thick black glasses was looking in her direction. As soon as he met her gaze, he immediately avoided her and pretended to be studying hard. This boy didn't even dare to give her the love letter in person, and he started to avoid her gaze when he met her eyes. He must be a very insecure boy. Yao Yenying thought about it, put the love letter and roses into her school bag, picked it up and left the library. The man with glasses noticed that Yao Yenying brought his love letter and roses, and he was secretly delighted. "I cheered and fantasized in my heart that the school beauty took my things away, so it seemed that I still had hope." Yao Yenying didn't know much about boys, but she was the school belle and had been the school belle since she was in school. All kinds of boys have given her love letters, gifts, and the like. After seeing a lot and comparing them, you will know which boys are just licking the boots, which boys are just ordinary people, and which boys are truly high-quality men. Sometimes, when faced with the flattery of some boys who are too self-abased, she can't bear to be too heartless. When she arrived outside the library, she saw Mu Chang's rickshaw and got on it. But it was Choyun who was driving. After picking up Yao Yenying, Choyun drove to the boys' dormitory building and picked up Mu Chang. As soon as Mu Chang got in the car, Yao Yenying smiled, sat over and took his arm. Mu emphasized jokingly, "First I'll take you shopping, then we'll open a hotel so you can study hard." Yao Yenying punched Mu Chang with her pink fist and said coquettishly, "Bad guy." Mu Chang asked Shoyun to drive to Tianhai Commercial Street, and then said to Yao Yenying, "My shoulders are a little sore lately, can you give me a massage?" Yao Yenying nodded, then stretched out her slender fingers and began to massage Mu Chang. Yao Yenying's massage technique has improved slightly, but is still very average. But what Mu Chang enjoyed was the feeling of being personally massaged by Yao Yenying, the campus belle of Yunhai University. It just feels great. Chapter 40 The Beautiful Mu Ning arrived at the commercial street. Mu Chang and Yao Yenying got out of the car, and Xiaoyun drove to find a place to stop. The commercial street is bustling with people coming and going. There are also many stores. Yao Yenying didn't care about the presence of the crowd and still held Mu Chang's arm affectionately. The two of them were walking on the street, and because of Yao Yenying's overly beautiful first love face, many people turned back. Yao Yenying didn't look away. Mu Chang, on the other hand, was a successful villain with an arrogant attitude, and his face looked almost like, "What do you think? My girlfriend is pretty, isn't she?" Mu Chang felt a little hungry, so he said, "Let's go eat something first, you choose a restaurant." Yao Yenying glanced around and pointed to a hamburger shop, "Let's go there." Although in Mu Chang's opinion, the food in the hamburger restaurant is unhealthy and junk. But their store's business is booming, and there are a lot of people entering the store. They ordered their meals, sat down in a corner and waited for their meals to be served. Mu Chang glanced at the people coming and going in the store. Most of them were young couples or mothers and daughters, all dressed fashionably. But what he cared about more were those people in yellow delivery uniforms, who, among this glamorous crowd, were alone in the corner, silently playing with their mobile phones. Seems so unsociable. Once upon a time, Mu Chang delivered takeout to others in order to earn money for his ex-girlfriend. After reading it, Mu Chang was about to lower his head to play with his mobile phone, when he suddenly saw a young and beautiful female delivery woman coming in. He was shocked. Being young and beautiful was secondary, the most important thing was that he knew the girl. It was none other than his fourth sister Mu Ning. Mu Ning studied music and previously told her family that she had signed a contract with a certain company and became a musician. But now you are delivering takeout? Almost at the same time, the system prompt sounded in Mu Chang's mind.
Ding, the host is detected to have a person of the opposite sex with a face value of 9.5 or above, triggering a new task. Harvest the emotions of the fourth sister Mu Ning. Reward, give the host money equal to the emotional value, and have a certain chance to gain system points. At this moment, Mu Ning noticed Mu Chang's gaze.
Eyes met.
Mu Ning felt as if her cheeks were suddenly burned by fire, and she subconsciously wanted to run away. But after taking 2 steps, he stopped again.
Walked towards Mu Chang.
Mu Chang signaled Yao Yenying, who was sitting opposite him, to move and sit next to him.
Yao Yenying was a little confused at first, but when she stood up and looked back subconsciously, she saw Mu Ning. When I saw that Mu Ning was very beautiful, I immediately felt unhappy. She subconsciously wondered, could this girl be Mu Chang's girlfriend?
Although she had the idea in mind, Yao Yenying still sat obediently next to Mu Chang. Mu Ning came over and sat opposite Mu Chang as a matter of course, but she didn't dare to look at Mu Chang and subconsciously avoided his gaze. Although Mu Ning felt ashamed of this kind of thing, Mu Chang actually didn't have any grudges about it. After all, he used to deliver takeout.
Mu Chang first introduced the two people to each other.
This is my fourth sister, Mu Ning, and this is my girlfriend Yao Yenying. Yao Yenying originally thought that Mu Ning was her love rival, but she didn't expect that she was Mu Chang's fourth sister.
Mu Chang even introduced her to his family as his girlfriend.
He couldn't help but smile and took the initiative to extend his hand to Mu Ning.
Hello, fourth sister. My name is Yao Yenying.
Mu Ning was a little surprised to see that Mu Chang had a new girlfriend, who was just as pretty as Lu Yaxin and looked very obedient.
How come Mu Chang got such a beautiful girlfriend so quickly?
However, compared with Lu Yaxin, Yao Yenying is also different. She doesn't give people such a snobbish feeling.
Yao Yenying took the initiative to add Mu Ning as a friend on WeChat. Mu Chang then got straight to the point and asked, "Didn't you say you've signed a contract with a music company?"
Mu Ning was silent for a while, then he said, "Of course I lied to you."
"So you make a living by delivering takeout now?" "I guess so."
Mu Ning paused, then continued, "Originally I was planning to write songs while delivering food, and I thought I would be successful. But I never thought that all the songs I wrote would fall into oblivion without any sound at all."
"So what are you going to do now? Just keep delivering food and writing songs?" "I don't know yet." Mu Chang thought for a moment and gestured, "Unlock your phone and give it to me." Mu Ning was not as obedient as Yao Yenying and the others. "Why do you want my phone?"
Mu Chang got straight to the point and said, "I made a little money recently, so I'll transfer some to you first." Mu Ning declined, "No, even though I'm delivering food, I can still make a living and don't need your money."
Mu Chang had anticipated this. At the beginning, Mu Chang even beat and scolded these four sisters and broke off relations with them for his ex-girlfriend Lu Yaxin.
The quarrel got to the point where they never spoke to each other again. It was natural that they were resentful of him.
Relationships need to be mended.
Mu Chang also had no intention of bowing his head. "I've already given her the money, but she's still being pretentious. I'll have to use some tricks to get her to do it." He immediately transferred $5 million to her through Ruoxin, and after the transfer, he added a sentence. "If you don't accept it, I will tell my parents and everyone in the family about your delivery." Mu Ning saw that Mu Chang gave her $5 million. Her beautiful eyes widened and she was stunned. She had heard that Mu Chang had told her that the maximum amount of money he could earn for her would be 10,000 yuan, but she didn't expect it to be 5 million yuan. Although Mu Chang added a threatening remark at the end, Mu Ning could see that Mu Chang was doing this for her own good. If she were still in school, she might have shrugged it off. But after working in society for a year after graduation, she realized that money is hard to earn and shit is hard to eat. It is impossible that someone would give her money for no reason. There must be a purpose behind it, either to lust after her body or for some other purpose.
Perhaps only Mu Chang would transfer so much money to her for nothing.
She suddenly felt warm in her heart, and even a feeling of sadness was rising in her heart. This reminded her of the injustice she had suffered since graduation. At first, in order to pursue her dream, she chose to deceive her family and said that she had signed a contract with a company and became a musician. She chose to rent a cheap place to live and wrote songs like crazy. But after being rejected by many people one after another and falling into a situation where she couldn't even afford enough food and clothing, she began to waver, and her dream was shaken by money.
Why would she make music if she can't even get enough to eat?
Eventually, she switched from writing songs to making money. Only after she really devoted herself to making money did she truly step out of the ivory tower of the campus and realize that working like a slave all day could only earn a few hundred yuan.
Touching from Mu Ning plus 33. Mu Ning's throat became a little choked, and she asked, "Where did you get so much money?" "You don't need to worry about where I got the money from. It's a legitimate way anyway. You don't have to feel any psychological pressure. I've always been generous when giving money to others." As he spoke, Mu Chang turned his head to look at Yao Yenying and asked, "Yenying, how much money did I transfer to you last time?" Yao Yenying replied obediently, 5 million. Mu Ning found it even more incredible when she heard this. Where did Mu Chang get so much money? 5 million can be given easily. Chapter 41. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It was Yao Yenying's turn to order the burger, so she walked over to get it. Mu Chang looked at Mu Ning and said, "I didn't tell my parents about my sudden wealth. I only gave them 100,000 yuan. Giving them too much money might cause them trouble. If you want to give money to your parents, don't give them too much, just give them a little bit. If you give too much, some people will have bad intentions towards your parents. Of course, I suggest you keep a low profile on the fact that you have become rich. We have all been through those hard times, and I'm sure you understand what I mean without me having to say anything." Mu Ning nodded, but said nothing more. Once again, I fell into pretentiousness. She had already made up her mind that she would take the money. But she didn't want to receive anything without doing anything, so she felt a little guilty about taking Mu Chang's money for nothing. After thinking it over, Mu Ning finally squeezed out a sentence. "I will find a way to pay you back later." Mu Chang knew that she needed to find a way out, so he said, "Okay." Then, Mu Ning pointed in the direction of the food and said, "My takeaway is ready. I'll be leaving first." When saying this, Mu Ning didn't dare to look Mu Chang in the eye. Their eyes only met for a moment and then she looked away. Mu Chang replied, "Okay, go slower." As soon as Mu Ning left, another system prompt sounded in Mu Chang's mind. Touching from Mu Ning plus 99. Mu Chang couldn't help but sigh. Money is really a good thing. The more people are short of money, the better and stronger the effect it can have. As soon as Mu Ning left, Yao Yenying came back and sat opposite Mu Chang. Curiously asked, "Mu Chang, I always thought you were a super rich second generation? But now it seems that you are not?" Mu Chang replied, "How can a rich second generation come from? My parents are honest workers." "Then how did you make so much money?" Upon hearing this, Mu Chang glanced at Yao Yenying and asked, "Do you want to know?" "Certainly." Mu Chang raised his eyebrows and said, "I will definitely tell you when you give birth to 2 or 3 big fat babies for me in the future." When Yao Yenying heard this, her heart started beating fast and she said coquettishly, "Bad guy." In fact, I was very happy. From Yao Yenying's blossoming heart plus 99. She continued to ask, "You and your sister don't seem to have a good relationship?" Mu Chang replied, "Yes, at the beginning, I was obsessed with my relationship with my ex-girlfriends and was too cold and ruthless to them. I even said some words to sever ties with them. Now I have come to my senses and plan to mend my relationship with them. Unfortunately, they still hold a grudge against me." Yao Yenying was surprised. She didn't expect that Mu Chang had such a passionate past. Mu Chang paused, looked at Yao Yenying and said, "You just added my fourth sister's weak message, right?" "Right. Then you should say nice things to me more often in the future." Yao Yenying nodded, "Of course, who else can I help if I don't help you?" Finish eating. Coming out of the burger shop, Mu Chang took Yao Yenying for a walk and saw a high-end hotel. He suggested, "Come on, I'll take you to a place where you can learn." When Yao Yenying saw that they were going to get a room in the hotel, her breathing became heavy again, but she nodded and said, "Okay." Mu Chang first called Xiao Yun and asked her to bring Yao Yenying's study materials to the hotel to meet up with them. After getting the school bag, he went in and got a room. Enter the room. Mu Chang sat down on the chair, and Yao Yenying came over to take off his shoes and socks, and found slippers for him to change into. Originally, Mu Chang really planned to go to the hotel and let Yao Yenying study well. But look at the slightly red cheeks of Yao Yenying when she changed his shoes. When she stood up, he couldn't help but hugged her in his arms and teased her. "Why are you blushing?" Yao Yenying replied shyly, I'm not blushing. You asked me before how I make money, I think it's time to tell you." "Real?" "Of course, but before that, we need to make a baby quickly." "Ah." Yao Yenying suddenly became frightened and wanted to run away. But how could she escape from Mu Chang's clutches? Soon, she became confused in her anxious mood. More than an hour later, Yao Yenying tidied up her appearance. Get up and do the questions.
She is about to participate in Alibaba's global mathematics competition, so she must hurry.
As for Mu Chang,
then I received a text message from Choyun.
Boss, the acquisition of Woyo Entertainment has been negotiated.
The other party's request is 600 million, as long as there is cash flow. Shadow handled the problem faster than he had imagined, and the price was very reasonable.
Mu Chang replied, no problem.
Next, a series of operations will be carried out, including signing an agreement and real-time transfer. Mu Chang communicated with Xiao Yun on the phone about many things. Yao Yenying, who was doing advanced math problems at the side, was shocked again when she heard the words acquisition of Woyo Entertainment and 600 million.
How strong is Mu Chang's financial resources?
As time slowly passes.
At dinner time in the evening, Mu Chang took Yao Yenying and left the hotel. Go eat at a high-end restaurant.
After eating, Yao Yenying said there was a class activity in the evening. Mu Chang didn't want to keep her for too long and called Choyun to drive over to pick them up and take them back to school.
To campus.
Yao Yenying kissed Mu Chang twice before getting out of the car and leaving.
After she left.
At this time, Choyun took out a document from the car and handed it to Mu Chang.
Boss, this is the information about Zhou Haocheng you requested.
Su Qiling's information has not been brought here yet, but it will be here soon.
Mu Chang took it and looked through it.
The description in the information was basically consistent with the information he usually collected. Zhou Haocheng, the only son of the Zhou family, his parents were billionaires worth hundreds of billions, etc.
But there are still 2 points that Mu Chang doesn't know. First,
Jiang Baiqing is actually Zhou Haocheng's white moonlight.
The relationship between the Jiang family and the Zhou family is actually average, but they do have some interactions.
Jiang Baiqing and Zhou Haocheng knew each other when they were very young.
Zhou Haocheng has been Jiang Baiqing's follower since childhood and has liked Jiang Baiqing. However, Jiang Baiqing has disliked Zhou Haocheng since childhood.
No matter how Zhou Haocheng flatters her, he can only be a bootlicker in the end. A few years ago, Jiang Baiqing went abroad to study.
Zhou Haocheng then turned his attention to Lu Yaxin and snatched Lu Yaxin away from Mu Chang.
Now, Jiang Baiqing has returned from studying abroad. Zhou Haocheng, who had already snatched Lu Yaxin away, took advantage of the fact that he already had a partner and felt fearless. Recently, he even started pursuing Jiang Baiqing.
Second,
when Zhou Haocheng was in middle school, he pursued and constantly harassed a beautiful girl named Song Yanfang, but Song Yanfang made it clear that she would never like Zhou Haocheng in her life, and even insulted Zhou Haocheng, saying that he looked like a pig. Afterwards, Zhou Haocheng hired several gangsters to bully Song Yanfang for a long time, during which time Zhou Haocheng also molested the girl.
Song Yanfang finally couldn't bear the burden and jumped off the building.
After the incident became a big deal, under the arrangement of the Zhou family, those yellow-haired guys took the blame for everything, and Zhou Haocheng, the culprit, got nothing wrong.
Song Yanfang's father also left in anger.
However, what Zhou Haocheng didn't know was that Song Yanfang had a brother, Song Qingshu, who was a prostitute outside and was recruiting soldiers and waiting for an opportunity to avenge his family.
Mu Chang thought about it. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Why not give your friend a hand? Chapter 42 A Stunning Face. Mu Chang instructed Xiao Yun. Song Qingshu wants to take revenge on Zhou Haocheng, right?
You can give him more support in terms of intelligence and equipment.
Xiao Yun replied, yes. Mu Chang already had a plan in mind regarding Jiang Baiqing being Zhou Haocheng's white moonlight.
When the time comes, let Zhou Haocheng also have a taste of what it feels like to have his white moonlight taken away by someone else. He instructed again, arrange people to track Zhou Haocheng and Su Qiling in real time. I need to know their whereabouts at all times. If these two people do anything that we can take advantage of, inform me immediately.
Xiao Yun replied, yes.
After making the arrangements, Mu Chang looked up through the car window. At this time, the sky outside was still bright, and it was a beautiful evening sunset scenery.
He opened his mouth and asked Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, where is my bike? Xiao Yun replied, Seaview Garden Community. Take me there. Yes.
After taking the bus back to Seaview Garden Community, Mu Chang first went back to the house, changed into cycling clothes and cycling pants, put on a helmet, gloves, and protective gear, and went downstairs.
Get on his groundhog bike and set off.
There is no destination, just a random ride. Not long into his ride, when he stopped at a traffic light and waited, a graceful female cyclist came up to him and stopped. Mu Chang turned his head and saw that she was wearing a tight cycling suit, which outlined her graceful figure.
Sexy and seductive. Mu Chang couldn't take his eyes away.
At this moment, the female rider said to Mu Chang, "Hey, handsome guy, there is a tree-lined road ahead with relatively few people, which leads directly to the suburban mountain area. Let's compete to see who can reach the foot of the mountain in the suburbs faster." Faced with the request of such a beautiful woman, Mu Chang naturally would not refuse and replied, "No problem.
The green light is on."
The female rider rushed out first, pedaling hard on her bike, like a gust of wind blowing through the intersection, and disappeared in the blink of an eye.
Mu Chang's mouth curled up in amusement.
Comparing bicycle riding with him was simply courting death. But he did not burst out with his primordial power at the beginning, but followed the female rider calmly, not too far away. Let us first take a look at the depth of this female rider's strength. What made Mu Chang feel bored was that the female rider seemed to have reached her speed limit before he even started to exert his strength. She looked back and found that she had opened up quite a distance between herself and Mu Chang. She then pedaled her bicycle forward arrogantly and recklessly, thinking she was very awesome, and kept rushing forward. Until Mu Chang started to exert his strength, the speed of the bicycle soared and he passed by the female rider in an instant.
She was stunned. In the moment she was in a daze, Mu Chang whizzed past like a gust of wind, turned into a black dot from her sight, and finally disappeared. The female rider was dumbfounded. He immediately tried hard to catch up, but unfortunately he could not see Mu Chang. It was not until we reached the foot of the mountain in the suburbs that we discovered that Mu Chang was leaning leisurely against a vending machine drinking mineral water. When she stopped her bike, she was already out of breath. She said unconvincingly, "Do you have an engine installed in your car?" Mu Chang gestured casually and said, "You can go check it out." The female rider actually went to check, but unfortunately, she didn't find any signs of the engine. "Don't look at it, there is no engine, it's pure physical strength. It's not a particularly glorious thing for a grown man like me to beat a girl like you. Come, have a drink." As he said that, Mu Chang threw a bottle of drink to her. She took it. Take off the cycling glasses and mask to reveal a stunning face. Plain white and exquisite. Almost at the same time, the system's prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding, the host is detected to have a person of the opposite sex with a face value of 9.5 or above, triggering a new task. Harvest the emotions of the beautiful CEO Lin Wanqing. Reward the host with money in equal amounts according to the emotional value, and have a certain chance to gain system points. Mu Chang raised his eyebrows. Here came another person who could help him to improve his mood. The female rider opened the cap of the beverage bottle and drank it in small sips. Mu Chang took the initiative to extend his hand to the woman. "Hello, my name is Mu Chang." The woman glanced at Mu Chang, then looked at Mu Chang's hand, took off her gloves, and stretched out her fair and slender hand to hold his. Lin Wanqing. Feeling the slightly cool touch, Mu Chang did not hold it for long and let go. Lin Wanqing asked curiously, "Are you a cycling enthusiast?" "I guess so, but I just got interested in it in the last few days." "Are you an experienced rider?" "Yes, for several years." "Add me as a friend. If I have any questions about riding in the future, I can ask you for help." Lin Wanqing glanced at Mu Chang's bicycle, a luxury brand Tumulus, and replied, "Sure." After the two added each other as friends, Lin Wanqing asked, "I'm still very curious, how did you do it just now, so fast?" Mu Chang thought for a moment, strength and some riding tips. This attracted Lin Wanqing's interest. "What little trick? You want to learn?" "Certainly. It's not easy to teach, it's mainly about riding posture and pedaling frequency." As he spoke, Mu Chang gestured his riding posture and explained. The key is the position of the arms when grabbing the handles. In this way, the arms are at 90 degrees, which can speed up the time by 10 minutes. If you can grab with your arms bent, it can be even faster. After showing it, he asked, "Do you understand?" Lin Wanqing thought for a moment and replied, "I think I understand." As she spoke, she roughly assumed a riding posture and asked, "Just like this, with your arms bent and your body leaning forward." Mu Chang put his hand on hers, looking very uneasy, and corrected her posture, this one a little lower, this one a little higher. Lin Wanqing was startled and her breathing became heavy, but she didn't say much. Lin Wanqing's shyness plus 66. As time slowly passed, Mu Chang's teaching ended. Lin Wanqing's cheeks turned very red. His eyes met Mu Chang's inadvertently and his heartbeat quickened slightly. Mu Chang said, "Try riding a bicycle now and see if there is any improvement?" Lin Wanqing nodded. She got on the bicycle and tried riding it according to Mu Chang's instructions. Indeed.
Whether it is in exerting force or reducing resistance, the effect feels better. She rode around for a while, came back to Mu Chang, and said, "Indeed, it feels better." Mu Chang looked at his watch, then raised his head and saw that it was getting dark. He said, "It's getting late, let's go back." Good. The two rode back together. Mu Chang asked, "I live in Seaview Garden Community, where do you live?" Lin Wanqing smiled and said, "What a coincidence, I live next door to you, in Haijing Beiyuan. There is only a road between Seaview North Garden and Seaview Garden, so they are very close." The two of them returned to Haijing Beiyuan first and stopped at the door. The two looked at each other unconsciously. Lin Wanqing hesitated and finally said, "I'm leaving first." Mu Chang still wanted to rely on her to stimulate more emotions, so how could he let her go so easily? He said, "I have never been in here before. Can you take me in to have a look?" Lin Wanqing nodded. The two entered the community. Lin Wanqing took Mu Chang for a walk around the community. The two chatted as they walked. Mu Chang asked, "You must be quite rich to live in such a nice neighborhood, right?" Lin Wanqing replied, "We should be about the same." "What do you do?" "I make clothes." "What about you?" "Student, working part-time as a supermarket owner." Chapter 43. Those eyes are full of soul. Lin Wanqing looked Mu Chang up and down. He was very handsome and looked very young. She guessed, sophomore? Yes. But after I became rich through business, I felt that studying in school was not that important, and even a little boring. If you have free time, how do you spend it? Lin Wanqing replied, "I either go out for a bike ride or paint at home. Painting takes a lot of time, so I rarely feel bored." Mu Chang said, "What a coincidence. I know a little about art and have always wanted to find someone to discuss it with. And I met you." Lin Wanqing heard this and glanced at Mu Chang, but she didn't believe it. "Do you really understand?" "Of course, if you have any tools at home, I can show you how to do it." "Can." Having said this, Lin Wanqing suddenly remembered that she was the only girl in the family, and it might not be a good idea to bring this man to her house now. She glanced at Mu Chang again. His facial features were three-dimensional and his facial lines were clear. He seems to be a decent person. She then felt that she was overthinking it. She went into the house with him purely to have an academic exchange on the artworks. She led Mu Chang into her building, took the elevator and went upstairs. When they arrived at her door, before opening the iron gate and entering, Lin Wanqing's breathing was a little heavy. This was the first time she brought a strange man into her house alone. After opening the door, she signaled Mu Chang to go in first, followed by her, and then closed the door. "Find a pair of slippers for Mu Chang to change into." Led him in. Mu Chang looked around her house. It was extremely luxurious, comparable to his own. Lin Wanqing motioned for Mu Chang to sit on the sofa. She went to make a cup of tea, handed it to Mu Chang, and asked, "How about it, are our houses the same as yours?" "Almost." "Then I'll take you there to show you my skills." "Can." Lin Wanqing led Mu Chang to one of the rooms and pushed open the door. "Turn on the light." Inside is a proper art room with many works of art and 2 or 3 easels. Mu Chang took a quick look and in his opinion, those works were just mediocre. Asked, "Are these all your works?" Lin Wanqing said modestly, "Indeed, they are all mine, but my skills are not very good, so I am sorry for showing them off." Mu Chang replied, "In fact, it can be seen that your painting skills are very solid." Lin Wanqing looked at Mu Chang in surprise. It seemed like this guy really understood. She didn't hesitate, and pulled over an easel, put some drawing paper on it, and said, "Let's get back to the point. Come on, show us your skills." Mu Chang did not refuse and asked, "What should I draw?" "It's all right. It's your choice." Mu Chang looked around, but his eyes finally settled on Lin Wanqing and said, "I'll draw you, okay?" Lin Wanqing was startled. She didn't expect Mu Chang to do this. She replied, "Okay, what do I need to do?" Mu Chang glanced around the studio and saw a sofa. He pulled it over and said, "Just lie on your side on the sofa." Lin Wanqing didn't act coy. She lay down on her side, facing Mu Chang, and said, "Is that okay?" Mu Chang took a look. Lin Wanqing had a top-notch figure and appearance. Her lying posture was also very elegant. She was definitely a beautiful sight. Replied, "Sure." Next, Mu Chang stopped talking, picked up the paintbrush, and started painting.
The movements are smooth and seamless. Mu Chang was very focused on his painting.
Lin Wanqing looked at him and felt a little obsessed.
Mu Chang looked so serious while painting, with his handsome face and graceful movements. It really is a handsome scene.
Lin Wanqing couldn't help but sigh that this guy was very handsome and had a good temperament. As time slowly passes.
Finished.
Mu Chang put down his pen, took a look from a distance and felt that it was pretty good.
He said, "The painting is finished." Lin Wanqing looked at the time. Mu Chang painted very quickly and finished in less than 20 minutes.
Even to Lin Wanqing, she felt that time passed very quickly, as if only a few minutes had passed.
She stood up and went to take a look.
It would be fine if you didn't see it, but once you do you'll be shocked. She seemed to be alive in the portrait, especially her eyes, which were full of soul, as if she was looking at her lover. Suddenly, she thought of the scene when she just looked at Mu Chang. It was estimated that she looked at her with the same eyes at that time. Her heartbeat accelerated slightly.
Mu Chang asked, "How is it, do you feel okay?" Lin Wanqing replied, "Yes, absolutely. The person in your portrait looks like he has come alive." She paused and asked, "How did you do this?" "This is something I have always wanted to achieve, but I have never been able to do it."
Mu Chang thought for a moment and said, "Speak, I may not be able to explain it clearly, but I can guide you to draw it once, and you can find the feeling yourself."
Lin Wanqing replied, "What do I need to do?"
"Bring me another sketchpad." Lin Wanqing was very obedient. She pulled over an easel and a drawing board and placed them in front of Mu Chang. Mu Chang gestured, "Come in front of me."
Lin Wanqing went over obediently.
The next moment, a pair of big hands stretched out from behind her. Mu Chang hugged Lin Wanqing, grabbed her hand, and took her to pick up a pen to paint. Lin Wanqing was even stunned. She didn't expect Mu Chang to teach her like this.
My breathing became heavy. Lin Wanqing's heartbeat accelerated plus 66. Mu Chang taught, "Feel the difference between when I paint and when you paint." Lin Wanqing replied, "Yes."
She said this, but she seemed a little absent-minded. What she could feel was that her entire body temperature was rising. As time slowly passes.
The painting is finished. Mu Chang stopped.
Lin Wanqing felt as if her face was on fire, extremely red and hot.
Mu Chang was calm and asked, "How is it? Do you feel the difference between my painting and yours? Do you feel that you have improved?"
Lin Wanqing didn't just blush, she did have some insights.
He replied, "I'll try."
She started sketching based on Mu Chang's painting. Compared with her previous requirement for paintings with a standard structure, she now prefers to focus on outlining the emotions of the characters, and can even sacrifice some so-called standard structures for this purpose.
This is also what she learned from Mu Chang.
Through hands-on teaching, she can clearly feel that Mu Chang is so unrestrained and free when painting, and he does not stick to the rules at all. Everything is based on the emotions and thoughts that one wants to express, hiding the so-called normative structures behind them. As time slowly passes.
The painting is finished. She stopped writing and took a look from a distance.
Although it was not as good as Mu Chang's, she could feel that the person had come more alive. Mu Chang also commented, "Yes, you are on the right track, but you still need more practice."
Lin Wanqing nodded, "Okay." Mu Chang looked at the time on his watch and said, "It's getting late. I'll go back first. I send you."
Although Mu Chang said this, he was thinking in his heart. Before, when he was teaching Lin Wanqing how to ride a bicycle, he hit her and she accepted it. Now when she was painting, she still accepted it when someone touched her. Thinking of this, the two men came to the door of the house and were about to change their shoes when Mu Chang deliberately stopped suddenly.
Lin Wanqing, who was a little absent-minded, bumped into Mu Chang. Mu Chang leaned back on purpose, causing Lin Wanqing to lose balance and fall backwards.
He reached back and immediately held Lin Wanqing in his arms.
Chapter 44. You are now the chairman and CEO of Woyo Entertainment.
The two looked at each other. Strange hormones are secreted. Mu Chang was not polite and pushed her to the wall, very restless. And she did not resist, she even cooperated.
Ding-ling, ding-ling. A ring rang at an inopportune moment.
Lin Wanqing, in her madness, was planning to turn off the annoying ringtone immediately, but when she saw it was a call from her mother. Her mother didn't call her very often.
When people call, it's usually because they have something going on.
She hugged Mu Chang, stopped, and answered the phone. "Hello, Mom. Wanqing, your father's old illness has recurred.
Come back soon. Okay, I'll be right back.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Wanqing let go of Mu Chang and said, "Sorry, maybe next time."
I have something going on at home. Mu Chang nodded.
Lin Wanqing thought about it, pulled Mu Chang to her bedroom, and said,
As compensation to you, you stay here first.
As she spoke, Lin Wanqing went to look for clothes in the closet. After finding them, she was soon naked.
Change into an everyday shirt and purple skirt. After changing, she pulled Mu Chang out and said, Let's go. Mu Chang touched his nose and luckily there was no nosebleed. The two went downstairs. Then they separated.
Mu Chang had just returned to Seaview Garden and stopped when he received a phone call from Cho Yun, who said,
Boss, Wuyo Entertainment has been purchased and is now yours. You are now the chairman and CEO of Wuyo Entertainment.
Mu Chang thought for a moment and replied, Take me over there tomorrow morning.
Yes. After hanging up the phone, Mu Chang couldn't help but feel a little curious. What kind of experience would it be like for him to become the CEO after spending 600 million yuan? Everything will have to wait until tomorrow. The next day, Mu Chang wakes up. Early in the morning, I took Shoyun's car to Wuyo Entertainment Company. The person waiting in front of the group building in person was Yu Yining, the vice president of Wuyo Entertainment. As soon as Mu Chang's car arrived, Yu Yining signaled his secretary to open the door for Mu Chang.
As soon as Mu Chang got out of the car, he immediately went over to him, shook hands, and introduced himself.
Hello, President Mu. I am Yu Yining, the current vice president of Wuyo Entertainment. You have just taken over Wuyo Entertainment and may not be familiar with the situation here. I have worked here for more than 10 years and I know it better. If there is anything you need to know, you can arrange it for me at any time. Mu Chang said, Take me to the office first. Yes. Yu Yining and others immediately surrounded Mu Chang and went in.
Along the way, one can see a beautiful woman with a slim waist and long legs waiting for Mu Chang on the way to the office. The beautiful woman is leading Mu Chang inside. In front of the door and the elevator, there are beautiful women in professional suits waiting. On the way to the office, Mu Chang saw green lights and beautiful women all the way. It can be seen that Yu Yining put a lot of thought into welcoming Mu Chang's arrival. When they arrived at the office, Mu Chang had just sat down when Yu Yining immediately handed him the overall situation report of Wuyo Entertainment. As time slowly passes, Mu Chang listened to reports and held mid and high-level meetings.
After a morning, he has a pretty good understanding of the company. The situation was more complicated than he had imagined. These people are not united, nor do they intend to listen to Mu Chang. Some of them even openly ignored Mu Chang during the meeting.
Perhaps those people felt that he was not qualified to be the president of the company because he was young, or perhaps they had their own agenda.
Mu Chang just remembered all of this for the time being. He is now the largest shareholder of Wuyo Entertainment. No matter how arrogant those people are, Mu Chang has the veto power and the decision-making power. Now, the top priority is to place people you trust within the company. After thinking about it, Mu Chang called Cho Yun and asked her to arrange a few capable and trustworthy people to come and place them in key positions in the company. After confirming the names and information, Mu Chang directly arranged the personnel appointments and dismissals, especially replacing all those executives who were very arrogant in the conference room with his own people. This kind of overbearing personnel appointment and dismissal is bound to cause some gossip and resistance. But Mu Chang just wanted to do this, to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Let these old hands open their eyes and find out who is the chairman and president of this company now. If they don't obey, they will all be kicked out. This is the process of establishing authority. Without absolute prestige, how can he lead the company forward in the future? After a busy day, when Mu Chang walked out of the glass-walled building, it was already dark outside. Being a president is much more difficult than he imagined. It is not at all like what is shown in TV dramas, where the overbearing president just acts cool and chases girls. There are many real-life problems. After returning to Seaview Garden community from Wuyo Entertainment Company, Mu Chang asked Cho Yun to call over the secretary she had assigned to him. She was a short-haired girl named Xia Hua, who seemed to be neat and efficient in her conduct. Mu Chang gave her 3 instructions. First, no matter how the old hands in the company resist, the personnel appointments and dismissals determined by Mu Chang must be carried out to the end. Second, find a suitable opportunity to sign his 4th sister Mu Ning to Wuyo Entertainment as a singer. Third, launch a campaign to rectify the work style and conduct a thorough rectification of the work style of the entire company. In addition to enhancing Mu Chang's deterrent power, the second reason is to take the opportunity to catch those troublemakers.
Depending on the circumstances, those who should be expelled will be expelled, and those who should stay will continue to stay. Of course, the most important thing is to take the opportunity to thoroughly understand the company's background and situation, and distinguish which are enemies, which are friends, and which are neutral. After making the arrangements, Mu Chang called Yu Yining again and told him that when he was away, his secretary would take his place in the company to carry out his work, and asked Yu Yining to help with Xiaohua's work.
From the current perspective, Yu Yining is still on his side. Yu Yining also answered very well, "Okay, I understand."
After doing all this, he finally felt relieved about the company's concerns.
He let Xiaohua go and told her to go to work on time tomorrow.
As for Mu Chang himself, although the title of president sounds great, it is too energy intensive and needs to be handed over to the secretary. Currently, his focus is still on brushing the system's rewards. In the beginning, Mu Chang acquired Wuyo Entertainment Company mainly because there were many beautiful women there and he could find as many people as possible to serve as tools for him to make money from the system. But now that he has just taken over, his control over the entire company is not yet strong enough.
Need to wait some more time. The next day, Mu Chang did not go to work at Wuyo Entertainment Company, but returned to Yunhai University.
"I'm too tired to go to work.
But in school, the most I do is take attendance during class.
When something really happens, it doesn't matter if you don't go.
Still free in college. If you are bored, you can ask the school beauty Yao Yenying to come over for a walk." Chapter 45, Pure Girl.
There were no classes this morning, but a message suddenly came in the class group saying that a distinguished guest was coming to give a report in the lecture hall and people from their class were needed to go over to listen to the report. Mu Chang had nothing to do anyway, so he picked up a notebook and pretended to go there. When I entered the lecture hall, there were quite a lot of people, and almost all the seats in the lecture hall were filled. Mu Chang found an empty seat and sat down casually.
As soon as he sat down, the staff indicated that the report was about to begin and asked everyone to turn their phones to silent mode and keep quiet.
The next moment, the distinguished guest came on stage. It would have been better if Mu Chang hadn't looked, but he was stunned when he did. That person was none other than Lin Wanqing, the female writer he met 2 days ago. At this time, she had exquisite makeup on her stunning face. Her hair was tied up high, revealing her slender, white neck, making her look elegant and noble.
She was wearing a purple long dress. Looks generous and dignified.
As soon as she appeared, she attracted the attention of all the boys, and they couldn't take their eyes off her.
Lin Wanqing looked very calm on the stage.
She walked to the microphone, smiled nicely, and began to give her report.
"Dear teachers, fellow students, good morning. My name is Lin Wanqing."
After listening to Lin Wanqing's personal introduction at the beginning of her report, Mu Chang realized that she was also a graduate of Yunhai University and had once been the campus belle of the university. She is currently the president of Jinqiu Garment Company and is worth over 100 million yuan. Lin Wanqing is not only beautiful, but also has an excellent temperament. She was so elegant from beginning to end when she gave her report. The lecture hall was filled with thunderous applause because of her wonderful speech.
Finished the report. Next was an interactive session, with students in the audience asking questions and Lin Wanqing answering them.
Many people raised their hands, but almost all of them were male students.
Lin Wanqing randomly pointed to a dark-skinned boy and said, do you have any questions?"
After the dark-skinned boy took the microphone handed to him by the staff, he said bluntly, "Senior, according to the information we have collected, you were the former campus beauty of Yunhai University.
After graduation, you have been devoted to the fashion design industry and have not even found a partner. Now you have transformed yourself into a female CEO worth over 100 million yuan. The first question is, when do you plan to find a partner?"
The second question is, I would like to ask all the male students here, a beautiful, rich, and clean girl like you, when you were still in Yunhai University, you were also known as a pure and innocent girl, what exactly do we need to do to win your heart? Lin Wanqing originally thought that this classmate would ask questions about personal development planning, but she didn't expect him to ask this kind of question. But she was only stunned for a moment, then she showed a beautiful smile and replied,
"To answer your first question first, when do I plan to find a partner?
I am not looking for one yet, my career comes first."
The following is the answer to the second question. It is very simple to win my heart.
You just need to work hard to study and make yourself outstanding.
As long as you are outstanding enough, you can make my heart beat.
So, if you want to win my heart, don't waste your time in college.
after answering the first male student's question. Next is the second one.
This time, Lin Wanqing selected a girl to stand up and ask questions.
The girl's question was, Senior Lin Wanqing, I want to know how you can devote yourself to the clothing industry and keep yourself clean without any scandals in this impetuous and materialistic society?
When Lin Wanqing faced the question, she smiled confidently first and then replied slowly.
Passion, the most important thing is passion. If you really love a certain industry, when you devote yourself to it, you will not think about other things. The question and answer session is over. Lin Wanqing then landed safely and stepped down.
When she was leaving the lecture hall, many people surrounded her and asked her for autographs. Some people even took the opportunity to hand her love letters.
Some people also want her contact information.
As an alumnus of Yunhai University, Lin Wanqing was not stingy. She signed almost all the autographs that were required, accepted all the love letters, and even gave out her contact information. It took Lin Wanqing nearly half an hour to walk the short distance from the lecture hall to the bus before she finally got on the bus.
The vehicle started, the windows were lowered. Wave goodbye politely. Only then did she finally walk out of Yunhai University.
She looked at the thick stack of love letters in her hand and couldn't help but find it interesting. I didn't expect that she had been away from Yunhai University for several years, but now she is back in the university. She is still so popular, almost as popular as when she was still studying in the university. Just as she was about to open the love letters to take a look, a message suddenly came on her cell phone.
She clicked on it and saw that it was from Mu Chang. I heard your speech in the lecture hall. It was very good.
Lin Wanqing was surprised. She didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that she ran into Mu Chang. At this time, Mu Chang sent another message.
It's time for dinner, let's have dinner together before going back.
When Lin Wanqing thought of the romantic things she had done with Mu Chang, her breathing became heavy. After thinking about it, she didn't have any urgent matters, so she agreed.
Good.
After the two agreed on a location, Lin Wanqing arranged with the driver, don't go back to the company yet, go to Jiangnan Kitchen.
The other side. Mu Chang was a little surprised that Lin Wanqing accepted his invitation to dinner.
Originally, he just wanted to give it a try and extend an invitation to Lin Wanqing. Whether she agreed or not, he had moved forward. Unexpectedly, she agreed. It seems that she has a good impression of him. If Mu Chang was still the poor loser he used to be, he would definitely not dare to invite a high-ranking female CEO like Lin Wanqing to dinner so bluntly.
Because even if it is an invitation, it will definitely be rejected.
Now, he realized that it wasn't that difficult to invite a female president. He sent a message to Qiu Yun.
A moment later, Qiu Yun drove over to pick him up and went straight to Jiangnan to cook.
When Mu Chang was about to arrive at Jiangnan Kitchen by car, Lin Wanqing sent him a message.
I'm already here. Mu Chang replied, I'll be there soon. When you get there, get off.
Enter the designated box. Lin Wanqing had already sat down at the table.
Mu Chang glanced at Lin Wanqing. Her makeup was more exquisite than when she gave a report at school.
It can be seen that she still cares about Mu Chang. As a beautiful and dignified CEO, Lin Wanqing had already been bold in front of him once that evening. Now Mu Chang asked her out, and she agreed so quickly. Mu Chang felt that he could further intensify his interactions. He sat down next to Lin Wanqing and called out, "Waiter."
The waiter quickly responded and came in.
Mu Chang said, "We are already here, please serve the food." As he said this, Mu Chang reached out, grabbed Lin Wanqing's hand, and interlocked their fingers. Lin Wanqing was startled and her breathing became heavy. Just as Mu Chang expected, she did not resist. After the waiter left, Lin Wanqing waved her pink fist and hit Mu Chang, saying coquettishly, "Bad guy."
Chapter 46. Do you want to be my girlfriend? In response to Lin Wanqing's coquettish and reluctant attitude, Mu Chang did not continue to do anything excessive.
He not only intends to get her body, but also her heart, which requires a slow process. This is the only way to use her as a tool to get system prizes for a long time. The restaurant had already prepared the food for their private room. In just a moment, the rich meal was pushed in.
After the waiter went out,
Mu Chang picked up the bowl and was about to get some rice, but when he saw the rice was over there with Lin Wanqing, he handed it to her.
"Please help me get some food, thank you."
Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes at Mu Chang. "I am your senior and a beautiful CEO.
How can you be so ashamed to do this? Didn't I say thank you?"
In the end, Lin Wanqing only struggled symbolically, took Mu Chang's bowl, and went to help him get his meal. After the meal was ready, the two of them didn't bother to exchange pleasantries. They just picked up their chopsticks and started eating and chatting.
Mu Chang asked, "The day before yesterday, your father was not feeling well, right?" Lin Wanqing replied, "It's an old problem, it's not a big deal." "Is your clothing company mainly focused on design or sales?"
"I have both design and sales, but design is my main focus."
"Why are you asking this?" "I have a friend who is planning to open a clothing store. Maybe he can buy goods from you then."
"We mainly sell women's clothing. My friend also plans to sell mainly women's clothing."
Lin Wanqing reacted immediately, "Is your friend a girl?"
"Right."
"Your girlfriend?" Mu Chang replied, "Just ordinary friends." "So, why are you asking this?" Mu Chang showed an interesting look and stared at Lin Wanqing. "Do you want to be my girlfriend?" Lin Wanqing subconsciously denied, "No."
Mu Chang picked up a handful of vegetables and put them in her bowl, interrupting her wandering thoughts and saying, "Here, this dish is good, try it."
Lin Wanqing nodded, "Okay."
They both finished eating. When leaving, they walked together side by side. Lin Wanqing took the initiative to get very close to Mu Chang. Just after leaving the restaurant and about to leave, Mu Chang suddenly noticed Su Qiling, who was also walking towards Zhongnan kitchen.
Judging from the information provided by Qiu Yun, Su Qiling likes Lin Wanqing.
The thought of revenge on Su Qiling suddenly arose. Lin Wanqing walked with her head down and did not notice Su Qiling. Mu Chang reached out and put his arm around her waist. She was startled, but did not resist.
I even felt a little bit of joy in my heart. Mu Chang just put his arm around Lin Wanqing's waist and walked past Su Qiling unscrupulously.
When Su Qiling saw this, he became furious and rushed over to yell at Mu Chang.
"Mu Chang, take your dirty hands off me. I won't allow you to touch Wan Chang." Mu Chang didn't care at all and said calmly, "Who the hell are you, yelling at me here?" Su Qiling couldn't stand it anymore.
Mu Chang first took possession of his high school goddess Fom Lingyun, and now he was even trying to get his hands on his CEO goddess. He was so furious that he rushed over and attacked Mu Chang without caring about anything. But he is no match for Mu Chang.
Mu Chang raised his foot and kicked Su Qiling easily to the ground. "I just don't believe in evil." Su Qiling got up from the ground and rushed towards Mu Chang regardless of anything.
At this time, Mu Chang was also preparing to give Su Qiling a stronger kick.
But at this time,
Lin Wanqing took action, standing in front of Mu Chang, blocking Su Qiling, and scolded.
"Su Qiling, what are you doing?"
Su Qiling saw that Lin Wanqing actually stood up and protected Mu Chang behind her.
The anger in my heart became even stronger.
He shouted at Lin Wanqing, "Wanqing, you can't be fooled by this guy.
He is not a good person." Su Qiling continued. "This guy, I know he's been dating several girls." Mu Chang said, "You mean the day when you went to the campus with roses to pursue my senior Fom Lingyun, and after being rejected, you kept pestering her, and I couldn't stand it anymore, so I took her away?" "Mu Chang, please don't slander me. I'm not pestering you." Su Qiling had just finished speaking when he suddenly realized something was wrong.
Then he quickly explained, "Wanqing, I didn't pursue Fom Lingyun at that time.
I just visited her as a friend.
She was my senior in high school." Lin Wanqing didn't want to listen, so she interrupted, "Come on, Su Qiling, you don't have to explain to me, I have nothing to do with you.
As for what happens between me and Mu Chang, it has nothing to do with you."
Having said that, Lin Wanqing pulled Mu Chang away.
Before leaving, Mu Chang raised the corner of his mouth in a playful arc.
When Su Qiling saw it, he felt very angry.
"But I don't know what to do.
I could only curse in my heart."
Grass. Depression from Su Qiling plus 66.
Lin Wanqing took Mu Chang away and said, "Take my car first.
I have something to ask you."
Mu Chang didn't care and followed Lin Wanqing into her car. Lin Wanqing apologized, "I'm sorry, this incident was caused by me."
Mu Chang replied, "It's okay. I had some conflicts with Su Qiling before." Lin Wanqing was silent for a moment, staring at Mu Chang, and then said, "You are a scumbag, right? Just like Su Qiling said, you have relationships with several women?"
Mu Chang said sincerely, "There are indeed a few women who like me, but there is nothing innocent between me and them."
Lin Wanqing stared at Mu Chang again and again, but couldn't tell whether what Mu Chang said was true or false. At this time, Mu Chang interrupted and said, "Why are you asking this? Are you interested in me?"
Lin Wanqing was also stunned when she heard this.
Yes, why did she ask this? She was not related to Mu Chang, why did she meddle in other people's business?
She immediately sat up straight and said, "Don't think too much.
I'm just curious, are you a human or a ghost, you are so restless towards me?" But Mu Chang could see that this woman said one thing and meant another. He reached out and pulled Lin Wanqing over, letting her lean on his arms. Lin Wanqing struggled twice. Mu Chang, however, refused to let go. In the end, she just struggled twice symbolically and then stopped resisting. She didn't feel disgusted just leaning on Mu Chang's arms. Lin Wanqing's heartbeat accelerated plus 88. Lin Wanqing asked her driver to take Mu Chang to Yunhai University. To there. Before getting off the car, Mu Chang pointed at his cheek and said, "Come on, give me a kiss first. Stop messing around and get out of the car." Lin Wanqing pushed Mu Chang out of the car. Mu Chang knew when to stop and got out of the car without insisting. "If she doesn't kiss me this time, she will kiss me next time." Just as he was about to enter Yunhai University, the phone rang. At first glance, it was a call from his secretary Xia Hua. "Answer the call." Xia Hua reported on the signing of his fourth sister Mu Ning as a singer at Wuyo Entertainment. She planned to go through the process first, arrange for a scout to discover Mu Ning, and then have the scout recommend her, step by step, and finally submit it to Mu Chang for approval. "Then you can start signing the contract." Mu Chang had no objection and agreed. Chapter 47. Is this the legendary sweet after bitter? The other side. In an old neighborhood. Mu Ning was holding an old guitar and playing it in the small house. However, it's not just about playing songs, it's about composing and writing songs. On the table in front of her was the notebook she used to write songs. A few days ago, Mu Chang transferred $5 million to her, and she accepted it. With this money, her living expenses will no longer be a problem for the time being. She can concentrate on doing what she wants to do, composing and writing songs. However, when she submitted the songs she had written previously, almost all of them were rejected. Even after the manuscript was approved and later released, it still fell into oblivion and didn't cause any waves at all. This caused her to have serious doubts about her own creative ability. "Now I have finally written something, but I always feel that it is not right. I write and delete, and write again." It made her feel upset. In the past, when she was busy making money to make ends meet and had no money to write songs, she always felt that as long as she was given time, she would be able to create good songs. But now, there is time. But she lost her confidence and fell into internal friction. The more she wrote songs, the more upset she became. She couldn't help but put down the guitar, lay down on the bed, looked at the white ceiling, and began to doubt herself. Do I have a talent for songwriting? Am I on the wrong path? Maybe I just don't have the talent to write and sing songs? Ding ling ling. Just then, her cell phone rang. Mu Ning picked up the phone and saw it was an unfamiliar number. After thinking for a moment, he answered. "Hello." A very decent and pleasant female voice came from the other side. "Dear Ms. Mu Ning, hello, I am Meng Qingchan, a talent scout from Wuyo Entertainment. I have been following you on Douyin for a long time. Although there are only a few people watching your live broadcast, I think you have a talent for being a singer. I am planning to sign you to our Wuyo Entertainment. If you are interested, please set a time so we can discuss the signing." Mu Ning was stunned when he heard the call. Of course she knew about Wuyo Entertainment. Among the many emerging media organizations, Wuyo Entertainment was the company with the fastest growth momentum. This is also the company that Mu Ning really wants to join. But she has never been able to come up with a song that could be performed on stage, and she has never had the courage to contact Wuyo Entertainment. Unexpectedly, now, people from Wuyo Entertainment actually took the initiative to contact her. She thought about the reason. Perhaps it was because a few days ago, a big scandal broke out about the president of Wuyo Entertainment, and Wuyo Entertainment was caught in a public opinion storm. Now that it is not developing well, it turned to her, a little-known newcomer. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and she herself will not refuse. He replied, "I have been free recently, it depends on your time." Then now. Mu Ning was startled by how quickly she responded, "Okay." The other party paused and then said, "Considering that you may have never seen me, Ms. Mu Ning, you should be skeptical of me and may even consider safety issues. You can decide the meeting place we agreed on." To be honest, Mu Ning was a little skeptical about the accident which happened so suddenly. This person is not from Wuyo Entertainment, but a liar who deceives people. Now that the other party said this, it was obvious that he was sincere.
This could not help but relieve Mu Ning's worries a lot.
Mu Ning thought about it and replied, I'll add you on WeChat and send you the meeting place. Good.
After Mu Ning added Meng Qingchan's WeChat message, she thought about it, found a coffee shop she was familiar with, and sent it to Meng Qingchan. After the other party replied with an okay, she started to pack up and go downstairs.
The two met in the cafe soon.
The first impression Meng Qingchan gave to Mu Ning was that she was clean, neat, and calm. She also has shoulder-length hair. She doesn't look like a scout, but more like a female bodyguard. The two sat down at the coffee table by the window.
Ordered 2 coffees. Meng Qingchan got straight to the point and asked, Mu Ning, you know Woyo Entertainment, right?
Of course, among many new media companies, your Woyo Entertainment has the strongest development momentum and has cultivated several super internet celebrities.
I have already told you my intentions before, what do you think now? Mu Ning was silent for a moment and said, First of all, I want to state my attitude. Of course, I am very happy to join Woyo Entertainment. This was even my dream. But you know I am just an unknown little person. I have neither any outstanding works nor the ability to attract traffic.
So, I am very curious, what do you see in me that makes you think I have the potential to be a good singer?
Intuition. Meng Qingchan blurted out, sonorous and powerful, my intuition has always been very accurate.
I am a person who trusts my intuition most of the time. Although Mu Ning felt that something was not right, he also felt that there was nothing wrong with it.
The two chatted for a while, and Meng Qingchan began to explain to Mu Ning the entire process of signing artists for Woyo Entertainment. All in all, the matter has been settled. Now Mu Ning just needs to go home and wait for notification, and then go over to sign. The two left the cafe. After Mu Ning waved goodbye to Meng Qingchan, she felt a sense of unreality. A few days ago, she felt that her life was dark. Her favorite music could not make any debut, and she had to rely on delivering takeout to make ends meet. Now, not only did she receive the 5 million given by Mu Chang, but when she was most confused, Woyo Entertainment also extended an olive branch to her. Is this the legendary sweet after bitter? But she always felt unreal. But only for a moment. Now that the opportunity has come, we must seize it. Even if we fail in the end, we will just go back to the days before. Thinking of this, Mu Ning couldn't help but feel more confident, and even his pace became much faster. She wanted to find someone to share her joy with, but hesitated. I suppressed this thought again. Her previous experiences of failure taught her that until things reach the final step, they have not yet succeeded. Only when everything is done can it be considered a real success. We can share the joy then, she thought. The other side. Song Yanfang's brother Song Qingshu, a young man with dyed yellow hair, walked into a grocery store that didn't seem to be doing very good business with an expressionless face. The grocery store was called Laifu Grocery Store, and the owner seemed to care nothing about the performance of the store. Even though the shop is deserted, the owner Chingu still sits cross-legged, lying on a recliner and leisurely watching short videos of beautiful women. Song Qingshu went to the counter of the shop and knocked 3 times. The shop owner Chingu then put down his phone and glanced at the person who came. He knew Song Qingshu, a famous gangster in the area. But it was a bit unexpected. Not long ago, someone came to him and said that Song Qingshu would come to his shop to buy weapons recently. At that time, let Chingu deliver the information to Song Qingshu and do him a favor. Chingu also received a considerable amount of compensation for this. Unexpectedly, Song Qingshu really came. Chapter 48: The Promise of Gambling. Chingu smiled and said, Isn't this Qingshu? I heard that you sold all your parents' houses recently. You should have saved a lot of money now, right? What's the matter? Do you want to come over and buy something fun to play with? Song Qingshu couldn't smile, his face expressionless, and he said, I need a revolver and 50 rounds of bullets. In the past, Song Qingshu was actually a gangster who liked to talk nonsense and brag. Now he has suddenly become so serious and cold. Chengu was not surprised by this. Such people often experience major tragedies in their lives. Chengu didn't say much. He called someone to watch the door for him and then walked in. About 5 minutes later, Song Qingshu was called in. At the back of the grocery store, Chengu handed Song Qingshu a package that looked like a courier's package and said, This is what you want. After Song Qingshu took it, he was about to pay, but at this moment, Chengu handed him a sealed brown paper file bag. I know a little about your family. This is a gift for you. Song Qingshu was stunned when he heard this. Gift? He touched the brown paper file bag,
which should contain paper material. He tore it open on the spot and took a look, and found that it was information about the Zhou family.
Unexpectedly, he quickly took it back. Asked Chenggu, why? Chenggu did not answer, and said, "You don't want it, right? If you don't want it, give it back to me." No, I want it." After Song Qingshu paid the money, he left quickly.
Although he didn't understand why Chenggu would give him extra information and intelligence about the Zhou family, it was a good thing after all, and there was no reason not to do so.
The other side.
After Mu Chang returned to the dormitory of Yunhai University, he had nothing to do, so he turned on his computer and checked the recent stock market. If there is something worth buying, invest in it, and you may be able to multiply your money several times. The K-line chart of the stock market came out. Mu Chang took a look, and his extraordinary ability to discern the rise and fall of certain stock prices began to emerge in his eyes. It was discovered that another simulation drone technology stock will rise sharply in the next 10 days.
Mu Chang opened his phone and checked the balance in his bank account. 1,130,092,812 billion yuan.
After thinking about it, he called his former stockbroker Jiang Liran. But if he makes 100% profit every time he buys stocks, it will be easy to make mistakes if he keeps using the same stockbroker. So I decided to change my stockbroker. But he was not familiar with these. Just when he was about to call Chang Raoshan, Mu Chang's cell phone rang.
When I picked it up, it was Chang Raoshan. What a coincidence. Answer the call. A pleasant female voice sounded. Mu Chang, when are you free today? Let's meet. Mu Chang asked, what's the matter with the meeting? Of course it's buying stocks. I've learned something about what happened to you last time. You made a net profit of 200 million. I want to learn from you. Mu Chang thought she would mention the last bet. They had agreed at that time that as long as he could earn twice as much, she would let him do whatever he wanted for 3 whole days. This meeting was a good opportunity for her to fulfill her promise. You can also take the opportunity to brush emotions from her. Mu Chang replied, I have time now, can you come? Chang Raoshan replied, sure, I'm taking a day off this afternoon, why don't you go to my house? Can. In fact, Mu Chang remembered that he had classes this afternoon. But now the courses I take at school seem less and less useful. Can be discarded. But if Yao Yenying was there, he could go over to attend classes. With this school beauty by his side, he could refresh his emotions and it would become easy again. Send a message to Cho Yun to come over and answer it. Close your computer. Go downstairs. Cho Yun has arrived, got in the car and set off. When they arrived at Chang Raoshan's neighborhood, Mu Chang sent her a message, I'm at your neighborhood. Chang Raoshan replied, I'll go down to pick you up now. Mu Chang got out of the car and walked towards Chang Raoshan's building based on his memory. I met Chang Raoshan at the entrance of her building. She had a long thin coat draped over her proud figure, and her rosy white feet were wearing a pair of crystal low-heel shoes. Just one glance makes people feel sexy. Chang Raoshan came over very actively, took Mu Chang's arm, and walked in with him like a wife. Come on, let's go back to the house. He took the elevator up to the house, opened the door, and let Mu Chang go in first. After Chang Raoshan entered, she took off her coat and hung it on the hanger behind the door. At this moment, she was only wearing a barely visible miniskirt and deep V suspender pajamas. The proud figure was revealed at once. Seeing this, Mu Chang began to have that idea. Chang Raoshan motioned for Mu Chang to sit on the small stool behind the door. She squatted down and personally took off Mu Chang's shoes and socks. At this time, from Mu Chang's perspective, he can enjoy the beautiful scenery. Chang Raoshan, a woman who has already been active in society, is obviously more mature and more attractive than Yao Yenying, who is still on campus. Just these 3 or 2 moves made flames burn in Mu Chang's eyes. She pulled Mu Chang straight into the bedroom. The large screen computer in the bedroom has been turned on, showing the stock market K-line chart trend. He asked Mu Chang excitedly, Mu Chang, have you decided which stock you want to buy? Mu Chang replied, I've thought about it. Chang Raoshan quickly signaled, don't tell me your answer yet, let me analyze it for you first, and let's discuss our ideas. Seeing Chang Raoshan was so excited, Mu Chang did not refuse and said, okay, you go ahead. Chang Raoshan pulled the computer screen over to face her and Mu Chang, and began to explain her judgment and analysis to Mu Chang as if she was giving a lecture. Let me start with the conclusion. I think the potential stock this time is iFlyTech. Chang Raoshan analyzed nonstop for nearly 10 minutes. Her arguments sounded very logical and reasonable. Mu Chang also nodded seriously and affirmed, "Very good, it makes sense." Chang Roshan was very happy to get Mu Chang's approval and said, "So, you also think we should buy iFlyTech shares this time?" Mu Chang shook his head and said, "No." Chang Roshan was startled and asked, "Didn't you just say that what I said made sense?" "It makes sense, but it's not right. I won't explain the process, but I can tell you that in the next few days, iFlyTech shares will plummet, so don't buy them." "Which one are you going to buy?" "Bionic unmanned technology stocks." Chang Roshan was confused at this moment. This was a stock she had never considered before. She tried to ask, "Why buy this stock?" Mu Chang replied, "Intuition, but my intuition is always accurate." Chang Roshan was delighted to see Mu Chang so calm and confident, and then she thought of the last time Mu Chang made 200 million easily. She couldn't help but favor Mu Chang and think that this bionic drone technology stock has great potential. But she thought about it carefully in her mind, but still couldn't figure it out. Seeing Chang Roshan getting caught up in internal friction, Mu Chang interrupted and said, "I came to see you this time because I have something else to do. I plan to change my stockbroker." Chang Roshan was puzzled. "Why?" Mu Chang replied, "You will understand later." Chapter 49, A Sense of Déjà Vu of a Beautiful College Student. Upon hearing this, Chang Roshan stopped hesitating and quickly demonstrated her ability to be decisive and efficient at work. After a while, a new stockbroker was contacted for Mu Chang. This time, Mu Chang did not plan to meet with his agent to talk, but just asked Chang Roshan, "Is this person reliable?" Chang Roshan replied, "Reliable." Mu Chang selected this stockbroker and immediately called him to ask how many shares of free drone technology he could buy for him in the next 2 days. The answer was 600 million. Mu Chang did not hesitate and asked the stockbroker to buy 600 million worth of stocks for him. On the side, Chang Roshan was quite shocked when she heard this. Mu Chang was not joking, he was really buying it, and the price was as high as 600 million. Considering that Mu Chang won the bet last time, she decided to follow suit and immediately called her stockbroker to buy some shares in the drone technology company. When Mu Chang saw Chang Roshan following suit, he didn't say anything. She finally understood a little. "I don't understand the stock market, but at least now I know how to curry favor with others." After finishing this, Mu Chang asked, "Is there anything else?" Chang Roshan was a little surprised. "No, I don't." "Are you asking this to prepare to go back?" Mu Chang showed a funny expression and replied, "Of course not, I was going to ask you, you should still remember the bet we made last time, right?" Upon hearing this, Chang Roshan's breathing suddenly became a little heavy. How could she not remember? The last bet was that if the stocks purchased by Mu Chang rose more than twice within 7 days, she would give Mu Chang 3 days to do whatever he wanted. She looked at Mu Chang with a vigilant look. "I remember it, what do you want?" "Just remember it." Mu Chang hooked his finger and gestured, "You come here first." Chang Roshan walked up to Mu Chang and stood there in a delicate manner, looking a little at a loss. Mu Chang reached out and lifted her chin, looking at that delicate and beautiful face playfully. "Lay down." He walked around her twice more, looking her over. "Go to the closet and search." Finally, he picked up a JK uniform and said playfully, "Here, this is it, and you can tie your hair into a ponytail, the kind that looks innocent." When Chang Roshan saw the uniform, her beautiful eyes widened. She was a little resistant and said, "I'm already in my 20s, almost 30, how about we change?" Mu Chang smiled evilly and said, "Do you want me to change it for you or do you want me to change it for you? Choose one of the two." After Chang Roshan struggled with her thoughts, she finally replied, "I can do it myself." After a while, Chang Roshan was no longer wearing any clothes. She changed into that JK uniform. After changing, Chang Roshan was actually a little embarrassed. She didn't dare to look Mu Chang in the eye and asked, "How is it? Is it too old?" Mu Chang took a good look at her, and soon his hormones surged. How could Chang Roshan look old? Instead, she is too sexy. Against the backdrop of the JK uniform, her proud figure is immediately highlighted. Further down are the seductive long legs. Mu Chang asked, "Do you have white stockings and sneakers?" Although Chang Roshan was puzzled, she replied, "Yes." Mu Chang said, "Go change it." Chang Roshan's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and she thought, "Change it?" But after some mental struggle, she finally went to change it. She was willing to accept defeat. She was the one who said that if she lost the bet, she would let Mu Chang do whatever he wanted. Not long after, Chang Roshan changed into white stockings and a pair of white sneakers. She stood in front of Mu Chang again, still looking a little at a loss. Mu Chang looked at him again. Very good, below the neck, you look very youthful. Now it's that beautiful face with her hair tied up high, looking noble and mature. Mu Chang said, very good, finally you can change your hairstyle to a ponytail. Chang Roshan bit her lip, wanting to refuse, but finally obeyed. She walked to the dressing table and let her hair down. Her hair was as black as ink. Fluffy and generous. Comb your hair. I just found a rubber band and tied a ponytail. Just as she was about to stand up, Mu Chang called out, wait a moment. This ponytail was different from what he had imagined, and the idea of how to tie a high ponytail also appeared in his mind. He walked over, untied the rubber band on Chang Roshan's hair, and combed her hair himself. Mu Chang seemed to be very good at combing hair. When he combed her hair, Chang Roshan felt very comfortable. Chang Roshan looked through the dressing mirror at the handsome Mu Chang, who was combing her hair himself, and even felt a hint of tenderness in her heart. A long time ago, she had fantasized about having a man she loved and combing her hair from behind. Although Mu Chang was not her ideal husband now, at least she didn't hate him and even liked him a little. This can be considered as the fulfillment of her original fantasy. In fact, Mu Chang had never combed a girl's hair before, not even Liu Yaxin's. The main reason was that Liu Yaxin was unwilling at that time. But since he got the system, he learned some things naturally. This includes combing and tying girls' hair. He combed Chang Roshan's hair skillfully and tied it into a high ponytail. He looked at her from a distance and found that she looked very good. She suddenly looked full of energy and youthful. Said, okay, get up and let me see. After a hint of tenderness arose in Chang Roshan's heart, she became more obedient towards Mu Chang. She stood up obediently and stood in front of Mu Chang. Although her face was slightly flushed, she still turned around generously to show Mu Chang what she looked like at the moment. Mu Chang examined it for a moment and felt quite satisfied. At this moment, Chang Roshan looked no different from a female college student, even a bit like a tall female dancer. The only difference is, female dancers often have flat chests. Chang Roshan's life was full of ups and downs. It is youthful and energetic, yet also has a distinct sense of sexiness and seduction. Chang Roshan was a little unconfident for the first time and asked, how do you feel? I'll record a video for you. As he said that, Mu Chang went to get his cell phone, turned on the video for Chang Roshan, and asked her to turn around again. After recording, show it to Chang Roshan. After recording, click end. Signaled Chang Roshan to come over and take a look. After watching it, I felt it was actually okay, and it gave me the feeling of a beautiful college student with good looks, but some parts were a bit out of place. Mu Chang asked, actually, you still look more like a college student, right? Chang Roshan replied, just barely. Mu Chang said again, okay, now that we have changed our clothes, let's go shopping. Chang Roshan's eyes widened, shopping. Mu Chang said as a matter of course, why else do you think I asked you to dress up so carefully? Chang Roshan struggled with her thoughts again, and finally chose to obey. She said to Mu Chang, then don't laugh at me anymore, and I will go down with you. Mu Chang unexpectedly discovered that this cold and sharp woman was unexpectedly gentle today, and even a little cute. He put his backhand on Chang Roshan's head and patted her head. Of course, you are my woman, why should I laugh at you? Chang Roshan did not resist, but lowered her head and accepted it. Good. Chapter 50. Su Qiling was furious. The two of them packed up and went downstairs. Get on Xiao Yun's car and set off. Mu Chang asked Xiao Yun to drive the car to the downtown area, drop them off, and walk through the city. Chang Roshan was wearing a JK uniform at the moment, and was already very shy. Mu Chang chose this place, and she punched Mu Chang with her pink fists again, saying angrily, bad guy. There were a lot of people coming and going in the downtown area, and there were also many roadside stalls. Walking among them, Chang Roshan held Mu Chang's arm, holding him very close, like a gentle wife. Although Chang Roshan dressed like a female college student, she was ultimately different in her thinking from female college students like Yao Yenying. Often when female college students see so many delicious foods on the roadside, they will excitedly pull Mu Chang over to taste them, but Chang Roshan just glanced at the roadside stalls and didn't seem to have much interest. Mu Chang asked curiously, you are not interested in food? Chang Roshan replied, I am interested, but the quality of products on the market right now is not reassuring. When I think about this, my appetite has dropped. But soon, Chang Roshan found a place that interested her, pointed to a stall where people used guns to shoot balloons to get dolls, and said, let's go there and play for a while. It's a doll again. As expected, girls have no resistance to dolls? I went over to ask the stall owner and the rules are 20 yuan can buy 20 bullets. If you hit 12 balloons, you can get a small doll. If you hit 16 balloons, you can get a medium doll. If you hit 20 balloons, you can get a big doll. Mu Chang asked Chang Raoshan, do you have any dolls that you are interested in?
Chang Raoshan pointed to a large caterpillar and said, that one.
Mu Chang was surprised that Chang Raoshan's hobby was really unique.
Mu Chang paid 40 yuan and bought 20 bullets each for him and Chang Raoshan.
Mu Chang asked, how's your shooting skill? Chang Raoshan replied confidently, great.
When she was a student, she and her roommates went out to play and played this game of shooting balloons with guns.
She was the best one in their dormitory.
As she spoke, she picked up the gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger neatly. The bullet fired. The balloon exploded with a pop. You know what, her shooting skills are pretty good.
Most of them hit.
Finished. The stall owner went over and counted them and said, your shooting skills are good. You hit 11 in total, but unfortunately, you are still a little short of getting the ragdoll.
Chang Raoshan was stunned.
When she was in college, she could still hit the rag doll when playing this game.
Unexpectedly, she regressed this time. However, her obsession was not very deep. If you can't get it, you can't get it. He gestured to Mu Chang and said, it's your turn. If I hit fewer targets than you, don't laugh at me, said Mu Chang. Chang Raoshan replied, of course not. After saying that, Mu Chang raised his gun and pulled the trigger. He didn't even have to concentrate and looked very casual. Bang bang bang.
The balloons exploded one after another.
At first, Chang Raoshan thought Mu Chang was just lucky, but then all 20 bullets hit the target. Chang Raoshan was stunned.
She turned around and glanced at Mu Chang, and seeing his indifferent look, she immediately realized that this guy was a very good shooter, and he had been being modest just now, just to deceive her.
She walked over, punched him with a pink fist, and said coquettishly, bad guy, lied to me.
Mu Chang pointed at the caterpillar doll and said, boss, take that one. Taking the caterpillar, Mu Chang handed it to Chang Raoshan and said,
here, I'll give it to you. Chang Raoshan was happy to accept it.
She took the caterpillar and said, thank you. However, after taking the caterpillar, he felt it was a bit troublesome to hold it, so he handed it to Mu Chang. Help me hold it, thank you.
Mu Chang didn't mind Chang Raoshan's little pretentiousness.
He took the caterpillar doll and helped her hold it. The two of them walked around for a while, and Mu Chang felt a little hungry, so he said, I'm a little hungry.
Let's go find something to eat first. Chang Raoshan responded happily, okay.
The two were about to leave the stalls and find a restaurant to eat. He turned around and just as he was walking, he met Su Qiling. He was passing by here with a few of his younger brothers. As they walked, they held their heads 45 degrees and showed no regard for the roadside stalls.
Until I saw Chang Raoshan wearing a JK uniform. His pupils suddenly widened. When Su Qiling met Chang Raoshan, he felt uneasy. The year he graduated from high school, Su Qiling worked as an intern at a headhunting company for a year, arranged by his family. At that time, Chang Raoshan was Su Qiling's guide, helping him familiarize himself with the company's work and teaching him some business knowledge. In fact, at the beginning, Su Qiling was a little resistant to the arrangements made by his family. It was not until he entered the Owl Headhunting Company and met the aloof but beautiful Chang Raoshan that he was convinced and took the initiative to ask if Chang Raoshan could be his mentor. Considering the huge group behind Su Qiling, the Owl Headhunting Company agreed to Su Qiling's request. Although Su Qiling and Chang Raoshan had only been together for 2 months at that time, Chang Raoshan's beauty and her aloof and ethereal aura, as if she was out of touch with this world, deeply attracted him. In particular, her style of being decisive yet elegant and decent in handling daily affairs made Su Qiling fall in love with her and even admire her a little. At that time, he had expressed his affection to Chang Raoshan intentionally or unintentionally, but Chang Raoshan had always been indifferent. But he never planned to give up. From the first moment he saw Chang Raoshan, he secretly swore in his heart that he would make Chang Raoshan his woman in the future. After Su Qiling saw Chang Raoshan, he quickly discovered that she was holding Mu Chang's arm, gentle and loving. It's Mu Chang again. Su Qiling was furious. Chang Raoshan, who was so cool and aloof, actually still wore a JK uniform and went shopping with Mu Chang. Su Qiling couldn't bear it anymore, so he rushed over and reached out to pull Chang Raoshan away. While Chang Raoshan was dodging, Mu Chang also protected Chang Raoshan behind him. Chang Raoshan was a little surprised to see Su Qiling suddenly appear. Mu Chang was even more surprised. Doesn't it seem like Su Qiling has too many women he likes? Why did he feel that Su Qiling deeply loved every woman he took out? Calculated it.
Feng Lingyun, Lin Wanqing, and Chang Raoshan.
This is the third one.
However, compared with Mu Chang, it doesn't seem to be that much. Su Qiling was furious, but he knew deeply that he could not beat Mu Chang.
After some mental struggle, he could only look at Chang Raoshan and persuade her. Senior Chang Raoshan, what is your relationship with this guy?
Chang Raoshan glanced at Su Qiling, but felt inexplicably disgusted and disgusted. At the beginning, when she first met Su Qiling in the company, her first impression was that he was vulgar and obscene. He stared at her straight, and his saliva was about to flow out.
He even shamelessly designated her to be his mentor.
If Chang Raoshan hadn't seen that there was a huge monster behind this guy, she wouldn't even want to take Su Qiling as her apprentice. Later, she even saw that Su Qiling was secretly taking photos of her in his daily life, taking photos from various angles, and then sharing them in his gangster group. He also had all kinds of evil fantasies about her in the group.
Chang Raoshan's favorability towards Su Qiling, the rich second generation, suddenly dropped to freezing point. Fortunately,
at that time, this guy's internship was also over.
Chang Raoshan couldn't beat this rich second generation, so she had to hide. Who would have thought that on the day Su Qiling left, he actually confessed his love to her?
After Chang Raoshan politely declined, this guy still kept pestering her, sending her messages from time to time and asking about her well-being.
Very annoying.
If she hadn't considered his identity, she would have blocked and deleted this guy long ago. However, now that Chang Raoshan has Mu Chang by her side, she is not afraid anymore.